Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition into the installment of a Colin Nation radio show. Thank you. Welcome to tonight to joining us as we're going to have one of my explosive topics in the series. I have several different series. I have Sacred Cows, The Hidden Hand of Mass Confusion, Deadly Clowns. But my favorite is The Enemy Within. Now, I have many different enemy withins I've been dealing with for almost 20 years online. Tonight, we're going to talk about the race traitor and how to deal with the race traitor. First of all, before we could identify a race traitor, before we could identify an enemy, we got to first know who we are and where we're going and where we came from. You cannot call somebody an enemy if you don't know who you are. Know your enemy. The Art of War, Sun Tzu said, know your enemy, know yourself. If you're all over the place, well, I'm a Hebrew, I'm a Moor, I'm a Nuwapian, I'm a Indian, I'm a Aboriginal, I'm this, I'm that. If you cannot find truth in who you are, you're the enemy yourself. You're enemy to yourself. You are the enemy within also. When we look at our collective people, what binds us in? What covenant binds us together? A common history, a common ancestral homeland, a common story. I'm always on time, DK. What the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm always on time. You're always late. A common storyline, a common theme. These are the things that build nations, that build cultures, that build communities. And this is what gives people continuity and people prosper. Now, the people who don't know themselves, we got a bunch of pseudo people. These people end up in the dregs of human civilization. And these people that sit around and they're full of cults and they're full of foolishness and stuff like that, they never go anyplace. They're foolish people. They end up being enslaved because they're not together. They end up pushing on the margins of human civilization. I fear Black America is headed down that same path with this social media and people creating, every time I look up, someone's creating some new identity that came out of nowhere. And people are buying into that to escape. No, you have to basically know who you are for better or for worse and stick with it. Our history is all of us Black people in America. If you're American, many generations, your ancestors came from West Africa, Central Africa. You were brought here via the transatlantic slave trade, period. You were not already here in the New World. You did not sail before Columbus. You were not Native American. You were not nothing, but you were a Black African. You were sub-Saharan African. And all the good and all the losses and L's that comes along with it, good or bad, that's what you are. See, when you know what you are, now you know what you need to do. It's like, damn, I'm a sub-Saharan African, man. This is the least developed part of the world, the poorest part of the world. Damn, we're like, damn, man, thousands of years, man. Everybody else is building these great civilizations. We're in the darkness. The thing is, you could always change that. You can always rectify that. Say 1 minute you're up, next minute you're down. Same the Chinese. Chinese went through a century of humiliation. But guess what? They decided to pick themselves up. Now China's a superpower. Because they knew who they were. They didn't forget who they were. And when you know who you are, you know who your enemies is. And when you know who your enemy is, you know who the people among you that are working with your enemy to freaking undermine you. The enemies of Black people want to keep us in the same situation, don't want us to rise from where we are right now. That's the enemy within. They always take the white man's side. They always want to put doubt in your mind that we can't live a life or anything. We can't arise with the white man, anything without the white man. If you really believe in your people, believe in yourself, that you believe in God, God put in all men to be great. It ain't up to the white man to take care of us. We got us, ourselves, and God. We got the same ability that the white man has, the Chinese man, the Japanese have to do for ourselves. When you understand that and you believe that, now you're free. And anybody tells you different, they are the enemy within. And we have to get rid of the enemy within, you know? I am sick and tired of playing games with people who are race traitors. I'm not gonna have them on a platform no more. I don't want to talk to you. If you're a race traitor, you're not welcome around me. I don't want to hear what anything you have to say. Go elsewhere. I don't give it to people. Don't understand. I don't do this to make friends. I don't come here with a little tiny peeling carving knife. I come here with a friggin' a double bladed axe to cut down the tree of foolishness, iniquity, and suffering among my people. I'm gonna cut that tree down. So if you like me, you think I'm your guy, hey, stick around. If you don't like me, hey, that's fine too. You can listen to, but I'm not here to be liked. I mean, people don't understand that. I'm here to tell the truth because I am not going to sit back if I have breath in my body and watch my people die. And right now, we're on a road to death. There's people out there deliberately putting poison in our kids' minds with the music and all this kind of foolishness. Well, I said, what the hell's going on? We we don't really understand it. Now people will say, Colin, man, aren't you proud of the fact that Master P and P. Diddy was able? No, I'm not. I know there was something better for us than Suge Knight and all these other people putting garbage and destroying a whole generation with foolishness. We took the short road out. We bought into the white man system of materialism over what's real. We was told by the great leaders like Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X what the was, but we decided that we were going to be disobedient. We will decide we're going to listen to race traders that led us a whole generation of black people that did not make any progress. The first generation that did not make any significant progress, you know? Give it to our ancestors. They carried us from Jim Crow to civil rights and stuff like that. This generation, the Gen X and the millennials, where have we have nothing to leave the next generation. Nothing but suffering now to the point where we're completely apolitical. We don't have any political power, no political significance. Anybody, we don't even control our pain. You know how sad that is? I heard that there's a what's the movie called Blood and Bone, something like that, whatever like that. I heard it's a white woman, the woman who wrote The Woman's King. How is a white woman going to make a show about any sort of African? How is it that white people are going to tell us who should play Harriet Tubman? Who should play our heroes, our icon, Dr. King? Who is going to tell us who we like this? We don't even have control over any agency over who we are. And the race traders don't care, you know? And then we look at this guy, Brandon Tatum. I mean, this is a sad, you know, not sad, but he angers me. Now, this fool is trying to rewrite Tulsa, the massacre in Tulsa. He said it wasn't a massacre, it was a race riot. Black people started it, white people got the better of black people. Oh, well, giggling, laughing. That's not what happened. So I would ask Officer Tatum, you know, did when white people burned down Durham, North Carolina, was that also a riot? When white men came from like 10 states and converged on Wilmington and overthrew a democratically elected government and destroyed black property and killed thousands of black people, was that also just a simple riot that got out of hand? Was Rosewood, a city burned to the ground, Officer Tatum, was that just a simple riot too? that got out of hand. It was a fight between blacks and whites won. No, these were genocidal massacres that he can't explain. So he's such a liar, you know? He's such a friggin' liar that, and it's not just he's being naive. He hates black people. He is actually working for the white. It's so obvious. That's why when you look at the comments, like, oh, white people love him. So this tells me we are in a race war. There's no coming back from this. Now, I want people to start looking at white people, white America as the enemy. That's the only way it's going to happen. That means we got to get rid of our Shaquille O'Neals, the Charles Barkleys, the Stephen A. Smiths, and all like that. They are basically paying black people to sell us out. They're trying to erase our history. How do we get in a situation where we can't even have our own pain? They're gonna tell us that we start talking about Rosewood and stuff like that we're anti-American. They're gonna lock us up for even talking about slavery soon. They're in history books, they're erasing slavery. So it was just a volunteer labor, and it wasn't that bad, and all stuff like that. And then you got black people going along with it. So the next generation, I'm gonna talk frank tonight about something. The show the other night, and I've been looking all around the internet, and I found some similar clues. I had Mike Olawale on the show the other night, and he keeps repeating something I'm seeing from a lot of immigrants, particularly Nigerian immigrants. They say the white man invited him to America. The white man did not invite you to America. Black people struggle who integrated the society, changed the immigration laws, out of which through organizations like the Africa America Organization and things like the Peace Corps and the NAACP and all that, we were able to make immigration laws favorable to black and brown people around the world. That wasn't no white man invited you there. That was a black struggle, the revolution of the 60s and whatnot that changed America's thing, because America basically had restricted immigration by law from people from brown countries in the 1924 Immigration Naturalization Act. So these people walk around with this narrative because they don't want to give black people the respect that our ancestors fought for. And they say that because they say, if I'm here, it ain't because black people are here, because the white man invited them here. They're so disingenuous. And this is why I think when you look at it, I cannot really criticize the FBA movement because they got a point. The disrespect these people have for us. If they don't want to know the history, they don't want to know when they see the inner cities and some of the challenges that we have in Black America, what got us here? Every last single thriving Black community was thriving past white America post-Civil War. We built communities that were thriving. All of them were destroyed. All of them were redlined. Even the fact that they didn't give us no land in the Homestead Act, we still was able to thrive among ourselves, spending our money with ourselves and pulling ourselves together and whatnot, you know? We knew how to stretch a potato. That's what they always say. We knew how to make a watermelon work. We knew how to feed people with some pinto beans and different types of beans and hog maw. We knew how to survive in this country. We survived on very little, and we was able to prosper and still look good. But we still were able to educate our people, you know? We used to build makeshift schools and whatnot just to give our kids an education. Men would get out there and build a schoolhouse. Every community had a damn schoolhouse. If sometimes we have a schoolhouse, the church was a schoolhouse. We always did our thing, but everything was destroyed with us. So when immigrants come over here, they're, oh, why haven't y'all did this? Why haven't this? They don't know our history. And if you erase your history, then it looks like Black people sat here 100 years, didn't do nothing. That's why we got to tell our story. Not to get sympathy, but to put things in perspective. So when you see Black people talk about delineating and stuff like that, you understand where this is coming from. There's a black elder farmer in town and still sells water on the farm for 29 bucks. Yeah. Bottom line is this: we knew how to take black people took the watermelon and made a chicken and watermelon. That's what they mock us for. Black women were the masters of different types of seasoning. I believe Colonel Sanders stole his recipe from one of his black cooks and whatnot. You know, just like I know Stan Kirby and which we call it, and Kirby, Jack Kirby, and Stan Lee stole Black Panther from one of their writers. You know, 11 herbs and spices of the Colonel one night. That was black women cooking. There were black women that used to go around the country, stop at train stations, sell fried chicken, and black men used to sell watermelon. They got rich, you know. And then you had Madam C.J. Walker selling hair care products and whatnot. Black people, we knew how to do our thing. We spent money with ourselves and whatnot. We stuck with ourselves all our money. They didn't like that. They said, damn, we don't want these people near us. But damn, but these people generate money. We got to somehow get them black dollars with us. They work with our race traders and that thing and tell us, oh man, we're all American. No, we're all American when they want our damn money. They want our money. You know, when they want our money, when that suddenly we're all Americans, suddenly we all got to come together when that, you know. Man, get out of here. But dealing with the friggin' enemy within, the race traders, you know. To me, a race trader is someone who does not want to agree with what he is. You know, if you cannot agree with your history, who you are not mixed, you're not mulatto, you're not Aboriginal, you're not Indian, you're not a Nuwapian, you're not a Hebrew, you're not a Moor, you're not a Muslim, you're not a Christian. You are a black African from the motherland, from the African continent. That's what you are, period. Of course, it's Anton Daniels. There's another thing about these people. Look, black people have problems, but white people have problems. I've seen this one thing. Like I said, we're going to really get into it tonight, folks. This white guy, man, I meant to respond to this guy, but yeah, sometimes you're on TikTok, you hit something, and next thing you know, it blurts out and it takes you someplace else when you couldn't get back to the page that you about to. But it happens all the time. I don't know what the hell that's all about. This white guy, so what's up, Dave? Talking about every time I want to talk about the problems of the black community. What the fuck do you want to talk about the problems in my community? Guy look like a fucking bum. The problems in the black community. White people, everybody community have their own problems. Why don't white people talk about the number of people dying in their community of fentanyl and opioid overdose? Why don't they talk about the high number of white people who are genderly confused, who don't know whether they're male, female, whatever like that? Why don't they talk about all the white girls out there who, instead of having normal lives, they're selling their bodies on OnlyFans? Why don't you talk about the white pedophiles out there, you know, the mass shooters, all the shit that's afflicting the white community? But yet they always want to be in our business. And you got people like Anton Daniels and what you call and Brandon Tatum always putting our business out there in the streets, airing our dirty laundry in the streets. Everybody else deals with their stuff in-house. They don't go presenting their dirt to everybody, other communities. Because all these people want to do is pathologize us and make us seem like, oh, black people, everybody got problems. The thing is about black people, we don't sit there and worry about Mexican. We don't know what the fuck Mexican problems are. Because everybody keeps themselves, so we don't go digging. And white people, everybody always, if they can't find our problems. They got people like Officer Tatum and Anton Daniels putting our problems out there for white consumption. These are race traders. It's time to start playing with these people. It's time to start putting a bat upside some of these niggas' head. You see them in public, put a bat to their head. Start batting these race traders to the fucking head. And I said so. I don't give a damn. We don't like it. Time to fucking make these fucking race traders be scared and show their fucking face in public. It's time. One thing any group of people is, if people don't fear you, you don't exist. We gotta start putting fear in people's hearts when they come after us. They say we're violent. Yeah, get violent. Hey, we tripping out? Fuck that. I'm fucking silverback gorilla now. How about that? Don't call me a chip. Call me a silverback fucking gorilla. So I'll knock you upside the goddamn head. Come on, you tripping out? Yeah, I'll fucking chip out. I'll fucking King Kong out on your fucking ass. That's how the fuck you gotta be. Unapologetically black and strong and tough and mean. Those are the days, these are the times we're living in. So all that soft ass shit, man, keep it someplace else. So I don't want to hear it. Yeah, you can call me Kala Kong. I can deal with that. King Kong was my fucking son. I don't give a shit what white people fucking think, man. Get the fuck out of here. Time for black men to stand the fuck up, man. You know? Why we got race traders running around destroying our name? You know, yeah, we got problems. Yeah, we got YNs. Yeah, we got stuff, but we're dealing with that shit. I saw a pastor the other day on TikTok like, I'm taking some big fat pastor. He was like, I'm sick and tired of them shaking their ass. Why you gotta shake your ass? Black people are saying they're tired of foolishness. We're dealing with our problems in our community. We don't need somebody taking it and saying, oh, this is the black. No, these are certain things, people in our community that got problems that we're dealing with. We're trying to set them straight. But these people go around trying to use the problems in our community to disparage our whole entire community. These are race traders because they think they're scoring points with white people. See, I'm one of the good ones. High time we worry about what white people think. White people are like, well, most of y'all, we don't care what the fuck with most of y'all. You hate us anyway. So what? They're gonna hate you anyway. I mean, newsflash, they're gonna eventually hate you anyway. So don't worry about whether they like you or not or whatever what they're gonna do. They're gonna fucking eventually hate you anyway. That's the nature. I'm not there dealing with race traders no more. I don't want to talk to them. It's like Mike Bola while the other night. Cole, let the fucking white guy. I don't want no white people on my fucking platform, you know? Let them up, let them up. That's why I say you can't deal with these fucking stupid immigrants, you know? Because they're so fucking stupid. If I say this is platforms for black people only, you know, I don't want to hear what other people have to say. I don't want to hear what your opinion is. You mean nothing to me. Well, I got an opinion, man. Get the fuck out of here. You go do your platform and you give your opinion over there. You know, I'll make sure I'm not listening. I don't know about it. Is it a good dress code? Yeah, if it's about getting rid of the do rag and all that, I'm all for it. I want black kids to go to school to get an education. You can take your do rag and all that shit outside of class. Outside of class, do what the fuck you want to do. When you come in that class, you're gonna act right. That's the way we used to have it. People out there just basically got Brandon Tatum down there trying to cover for these white boys down there. We don't know what happened. He's down there basically. This is ridiculous, you know. Yeah, it is a minstrel show, Dave. Every time I look around, you got some clown. You know, he's this, he's that, he's this. You know. People actually believe that they fucking, you know, you are Native American with your nappy head and whatnot. You know, I mean, these people are insane. They shouldn't even have to say that. No do rag, no bonnet, whatever. Shouldn't have to even say that. If somebody does it, expel them, get them out of school. We just let the students go crazy, let them dance and twerk and do what the fuck they want to do. I don't know what happened to Brandon. What the fuck happened to that fool? He's out there talking all that. Maybe it's a fat guy thing. You know, maybe if both Brandons got in the gym and slimmed down or something like that. Maybe they'll come back around. That's all I can think of. These guys sit there and they're both really morbidly obese and they sit there miserable. So, goddamn, when people are miserable, they ain't gonna be like this. Yeah, college is very ratchet. In Delaware State University, you got gangs and stuff like that. You have people wearing gang colors, Bloods and Crips. You're supposed to be there for education, and you got literally get Bloods and Crips and whatnot, vice lords and whatnot on campus. Recruiting. It's insane. Both of those guys are married, right? But I bet you they're both their wives. It's like, ugh. I don't know what Brandon Taylor's from. I think he's from Texas. Speaking of racial, I don't know how. I've been listening to Dynasty Show. How do you have these weirdo FBA pretendians? Look, bottom line this. This is how I'm serious about this thing. You are not going to get on my show and talk about how you're a Native American. I can listen to your voice. Black people have a certain vernacular in their voice. I can hear a black person. A black man could be dressed as a white person. I deal with people online all the time, right? Over the phone. That's what I do for business limit. I could tell, not even by accent, just by voice pattern, whether I'm talking to a white person or a black person, just by the baritone in their voice. I could talk to when I'm talking to a Asian person. I could tell when I'm talking to a Hispanic person. Not even about the accent. Certain racist people have different tones in their voice pattern. You know, you know. So when somebody get up here and talk about I'm Native American, I'm Cherokee, and you sound completely like a black man, like you should be friggin' uh, uh, blowing on a saxophone, like you should be on a saxophone and whatnot, doing but you should be doo wopping on and playing the saxophone on the drum. I know when I'm talking to a black person, nigga. Look at it, motherfucker. Look at your head, that nappy head. How you a fucking Native? Oh, Native Americans got hair. Like, no, these people are insane. The fact that we're having this argument about fucking who the hell we are. You cannot get any place if you don't know who you are. You gotta know your enemy. You gotta know yourself. You got people out there mentally ill. They're gonna be mentally ill. 10 years of believing you're a Native American, that slavery never happened, and blah blah blah. You're eventually gonna be in an insane asylum. You're eventually gonna crack. But when you know who you are, you accept who you are. Yeah, my ancestors were in chains. You know, you know, for all it's worth, America did this to my ancestors, and they never paid the price for it. I could never love America. I could never fully be an American. It is what it is. Now, what do you do like that? Hey, look, everything's on the table. Now we stay among ourselves, build among ourselves till the day comes where that trumpet will sound and that day of nationhood and glory will happen. But till then, we build among ourselves, love ourselves, know and never forget our ancestors. Never ever forget our ancestors. Yeah, black people we need real mental health in our community. No one's addressing this. Yeah, the Moorish people and all these other people like this is we need really help, mental health issues in our community. Unfortunately, our scholarship class and all these other people became pseudos and everything. We don't really have anything. I mean, except for people like Dr. Heimer Clark and a couple other people, most of the people are freaking pseudos, and they weren't really. They were cultists, they were pseudos, and I don't know. No one ever took black academia and learning seriously, as I'm seeing. Hey, you trying to get content created, but he's never going to get my channel shut down. Carlo, I had so many black FBA out judge sound like they clumsy, effeminate. I don't know. I have no idea about the FBA fucking people. Can't stand them. A lot of undiagnosed in the black community. Yeah. Bottom line is this: we are really, really like this. Anytime, like me personally, I remember I had there was this guy named Carlos. I forgot his name. De Jesus, whatever. He was a disc jockey in New York. You know, he used to have a hip hop show on Underground. He was the first one to introduce Run DMC. You know, Carlos De Jesus. Anybody remember him from New York back in the days? He looked like he was half black, half Puerto Rican. He had some slick hair. He was dark skinned, but he had slick hair. You know, he was like slick hair. So he was like black Puerto Rican, but he was black, right? I remember one time he got on the air and he was talking about, yeah, we're really Moors, right? And I'm saying to myself, I'm a young guy. I'm 14 years old. I don't know any better. So he said we were Moors, right? And the Moors conquered Europe or not. All this kind of stupid history that's never been proven or not. The Moorish history. The Moors won, but for I can tell you, we're not black. They were not black Africans. You know? Second of all, we're not Moors. Our ancestors came here via we're sub-Saharan Africans. We came here during the transatlantic slave trade, but we were believing this stuff, right? We were believing all this pseudo history and stuff like that. And then the book Ben Sermon came over. They came before Columbus. That was debunked. But for a generation, you had scholars in the black community didn't question it. Why would you basically say something like, and they came before Columbus? No, the black people's origin in America is the transatlantic slave trade, which is a crime against humanity. That has to be rectified. Trying to minimalize the transatlantic slave trade is an abomination. People who do that are nothing but race traders. Yeah, you got celebrities, uneducated celebrities, just running their mouth with stupidity and whatnot. Just, I'm sick of content creators. You're right, brother. Don't tell me about a content creator. Don't tell me about you creating AI videos and stuff like that. I'm sick of content. It's time for us to start putting the work in. I'm sick of content. I'm sick of YouTube. I'm sick of TikTok. I'm sick of all the stuff. Only thing we need is people telling the damn truth. You ain't telling the truth, you ain't saying anything to me. Yeah, what you call Umar. Yeah, Umar don't even talk. You know why? Because Umar basically don't want to make enemies. That's the whole thing about people like Umar. He's compromised. If you believe Umar said the other day, I'm a black African, blah, 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 then your mortal enemy should be people in your community. What I hate is the fact that you'll have these people and they'll say, I'm like this. If you're sitting there under the red, black, and green flag, you know who I love, man? Really? This brother, Good King. Good King, you're on. Listen, man. Call in tonight, bro. I got to give you your flowers, man. Good King, call in. That brother's been bringing it to Tariq. Tariq is responding to him online on TikTok, man. He's lighting Tariq's ass up. If you are a real black nationalist, Pan-African, you don't compromise. I cannot sit down with the Hebrew Israelites. I cannot sit down with the Moors. I can't sit down with these pseudo Muslims and shit like that. If you do not believe in the Ma'afa, the transatlantic slave trade, our true history, then we have nothing to talk about. We have nothing to bond about. That means we don't have a future together. That means you're a poser. It's time to stop playing games with race traitors. Well, that's your look. That's African role in the slave trade is insignificant. What's happened is what happened to us once we landed in the new world. I already went over friggin' Africans' role in the slave trade. It was very minimal, you know. The real question was the Europeans who induced the slave with flooding the continent with guns and warfare. That's what started the slave trade. If I had to choose between the Africans and the Europeans, I'm gonna choose to hate the Europeans. Africans suffered already, you know. Africa suffered a lot. The lack of development, the poverty you see in Africa, and stuff like that. You got whole Rico, you got whole villages, people living on stilts because the slave trade was so horrible. People still were fleeing into the jungle and whatnot, you know, for their lives. So I'm not gonna sit here and be like, look, Africa, the poverty you see in West Africa, the worst poverty in the world, is a direct result of the transatlantic slave trade. Africa did not benefit from slave trade. They got their punishment. Just like they're suffering, we all were suffering. Yeah, some of them were responsible, not all of them. Yeah, both of them. Yeah, look, we could do like that, but I am not going to put the onus on this. I'm going to put the onus always on the Europeans. You know, I'm not going to sit there and blame Africans when these people don't. I never hear Rico Miller talk about the Europeans. If you would talk about the Europeans a lot and didn't mention Africans, I like this. But 9 times out of 10, you're always talking about the Africans. I can't listen to what you guys say. You sound like a race traitor. Yeah, Africans have the responsibility. I always go after Africans about their role and what they do and stuff like that they do and the ignorance they still spew nowadays and whatnot. Yeah, we go with that. But the main fucking enemy is the fucking white man. If you can't figure that out, then you're a fucking race traitor your damn self. Yeah, they're going around talking, call themselves Indian. They think going around every platform, we're Indians, we're Indian. They even get into white people's comments. White people's like, well, the African, we're not African, we're Indian. They're showing up at everything, trolling, trying to push this Indian narrative on that. So hopefully everybody will start calling them Indians and it'll be true. These people are sick. These people are outright sick. That's more of a threat to me than what fucking Africans did to fucking. You gonna try to take my fucking history and identity away? You are my fucking enemy. Yeah, like Queen of Zinga. Rico don't know about Queen of Zinga and Shaka Zulu and several other African kings that fought the slave trade, major wars. If I feel bad for the real Indians, it's like, man, the white man took our land, they took everything from us. When I now you got the black man trying to take our identity. God damn, you know. When you hate your own self so much and you want to steal somebody else's identity, that's so fucking pathetic. But you notice how these people never come on this platform? She was not selling no damn slaves, bro. You don't know anything about Queen of Zinga. Queen of Zinga fought the slave trade, you know. She shut down that slave fort on the coast. She brought the war to the Portuguese. Later in life and whatnot, you know, she became a Christian and whatnot, but she made her mark on Africa, you know. Angola is what it is today because of her. And what you call it, and what you call it, and I don't think you're talking about Queen of Zinga or Africans is really ingenuous because a real person be like, hey, look, you know, there's things that happen or whatever like that, but you don't say nothing about the Portuguese, right? I never heard you mention the Portuguese, right? The Portuguese brought millions of Africans overseas to Brazil and the New World and whatnot, and they got rich. Same thing with the Dutch. But Rico Miller doesn't mention them. He want to talk about the Africans who were suffering along with the people who were captured. Rui says, Kala, the way you are speaking tonight about your embrace of, I know, but look, man, shut up with that. I will tell you what my definition of Pan Africanism is. You know, I don't agree with just basically me losing my identity, right, in the name of Pan African. No, I don't believe that. I believe I have a story. My story, Baruti, my ancestors came here via the transatlantic slave trade. My ancestors were uprooted from the African continent, torn from this soil. I believe every group of people, every nation has a right to their own land and territory. I have a right to have my people, my land, everything like that restored. Now, if that means Pan Africanism, it sure be it. But if it means that I don't have anything to gain and Africans have everything on the continent, they have all the land, they making deals with Europeans. Don't tell me about no damn Pan Africanism, but I don't own no stake in the continent. Where do I get my fucking land back? Where's my diamond mines? Where's my gold mines? Where's my oil blocks off the coast? Don't tell me about Pan Africanism when I ain't got shit. When we start figuring out a real way how to rectify and give justice to our ancestors who slavery, then we could talk about Pan Africanism. But you're talking to a real man right here. I don't want to hear about no kumbaya Pan Africanism and Africans don't put nothing up. Sorry, that don't work with me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. White racists always do that. They always. This is what I always say to white racists, right? And I always shut them down, DK. They never come back with this. I said slavery happened during the age of reason and enlightenment. The Magna Carta, the Protestant Reformation, the Renaissance, all those things preceded slavery. Now, how did a civilization basically that's supposed to be enlightened? You had all the books, scholars, and everything like that. Didn't they know that, okay, they're going to Africa? You said Africa is a dark continent, primitive. What were you doing involved in something so barbaric as the transatlantic slave trade? How do you compare yourself to an African when you say yourself you are the epitome of enlightenment and education and civilization? They have no retort for that. Why were we involved in it? Because the bottom line, the baseness in man. It didn't matter that the Western civilization had all the technology, the enlightenment, and everything like that. The friggin' demand for slavery and the greed and the wickedness, trumped everything. When it came down to it, they were just playing out wicked and evil. Despite all the friggin' letters Thomas Jefferson wrote, these men were evil. These men are burning in hell now. So I don't like when people are like, oh, the African. You don't compare yourself a highly advanced civilization to Africans who didn't know any better. Africans did not know any better as far as the slave trade. Europeans were enlightened. They were educated. These people knew the world. They had globes, they had maps, they had all these things. They had letters, they had libraries, everything like that. They knew the history of the world. They knew all the stuff like that. They knew that slavery had died out, chattel slavery had died out in Rome. They knew it was condemned, it was wrong. But yet they decided, yes, we're going to allow it because we're going to justify it based on the fact that these people have a different skin color. They divorced the black man from the human race because of his skin color. I'm sorry, Rico Miller. Black people in Africa were not capturing people because they're black and sell them in slavery. So don't put Africans on the same level as Europeans. So the bottom line is this, Rudy, the Ma'afa, my story, right? I have not gotten justice. All I've gotten is books and lip service. There hasn't been no justice. The real justice is I demand blood. That's a blood debt. If I believe in blood and soil. If I can't have blood, I want soil. I have neither one. I have no blood to avenge my ancestors, and I have no soil to build my nation. Until you and your friggin' Africans or whatever like that could solve that riddle, we have nothing to talk about. And I'm saying that as a leader of this black nationalist movement, since nobody else will say it. I want blood or I want soil. Whether it's European blood, African blood, whoever, or I want soil, land. And there will be the peace. No, they were not selling their own people. It was pushed into a thing. You don't know anything. Africans were not selling people. People were basically were coerced into this thing. People are gonna look, Draco. Whether Africans liked it or not, the demand for slaves and human body in the New World was such that Africans could never resist. It was never was going to happen. As soon as they realized that they could use a group of people for slave labor that could resist their diseases and everything in the New World, all the banks in the world financed this thing. All the ships, every government in the world was on the coast of West Africa, inducing it. Africa was overwhelmed. You weren't talking about two equals. Africa and Europe were not equals at the time. What part you don't understand? They weren't dumb. They just didn't have no choice. It's like you calling the Chinese people dumb for selling the people opium. It was people got addicted. Europeans flooded them with opium, and it happened. That's what's called a Holocaust. Something you can't do anything about. It was a Holocaust, Rico. African Americans are part of a Holocaust, the Mafia. We're all victims of this. Like, oh, Africa did it, please stop this, Yeah, Michael Lawal is a fool. He thinks they were equal. No, they were not equal partners in those slave trade. The African wants to cover himself nowadays. Oh, it was just a business partnership, We were equal partners in this. It was just a business dealing. Well, Arabs were selling Arabs to other Arabs. Arabs were selling people called Mamelukes to Africans. You understand that? You go to Mali, there were people who were buying women from Turkey, North Africa. Slavery wasn't based on race and color. Arabs and Berbers were selling their own people, to Africans, whoever had money. Them African kings had a lot of money. So, of course, they were buying Arab women. Yeah, and also Arabs were taking slaves from Europe. Barbary pirates were raiding coasts, taking slaves from Europe. But the main question we got to ask tonight is, are we going to be on the same page? People out here now, I think we got to stop dealing with these people and start taking these people like there's like people like Anton Daniels. These people are not, and also even people like O'Shea Duke Jackson. I'm getting sick and tired of. All they do is some people just got a contempt for black people. And I notice there's always these ugly dudes. Ever notice that? These ugly dudes on YouTube that fucking just got some vitriol against all people, maybe because female people call them ugly or some stupid shit. And so they basically get online and they always want to disparage black people like we're all fucking get the fuck out of here, I never had these problems people grew up with, I had a freaking normal life, and so does most black people, So I don't need nobody analyzing my fucking situation. Black people got problems like anybody else, you know? How do I make more excuses, Officer Tatum? Officer Tatum don't make no excuses. He just basically gets up and puts black people's business out in the street and says this, but he don't look at the problem. People corner him. What about Black Wall Street? Well, you know, it was a race riot. Not. He's a liar. He's a defender of white supremacy. You can't take him seriously. But he's only useful when people like you sit there and believe the white man's nonsense. If you believe like this, let me tell you something, Rico. When people need to understand something. We never asked to be brought here. We never asked to be Americans. That's the truth. Our ancestors hated this land. Our slave ancestors hated this land. They cursed this land. They hated everything the name America made our ancestors sick. So let's not go sit here and pretend like, oh, we were just this perfect people and Africans are the problem and immigrants. No, our ancestors basically never liked this country. We were brought here against our will. And then when we tried to carve out a piece of this country for ourselves, say, okay, you don't want us to be part of your country? We're going to separate and build our own communities and stuff like that. And we were thriving. They said, no, you can't even do that. So don't come in here like acting all brand new, like, oh, well, you know, we didn't do this, we didn't do that. No, we did everything we were supposed to be doing. But this is a country that just simply does not want us. What to do from here, we don't know. You know, I gave the solution. We need a nation of our own. And I think more and more black people are starting to take that seriously. Yeah, Jose Duke Jackson, he's a fucking clown. That time he came after Obamani, I shut him up. And I came after his Kunganda. Ever since I came after him with that Kunganda show I did about Kunganda, that shit's fallen off, you know? I don't know why he's still. You ever see these people when he does Kunganda? Those people, Ugandan kids down there, seem so uncomfortable, you know? Because he be spewing that FBA nonsense and everything, and they're not gonna say nothing because he's paying them. That's sad. Every time I watch Kunganda, they look so fucking sad, you know? So that's sad when you see Kunganda channel and stuff like that. You know, I'm like, man, what's going on? O'Shea planted himself in Africa for I don't know what the hell for. Now he's an FBA and Africa sucks, blah, 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 blah. But the bottom line, no one ever asked O'Shea's opinion. No one ever told any black person to go to Africa unprepared. You know? The people who can go there, retired people who get a job with an NGO, people like very few people. People, maybe an American company goes there and you bring your family there and stuff like that. You live like, but this reckless life you're gonna live over there with no job, no nothing, that you're relying on YouTube money and stuff like that. No one ever told anybody to do that. So O'Shea trying to make it seem like that's what this movement's about. A bunch of friggin' passport bros trying to go to Africa and whatnot, you know, disparaging this movement. No. Sometimes people basically saying that's a continent. We want to explore it in the future and we see what we could do. Some people might be in a position to go to the continent. I can't. Be honest with you, man. My health issues and I make my money here. I don't see any way of making a good a living over there and whatnot. It is not feasible for me. Some people it might be feasible for, you know. Brody says, Kala, opposed African, sub-Saharan, but fortunately never Broke use of African Afrocentric because I got my Afrocentric philosophy. I dictate whatever philosophy you talk about, Bree. If it didn't come from colonization and me, I don't use it. I'm sick of these old time dusty Negroes from back in the past saying, "Man, how come you don't quote Dr. Amos Wilson, caller? Why don't you look? Fuck all these people. Honestly, if these people were any good, I wouldn't be here right now." So on this platform, colonization is law. Colonization philosophy is law on this platform. Now, if you want to add something here, and I can agree with it like that, but I ain't gonna quote nobody. Yeah, he goes to Uganda, and there's several things that happen in Uganda. Remember, they said they discovered billions of dollars worth of gold. Remember, trillions of dollars worth of gold. You would think O'Shea would like pay somebody to go out there and investigate, so we can know what's going on with the gold thing. Is that true? What like that? There was an African American investment group that came there with like $500 million. Hedge fund, right? I thought O'Shea would be on it, man. I thought that's the spirit of Pan African, right? He'd be on it. Oh, we got Africa. He's talking about he does the fucking dating show, the Pan African dating show with a bunch of clowns. So all this foolishness that's going on. All this gossip and all this foolishness, content creator and whatnot. I gotta be a content creator for a living, man. Jeez, God help. Yeah, we would like to know. O'Shea's our guy in Uganda, right? You would think we would know something about that, right? I heard it was true. Then some people said, "Oh, then they put the amount of gold down." No, it's actually $6 billion worth of gold. When it keeps going up and then it keeps going down, no one fucking really knows. And it's been a couple of years now. Why they might start drilling? I don't know. I have no idea, man. Sometimes I think Africa is hopeless, man. Till Black America, we build an African and we got our best and brightest, our scientists and everything on the continent, and nothing's gonna happen. O'Shea, I don't know. This nigga was not no doctor. I don't know what the fuck he was doing. How you gonna go from a doctor to a fucking content creator? What a fucking clown. Yeah, that was just a sad situation. That white fake nurse. I was saying to myself, "Where's O'Shea at, man? Where's O'Shea? He didn't even mention that on some. He didn't even cover that story." I don't care who Dr. Amos was. They must be smarter than me, but whatever they are, I can't use what they're saying. That's why I don't talk about them. Yeah, I read Amos Wilson. He has some good points and everything, but I gotta take it from here. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and just keep quoting dead men all the time. Pay my respects to them. They did what they got to do. They're elders, whatnot. They transition, but dude, the burden of life is on the living, brother. People, oh, I know Dr. Such and such and whatnot. None of these people got me any land. I got no land to show for it. I got no flag, no nation, no nothing. So please miss me. If I honor them, I honor them. Other than that, man, please leave me alone. It's been an hour or so, folks. I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. You want to chime in? The enemy within, dealing with race traitors. I say like this, man. It's the fact that people could come out in public. It's like we don't exist. That's the whole thing about America. We don't exist. People. Look. Let me say something very controversial. When people are under attack, right? And people they go into when you have a nation of your own and you have borders and government and stuff like that. Let's say there's people inside your country that's attacking you. You can round them up and deport them. You can imprison them. You can sanction them. We're in a situation here in America where we're literally under attack. The amount of hatred for Black America is growing. I mean, it's just seething. The country is seething with anti-Black hatred. Every time I look around, there's someone saying something anti-Black. And it's the bottom line is you cannot live a life like this. You cannot pass your kids on that when everybody's hating you and stuff like that. Pretty soon that's going to break the spirit about you and our people. So what do? First of all, we have to admit one thing, that trying to integrate into and change America was a mistake. That white people need to admit that bringing us over here in the first place was a mistake. The racism and stuff like that is rooted in this country. America wants to see itself as this beautiful country, but it has one problem. Black people. Indians, they can say, okay, well, we took their land, but they got some reservation, whatever like that. They cannot explain Black people, Africans, the African American. How do you explain that? So therefore, you basically just hate them. Make everyone. The key is to make everybody that comes to this country look at us with scorn and hatred, and then convince ourselves that we are so that we turn ourselves against our ancestors. We're so ashamed about ancestors. Ancestors didn't do anything wrong. They were taken from Africa, enslaved, stripped of their name, culture, and everything like that, made to work for the white man, humiliated and degraded and whatnot. That wasn't their fault. So why do we walk around ashamed to honor our ancestors and embrace them? Because the white man told us to. He told us that what happened to us is such shame. Okay, it's shame, but you know what people do when they're shame? They get up. They do something about it. Okay, I was a slave once, but guess what? We're going to turn to nationhood. We're going to tear down your system and we're going to build our own system up. We're going to do everything we can to build ourselves and have our own land and part ways and be great and triumph and victorious. That's what people do. But for God's sake, you don't just tear your freaking people down and just run from your ancestors and run from your heritage and run from your history and run from what happened to you. Because you're scared to confront this powerful white man who seems like he did everything right. No, what they did to us was wrong. What they did to us was evil. And you can't love America more than you love yourself. That's what they do. They taught you how to love America more than you love yourself. That's why you think they call themselves foundational Black American. They love America more than they love Africa. They love America. They love how their ancestors came here, the suffering of the ancestors. They really throw their suffering on the ancestors here and make it seem like they were already here. That's sad that the white man did that to you. He's sitting there like this big monster telling us you better ignore, you better get over it, right? And you're telling, oh, Mr. White Man, not only that slavery never happened, but we were already here. The white man, yeah, Rufus. You were already here. Don't ever mention slavery again. Yes, sir. If you say slavery never happened, I say slavery never happened. That's what you got. Because you're running away from your heritage. You're running away from your history. You're running away from your people. You are a race traitor. Do I have to say it again? You are a race fucking traitor. Yeah, I saw that Mexican chud. He got his ass whooped. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. No talking or nothing. He just got his ass molly. He got mollywopped. You know. Let me get my brother Focus Dave on.
Yo, good evening,
Hey
College
man,
Genesis. You
take
hear
it
me?
away, bro. Was I cooking?
Yeah, man, you cooking, man. We in the like I said, we in the age of the digital minstrel show, man.
Yep.
Before you know, you'll take your time, you put your black face on, you put your lipstick, you go out on stage and tap dance. Now,
Everybody's tap dancing for the white man. You know.
now you just hit upload.
Yeah, it's
Now you
everybody's
just hit
tap dancing for
upload.
the white man. Tap dancing for clicks and views and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's,
And it's like all of these guys are. I don't understand. They're just selling us out, making us look bad, just saying all kind of lying. Look at the situation with that, and look at that situation with Brandon Tatum, man. Like look at that.
you hear him trying to change history?
Yeah, yeah.
Outright lying.
But he's doing it for the clicks and views, Kyler. He's doing it for
And he
the
got white
white
people. See, white
audience.
people can just sit back and say, you know something, we don't have to take account for anything because we got him erasing history and whatnot.
Yeah,
It just it's just sad because where's a pushback? Where's a person in the media going toe to toe with him? Yeah, D.L. Hughley, but he's a fucking comedian. Come on,
yeah. He's a comedian.
you
You
know.
know.
Where's Umar Johnson at?
Or Umar's overseas, man. You know Umar's on tour. No, Umar's not even in the country.
So I'm saying like this: this guy is out here, and
This
even
guy's not
Tariq,
even in the
even if
country.
Tariq's the FBA, how come the fuck?
Exactly.
How do
He's
you let
supposed to at
Brandon
least be
Tatum run
on it.
around? Can we all agree on one thing? Our history
Tatum's
needs
not
to be
supposed to be running
preserved.
around doing that. Tatum is he's not supposed to be going around in this critical time going around doing that. And that family, the Nolan Wells family, they catching a hard time right now.
Yeah,
They need our support.
because Brandon Tatum's emboldening these racists.
Yeah, it's sad, man. It's real sad. Yo, Dark
And like I
Migos, you
said,
on?
we are in. Look. When people, you see the comment sections of these things. When somebody says something about black, you would think some people in the chat room. Well, I know black people; they're not like that. Every comment, you be 100 comments. Yeah, those people. And so this hatred for us is growing.
Yeah, it's growing.
It's growing. And so I'm saying to myself, okay, we're backed up against a wall. These people hate us or not. And you got people fanning the thing every day. People are just putting out stuff about us and everything like that. And I'm saying to myself, okay, we got problems like everybody else got problems. Why is everybody always focused on black people's problems? You know, we don't focus on nobody else's problems, but everybody's always focused on our problems. Let me get Dark Migo on. Dark Migo, go ahead, brother.
What's going on, Carla? What's up, Dave?
Hey.
What's good, brother?
Yeah, I was just saying, to the prompt and to your one point, how, like, the whole issue is that, we can't really inflict any, law and order on the black people that's, the enemy within or that's acting out. That, I know you've said that plenty of times on here before, but that really seems to be the only issue.
And at the
It's
bottom of
just,
because we thought, see, this is how it is. Before I get DK on, back in the days, Dark Migo, what held Black America together was a sense of love, black love. That means even if you was a hoodlum, you acted a certain way. You wore a certain tie around your people. You try to. Somebody could tell you, "Hey, don't do that." You say, to do the right thing." We were a good people. You know, that's what held us together. Then what happened was when we started moving to big cities and everything like that, and we started being influenced by other groups of people, Irish, Thai, we sort of lost that sense of community, right? Now, we didn't need police in Black America because we policed ourselves. you would be reprimanded by your own community, and people stayed in line. Oh, that boy did that. He stole a piece of cake. Somebody come and say, no, don't do that. Pay that back. Whatever. That's how we handle things, right? Now we don't have that love in our community no more. So you got groups of people living together, and the criminal element absolutely runs Black America. You can look at Compton. They destroyed the whole city of Compton, the Bloods and the Crips and all these other people like that, because we let the criminal element. But what can we do if we don't have no? If there's no love there, then the love is not the authority anymore, right? And so, therefore, you got all the things that we see afflicting Black America. We have no power to stop it, right? We have no power to stop it. But people want to hold us all accountable for the situation. Black people in America are a nation. A nation needs balance. A nation needs a government. A nation needs laws. A nation needs courts. A nation needs infrastructure. It needs loans. It needs education system. It needs all those things. We need a nation to solve our problems, right? You cannot live on the excess and the margins of another person's civilization, because what you're doing is saying, oh, I'm gonna call the law on you. The white man ain't gonna give a damn about what goes on in the Black community. They sit there, you got a whole community. I've seen it, right? Shootings every day in this community right here. The white community is like, long as they don't come to our community, we don't care. So what can you do? And then the Black people sit back like, oh, what can we do about it? What can we do about it? What Black people do? We got to move into the white area to feel safe. And the white people are like, see, you guys got to move around us to feel better, feel safe and whatnot. So it all
Yeah.
goes a cycle of racism and whatnot. So the bottom
So
line is,
yeah. I was just sorry, I already interrupted you, but yeah, you just honestly maybe understand it, like just right then and there. Just the fact that we don't attack the issue, that's like these people that are destroying the community. If we did something about them, then nobody would have to move to the white the white
the
neighborhoods. And
only thing about Dark Mingo is this. The white man knows this. He knew this, right?
yeah,
Before you could punish, you also have to have in two hands. You got to come to them with reward and punishment. When America settled the West, right? They went out there with lawmen and stuff like that, but they had reward and punishment. They had Homestead Act. They were saying, you know something? If you come, Mr. White Man, you're not coming up on my fucking platform. Get the fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck. Get the fuck off my show. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. I don't hear what the fuck you got to say. Get the hell out of here. What the fuck they don't get it? Look, if you don't have reward and punishment, America had infinite abundance. America had the same thing, crime, everything like that, but they were able to give people resources and thing. Because I don't want no fucking white people on my fucking show. How about that? I don't hear what
yeah.
any fucking people got to say.
I just wanted to say to your point that makes a lot of sense because think about it like like we said when they was first settling for example like when they was first settling the West. I know they had it on the East Coast too, but they had the rewards for the criminals and stuff like that. They're like, oh, 1,000 gold coins for
There
this
was
person.
reward. There was
Yeah.
reward. If they
So
give you
like
land, they
so
would
that's what I'm
give
saying.
you
Like even
land.
even the bad people, you know what I mean? The people that was still doing bad stuff, like they was turning in people for the reward. So I'm like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
There's
Like we don't
always got
have
to
that.
be look. If you tell somebody to do the right thing, you say, "Okay, I'm gonna give you 10 acres of land. I'm gonna give you lines of credit. I'm gonna give you all this stuff like this, and do this, right? And then we'll buy the stuff from you, right? That's how it was. When you go out west, people are like, okay, man, in 3 years, I'm gonna have 100 heads of cattle, right? If you give people opportunity, they're not gonna go to crime and everything like that, because then when people see that, like, well, he went out west and he got rich. How do people went out west? Because they will hear about stories about people going out west, finding land and striking the rich in gold and stuff like that. There's reward. With Black people, it's just the opposite. Now, if you follow the white man can give you a reward here and there, but usually at the expense of the community. Now, we don't have the ability to reward anybody in our culture. So that means we don't have the ability to punish anybody. You see what I'm saying?
Yep, I get you
If
100%.
we don't
Or we
have
don't even have a
reward,
reward that's like worthy enough for somebody to want to,
you can't go to the young YN and tell him to put his guns down and stuff like that because you got nothing to offer it. All you gotta do is tell him,
fact,
I
yeah.
say, man, get the fuck out of here, nigga. Get your ass out of here. He'll
Yeah, you
shoot
gotta
you, you
offer
know?
him like a yeah, you gotta offer him like a good alternative, like on the spot, like yo, like $5
Yeah,
billion
this is what we're
or
doing right
something.
here. We're
Yeah.
building. We don't have that. We don't have the means to do that, you know? We don't have the resources, the money, the power because we are a minority group. And that's why I said this would never work. So when white people sit there hate us for what we are, because we are fucking a black people in a white country where the white man makes the rules, he has all the reward and punishment. Hey, he rewards people too in our community. He rewarding Brandon Tatum, right? The white man's rule is you sell black people, I'll reward you. White man says if you act like a buffoon, like a Charles Barkley or Shaquille O'Neal, I'll reward you. You see what I mean? Long as if you act like a thug and a goon and whatnot and a troll like 50 Cent, I'll reward you. If you are a superstar basketball player, I'll reward you. We don't have the ability to reward anybody, and the white man already has everything he wants us to do. He
Yeah,
wants
like
us.
we don't have like a counter reward, for like, hey nigga, like you be a smart doctor businessman and we'll give you 100 million, and that can't trump 50 Cent. Like, that would have been able to take him out and nobody would have been following that because,
Yeah,
we would have
yeah.
been
So
giving money
we
to the
don't
right
have
thing.
anything to counter. So that's why we're
Yeah.
fighting a losing battle in the white man's country. The only way that people don't want to talk about that. The only way is we should look at our history and say, you know something? Okay, we remember the good times in America, but future generations, we got to think about our nation of our own. We got to build something for ourselves because, in other words, we got to have that ability to have power. And in Afghanistan, we'll have power, 100% power over everything. We'll have reward and punishment. We'll control the banks, the courts, everything. You know what I'm saying? Do you think we'll have these problems if we had the reward and punishment on our side? No.
Yeah.
If you white, see, a lot of times you don't understand something, Dark Migo. A lot of thugs, they'll tell you. Remember, there was a song Biggie Small said, "Only the feds I fear." Remember that, DK?
Yeah, I think I heard them say that before.
And that only the feds I. What's one is like only the feds I. That's in other words, basically what they say. The nice thugs do is they don't give a. They be in the community selling dope and that. They don't give a damn about what the Nation of Islam got to say or the Black Panthers got to say because they ain't got no power. They only care about the feds because the feds can lock their ass up. So go ahead,
Yeah,
Colin,
DK.
that's a fact.
yeah, we really got to do something about these sellouts like Brandon Tatum. But like you said, what can we do? Because he's
What can
being
we do?
rewarded. He's being He rewarded got
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
president on speed dial. What can you really do?
We're just in a bad situation, man.
You hear the
I
like
look at that
DK.
now. Look, Rudy's like telling me that I gotta worship all these professors like Amos Wilson. All the tell me
I
why
mean,
should I worship when I'm in
let me
the
just
same
say this. Let me
situation?
just say this, man. He's one of these guys who, they read a lot of books. I respect Amos Wilson. I think he wrote a lot of great stuff, but let's be honest, that none of that stuff really worked. No one even tried to execute it. So it's a lot of great philosophical, masturbation,
Yeah,
but
philosophical
really
masturbation. We're in a situation right now. We got no fucking power. You
yeah,
know,
because right now you can't really do nothing with Tatum. Like I said, Tatum got the president
there's
on
not a
speed
damn
dial.
thing we could do.
You can't do
He's
shit
he's
right
waging a
now.
war, a propaganda war on Black America. And
Cause right,
he's emboldened white supremacists against us.
yeah, can't really do much, man.
Yeah.
And
And
if you
women
kill him, they're
follow
gonna
him. That's
fucking
the
come after
crazy
all of
part.
us.
Yeah.
Like I found out by some a mixed chick I was messing with. She talked to me about him. I was like, what? I didn't know people who actually follow him.
Yeah, man.
But
He's
yeah,
poisoning the mind of black people, turning them into sellouts, producing the next generation of
And he's
sellouts.
emboldening white racists.
Yeah. But he really thinks if a civil war, a race war breaks out, he thinks he's gonna be safe, him and his mixed family.
And
The thing about it too, he's not gonna get no protection from black people if something happens, pop off.
yeah.
God forbid all of these coons, something happened. and they need black people help, they're gonna be stranded. They're gonna be out. They're gonna be asked out.
No. Especially down there in Texas. Nah.
No, yo, so good luck, buddy.
Yeah. He's rewriting history about Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yeah, you see, he's
I
rewriting
mean,
history. That
like
right there is an
he's
abomination. But
from
what can we
Texas.
do?
Like those are your people. Those are your people.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand it, man.
And look, not an FBA in sight to check them.
Say again,
Not
Dave.
a F. I said not an FBA in sight to check them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The FBA.
No,
See,
no
the FBA. Don't,
FBA's in
FBA. See,
sight
the
to check them.
FBA don't like our history because when you tell FBA that Black Wall Street, they're like, "Oh, we went through racism." FBA don't believe racism. They believe they're Americans like everybody else.
Yeah, so
I
The
mean, I'll be
FBA is
fair.
nothing
Like
but MAGA. They're nothing but
Tariq,
MAGA.
Tariq has said stuff about Tulsa and all that stuff, and I'll be equal. He does go after like white people
no,
Yeah,
occasionally.
but
but,
I'm
but
saying,
that was
but I'm
before he started doing his FBA thing. He never mixes it. He compartmentalized that. He'll talk about that on one hand, right? But as soon as his FBA conversation comes up, suddenly he got amnesia about history.
Yeah.
no, but I'm saying,
That other
I'm
guy.
saying, but what I'm saying is about this Officer Tatum situation. We don't have no FBA. These guys are quick to get at Africans, but they not getting at Brandon Tatum.
I know.
They not, you know.
And so, like I said, it's just really disingenuous. I mean, it's just a fucking mess, man. I'm just saying social media, man. I'm just saying if social media is any engage with how things are, man, we're in serious trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, I was watching the news and like in another town they were having a funeral for a soldier that a black dude, I think it was like 30, who was killed in Iran. He brought his body back. I'm like, man, that's sad. You died for this country, man, in this circumstance,
I
man.
know. Died for that fucking idiot Donald Trump.
Racist ass Trump. Yeah.
Trump is trying to erase our history. Somebody got mute up because I'm echoing. DK, I think you on twice. Yeah, Trump is trying to erase our history. You got DK. He probably told Brandon Tatum what to say about Tulsa. See, the thing is, white people, they can't get away from. I would ask a question, DK. Okay, if you believe Tulsa was just a race riot, wasn't a massacre, right? How do you explain Wilmington? Wilmington was even worse. White men from several different states, as far as Oklahoma, Texas, and everything, converged on Wilmington, North Carolina, and overthrew a democratically mixed race government. Took all the black people's property, killed black people, drove them outside Wilmington, North Carolina, the Wilmington Massacre.
Yeah, that's where Michael Jordan's from, man. He hates Wilmington. He doesn't like it there.
You know who was from Wilmington? Asad Shakur.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, I've been there a few times.
I don't think I've ever been down. I've been.
I haven't been to Wilmington, but I heard a lot about it. I heard a lot about it.
We actually played a game at Michael Jordan's high school, Laney High. So yeah, we played a game out there. So I've been out there. When I went there, I didn't know about the history like that.
I didn't know he's from Wilmington. No wonder he's so angry all the time.
I hear the stigma is still living with the people there today.
Well, yeah, you can feel it.
Yeah. I think his dad migrated to New York for work, and then he was born, and then they moved back down to Wilmington. So
how do you explain Rosewood?
You're speaking, Carla. It's the thing with white people. They always want other people to take accountability, but they can never take accountability.
Oh, they never say, you gotta say white fragility. Well, that's why I don't let them on my show. Don't want to hear what they gotta say. They never take accountability for fucking shit,
Like for their role in the slave trade. Well, they'll say, oh well, the African sold y'all. Or they'll say,
you ask yourself this question. what group of people was the enlightened ones, the educated enlightened ones? You know, what were you doing buying slaves? Right? It's like someone saying, "I got 100 keys of cocaine or whatnot," you know, and I'm distributing. Well, it's not my fault. You know, the Colombians sold me as cocaine, and I had to get rid of it. It's not my fault. They like it, but you like in Bali. You remember the Bali Nine?
Yeah.
They got executed, right, in Bali. They got executed for buying heroin, not selling it, buying it. Because the argument could have been, well, the people were selling it. What were you doing buying it?
And
Possession is
even on to
9/10 of
that,
the law. What were you
with,
doing
with
buying
this
slaves?
with this whole fentanyl thing, they don't take responsibility for buying the drugs and using them. They blame
Right.
it on
They like the white people are
Mexicans or
dropping dead like flies
Chinese.
of fentanyl and whatnot, but they don't want to take any responsibility, you know?
They blame it on Mexicans or
But what were you
Colombians
doing
or
buying the
Chinese.
fentanyl? It's actually white gangs, white biker gangs that's distributing to white people, you know?
Yeah.
You know, the
They
Chinese
try
may and the
to
Mexicans may be making it, but it's white gangs and criminal networks that are freaking distributing this stuff, you know?
they're not criminalizing those drug users like they did the black people
Oh
were
yeah,
doing.
with the crack was it, they were criminalizing crack and weed smokers back in the days, but they're treating this as a public health issue, you know? White fragility and whatnot, you know, white privilege and whatnot. We doing hardcore drugs and whatnot. We're gonna get empathy and sympathy. You got even Negroes out here. Oh, these poor white people dying of fentanyl and whatnot. You know. What about when our
And they
people
had to
sell crack?
and they had to get Brandon Tatum to say that about Tulsa because if a white person said it, they know they have no leg to stand on. So they
I
need a
know.
black
So
face.
that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna hire what you call to go all around our history and rewrite our history. You know, I mean, it's not damn because social media is spread so fast. They could just basically erase our fucking history. You know.
And if you say something, what about the Red Summer of what, 19, was it 1920? Like you were
Right.
lynching veterans when they came back from World War One. How do you explain that?
Well, the veterans were trying to, walk down the street, and they probably whistling at white women, and probably a fight broke out, and sometimes the white guys got the better of the black veterans, and unfortunately, someone got killed and whatnot. That's what Brandon Tatum will say, Hustle the smart, good bro.
Shout out to your platform. I just got one question. DK, why you always have that lagging or noise in the background? Do you have like YouTube playing on another screen or something like why you always have that feedback?
Let me come in and out. I think it's my computer. Let me come in and out.
Yeah, that probably what it is because you're doing it on your computer. I think everybody, I'm definitely doing it on my cell phone. But anyway, but just mute your mic, man. You good. I just always wanted that. But Dave, I can agree with everything y'all saying. I can agree that everything came from black people. I almost flipped my truck over when I heard Colin say that KFC came from black people. Okay, if everything came from black people, you get what I'm saying, and we created everything, and like,
Well,
but
I'm looking at this. I'm looking at history, right? There was this. Did you guys see that thing? Now, where that just happened, where this guy was at a pool and a white lady said you gonna call the cops on him. Remember that? That's
yes,
going around viral, and his son started crying and whatnot. Well, anyway,
yes.
come to find out, this guy, black guy that did that, is a guy that had a publishing company, right? And this black lady outed him, said this guy stole millions of dollars from us as writers. We were writing and whatnot, this, that, the other thing, and then he basically did something. Then he basically put it so that we could not fucking get money, something like that. She goes, so this guy's not an innocent, good guy. When I don't like what he happened to him with his thing. So what it tells me is this. I said this on the last show. When you have writers, right, a publisher like Marvel or even the house of Kirby and Stan Lee, they have dozens of writers writing for them, putting out novels, stories, and stuff like that. It's a lot of times things are shelved. Like the one lady said, her her book, The Matrix, was shelved and it was stolen. That's what she couldn't prove it. But the bottom line is, writers a lot of writers don't get no credit for their original work. You know,
I get that.
all you know is the final whoever produced it, right?
But what they got to do? But what they got to do with us? Like if we created thing and white people took everything from us, that would
I know. But my point, only point I was trying to make was, you know, when people like I do get O'Shea this. He did break down this. He talked about Black Panther. This is very, very important. Why? Because the reason why I talk about Black Panther because it's a $2 billion franchise. So I take this very, very seriously, you know.
Yeah, but the white people that made the $2 billion.
Hold up. Let me say this.
None of that $2 billion came to black people.
Hold up. Let me say this. The build up to Black Panther started with this one guy, I think forgot his name, and then it had the Hoodlum brothers and Tiny Hood. Over the years, 30 years, they made him more Afrocentric and stuff like that. So therefore, the last one was Ta-Nehisi Coates, you know, when he had the Black Panther, that's what made it relevant and ready for Marvel Studios to become a thing. The Black Panther that Stanley Lee and whatnot, there was not Marvel material because the storyline stuff like that wasn't there. So,
but Carl, I'm agreeing with you. If you say if it came from black people, okay, that's cool. You get what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, it's the same thing with when we say that we invented hip hop, but the Jewish people rent it, the Jewish people own it. You get? Do you get what I'm saying?
I don't know about own it because you know it's like this.
You say what now?
Who actually? Like we say, own it, right? Most of the people got their masters, you know.
Oh, that is, Carla. That is 1,000% not true. They come on their court. All these, I don't, Carla. Let me finish. You made
every one of his.
Carla, you made a statement, so let me help you out. You have a channel that talks about all the rappers from my age to whatever that didn't never own their masters and they ain't never getting it back. It's only a few of them. It's only it's maybe 5 or 6.
P, Puff Daddy, Michael Jackson, all those people own fucking masters of that shit.
Do you know how many artists but that's what, see, this is what I'm saying about us. We named these 5 or 6 people, kind of, they have over 500 or 600 artists come out every year.
And then Sierra just got her masters back with her husband.
Who the hell buy Sierra music?
Yeah, what I'm saying is, but hold up. What I'm saying is this, you know, it's not like everybody Jews. It's everything like it's not everybody got the like.
It's no such thing as 100% anything. But if not, if you talk about, hold on for a second, Colin. If you can name 5 or 6 people, but then they can tell you the people don't came online and there's 5 or 6,000 that don't.
Yeah,
what is the percentage of that?
What I'm trying to make is. If I don't care if it's just one person that owns his masters, that don't mean every Jew owns all the fucking music.
Colin, you being disingenuous now.
I'm just saying.
Yes, it is, because there's no such thing as 100% anything.
Yeah,
that's the same way when we complain about white people. It's no such thing as 100% anything. Do you get what I'm saying? Like you like, hey, I got that one white dude that's cool with me. We still don't give that no credit. That's what you call. That's what you call. It's not what it call. It's financial or numerically insignificant. If 1 out of 5,000.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not trying to make the point of that. I'm just saying that, you know, the bottom line is evidently there's people going back and forth with the music industry and stuff like that. Some people win, some people lose. All of the luck of the draw.
No, what I'm saying is the Jewish people run the show. The Jewish people are the one that's getting rich.
Yeah, but hold up. But there's also a lot of black people getting rich. Clive Davis, is he Jewish?
Who is Clive Davis?
No, not Clive Davis. Reggie, what's his name? What's the name of that head of Arista Records?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Carl.
Okay, Arista Records. Let's see. Forgot the guy's name. L.A. Reid, L.A. Reid, all these other people like that.
They ain't over LA. They ain't over Arista Records. They've been booted them out.
But what I'm saying is they had their run. So sometimes people like this, sometimes things go
and they still didn't own it. They still
Yes,
didn't own it, and they still didn't own they still didn't own their own record label.
So in other words, like I said, Marvel is owned by Disney. It's corporation.
But Carla, my point is this. My point is simply this. We can take control. We can say we rent everything. Everything is ours.
I'm
But
not
if we
saying
ain't
we run shit.
what but that's my whole point, Carla. We don't rent anything.
I mean,
We
look, the
if,
bottom line is this: we had our thing with Motown Records, we had our thing with like that. But the thing is, we're living in a different day and time, and what you call, and you know what I'm saying. You got these people making these deals, and when I was around these people in the music industry, I was around them. What you call Black Street Records here in Virginia Beach, whatnot. I was around these people, and when these people are cutting deals, Teddy Riley and whatnot, you got white guys in there, Jewish guys, Mexican guys and whatnot. They ain't thinking about no fucking who color, whatever like that. They're just trying to fucking sell records and make money. So these my guys living in a different thing. There's no we when it comes to the music industry,
Carla, it's no we when it comes to black people.
There's
no we
when
to
it comes
that
to
either.
anything,
So, but that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that why do you say that if a black person thinks like this, then they are race traitor when it's black people?
Look, I'm like this. This is what I'm saying. If you go against what's in the best interest of your fucking race, you're a race traitor.
And what's the best interest of black people?
The best interest of black people is, look, white people have their issues, black people got their issues, right? I'll deal with my issues in Black America, right? But when you take my issues and then you are trying to exploit my issues for white people and white people's entertainment, you are fucking a race traitor. That's what Brandon Tatum and Anton Daniels do. They get in front of white audiences and spread out look, every group of people got problems. The Cambodians got shit you won't even know about, like people talking about they eat dogs and shit like that. This shit goes on, but you don't know about it because they keep it hidden. There's all kinds of shit goes on in a lot of these communities and whatnot with pedophilia.
Who put out black people shit?
Well, it's fucking people like goddamn thing. I don't put out people shit.
See, there you go again.
Hold on, let me say this.
We had this conversation before. We had this conversation before. Let me try it one more time, Carla. Who put out black people hood shit? Who put it out there?
Use me as an example. Do I let any white person come up here and talk
about Carla, that's pushing the goalpost, sir.
No.
That is pushing the goalpost. We're not talking
to talk about our issues, right?
Carla, we're not talking about that.
Hold on. If somebody white listens to this, they're listening, but they're not discussing my issues, right? Now, if I go out of my way to go do a white audience and say, look, I got white people, white content creator, and I'm talking about black people's problem, they'll make me a fucking
Carla, I'm trying to figure out how you made that what I just said about you. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
No, because I'm using myself an example.
Okay, well then that's anecdotal. So let me ask you one more time. All the stuff that you see that goes on in black neighborhoods and all across the United States,
what do you mean see in the black neighborhoods?
Who puts that on the internet?
Hold up. First of all, I don't see anything.
Carla, you keep reverting something back to you. If it was up to you, it would be nothing on the internet. So clearly, it's not a you issue.
I am not in those.
Carla, do you get what I'm saying, man? Because Carla seemed not to. Carla seemed not to not get what I'm saying. If it was up to you, Carla, I get it. You don't put that out there. I get that. I understand that. So you saying what you don't do is you don't even have to say that. But it's millions and millions other videos of them out there. Just because you don't put it out there,
I don't see that many.
Carla, that's a you thing. But clearly that information is.
I don't see
Carla, that stuff is all over the internet, bro. And I don't understand why you. I don't understand why you saying that you don't see it like it doesn't exist.
Look. I'll be honest with you, right? When I'm online, I don't be fucking looking for ghetto ass shit, man. So,
Carla, you don't have to look for it. It's there. You don't even have to look for it.
The algorithm. It all depends on
what you like. Carla,
I'll be honest with you, man. Look, be honest with you, Hustle Smart. I'm like this. When you do see the stuff, right? The stupid ghetto shit, right? And I'm saying to myself, I see a lot of positive black people doing normal stuff. And whatnot, you see people doing ghetto stuff, whatnot, you say, man, this is stupid. These people are ignorant, whatnot, and keep it moving, So I let my voice be heard, man. That was somebody said so stupid and ignorant. I'll check them. I say, look, man, that's ignorant, man. Why the fuck you guys doing that? You know, and they move on. I can't stop them from posting. You know,
I get it, Carla. I get it. Hey, Dave, Dave, you on the mic, bro?
I'm
Dave,
here.
Dave,
I'm here. I'm
Dave,
here. I hear. I
when
hear
you
you.
look
I hear
at
you. I'm
any of
hearing you.
these, if you looking at any of these podcasts that's on YouTube for us, Rumble, any of that, which one is the most popular? The ratchet shit or the pro-black
Nah, the
righteous shit?
ratchet shit, all
Ratchet is
that,
always gonna be
ratchet
more
shit, all that.
popular.
But that's what I'm calling that. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. The only way that those things can be popular, they pulling up videos that they're
All right. Now,
talking about.
okay, now give me 1 minute to explain that. Right now, me, I know that. Right, Dave knows that. Right, we know our community. Right, we know. Okay, the negative stuff. I could go out there all day. Right, like today, I was in the park today, watching kids play on a skate park. Whatnot, you know, normal thing. Go there and see black and white kids with their skateboards and whatnot. You know, little scooters doing shit like that. You know, that ain't gonna be on the internet. Turn online and whatnot, you know, you will see people acting a fool, right? I know that, right? The problem I have is when people take all that stuff that we know that's ratchet, right, and say that is our entire community. That's the problem I have.
Whoever said that?
No, but that's what the Tatums and the
I
do.
listen. I listen to him just like listening. I ain't never heard him say that. He'll say it
No.
straight out.
Look, if you're
Tyler, he'll
around
say
white
it straight
people,
out his mouth. If that's a small segment of the black
that's
population.
bullshit. That's bullshit. That's
You,
bullshit.
you saying
You
that
know?
he doesn't say that?
No, look, you know, he says that, but the bottom line is this: why even have to?
Tony,
Why even have to?
contradicting yourself, man.
Why do you have to go there
But
and whatnot?
what
He
Tyler,
lionizes black people like, oh, those are good. Look, I don't need nobody
I'll
like.
give you that.
Well, let me
I'll
say this.
give you that. The one thing that
I don't
the
need
one
him telling white people I'm a good one of the good ones. You know, I don't need him telling white people that. I don't give a
hey,
fuck what they think. You know, that's
hey,
a problem
Dave.
in itself. You don't have
Dave,
to
I'm
go.
gonna tell you
Hold
how
on, you
I
don't have
am,
to.
man. I'm one of them type of people, man. I ain't gonna
I
tell a
hear you,
lie for
bro.
black people, and I ain't gonna tell a lie against
Hold on.
black people,
I don't need.
and I
Look,
ain't gonna tell a lie to make
I don't
black
think.
people look good.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I don't
I
need.
get
The
it.
problem is, I don't need him going to white people telling me how good I am and that I'm one of the good ones. You know, I don't give a fuck about them.
But that's
That's the
his
problem.
own channel. Carly, he a grown man. He do what he want to do.
Yeah, well, that's what I got a problem with. You know.
Cool. But what I'm saying is that when I hear him talk, and I don't agree with all the shit he say,
I
but
don't
you know,
give a shit he
like I'm
said.
one of them type of people that I can listen to both. I can listen to Fox and I can listen to CNN.
Let me ask you a
I can
question.
listen to
Then.
MSNBC and I can listen to the Young
Let me
Turks.
ask you a question. Then.
Carla, Carla, can I
Okay,
get?
go ahead. But I gotta ask you a question. Go ahead.
You can call this your show. You can ask me whatever you want to. Just let me get my sentence out. I can listen to all those stations and still find out the good information in it. And I'm telling you that when Brandon Tatum talks, when he talk about the ratchet or whatever, he said that's a small segment of the black community. He has never once said that that's all black people because he talk about his family. He talk about the people they know, people that he went to school with. He played football with a whole black. He went to school with black people went to school. He say
I
that
ain't
not
buying
all
that.
of black
I ain't
people.
buying that.
You don't buy
I ain't
what?
buying that. I ain't buying that. I ain't buying
I mean,
that.
what part you don't buy?
Because there's a lot of people that be online, right? And they
Huh?
talk about different topics, right? Okay. And why don't he freaking talk about this? Look, here's the thing, Hustle Smart. This
Colin,
is
that's just like somebody making a video saying what you should talk about.
hold on. Let me ask you a question, right?
Go ahead.
Why is it his duty to talk about black people?
Because he black.
He's not married. No, he's not married to a black woman. He's not in our community.
Yeah, there's a lot of black people that married a
Well, yeah,
white.
but hold on. I don't
Your boy
accept
Phil
people.
Scott ain't married to a black chick.
Yeah, hold on. I don't listen to Phil Scott either. You know,
But a lot, Carla.
I don't listen to Phil
Only
Scott either.
thing I'm trying to say, Dave, is that just because you don't listen to him, Carla, they got 1 million and some views, got 1 million some
Yeah,
subscribers.
I could care how many. I can have 50 million views.
But
The
what I'm
bottom
saying
line
is that their message gets out more than a person that don't listen to
hold on.
them.
Let me say this. Now, now, if he's concerned about people, right? Is it just black people he's concerned about, or people?
He talks about all people.
Okay, I have never heard him talk about the fentanyl crisis in the white community. Why is that?
Yes, he has.
When?
He talks about plenty. He said that they need to
Hold
lock
on.
all
We can pull up Brandon Taylor all the time.
Colin.
He never,
Carla,
he never
Carla,
talked. He only talks about.
I heard, and I ain't believing this. The point of it is, I ain't even trying to take up form, but it's just sometimes when we talk to black people, when you say the truth, it sounds like you taking up
No,
for
no,
it.
no.
And
I asked a
but hold
question.
on, let me say, I'm finna tell you his exact quotes. He said that every last one of them meth dealers and fentanyl, he said that they need to be locked up and executed. He said he was a police. He said he couldn't. He said he was.
That's all he said. You know,
I'm
that's all he
just
said.
telling you
That's
what,
and
Carla.
over years he's been
Carla,
out there.
I'm
That's
not
the only quote
saying
he has.
how many times. I'm just telling you what he said. He said that
All right.
that that's killing
Let me
us.
ask you another question, right?
Go ahead.
Now, look. Okay, he said that, right?
Mhm.
Now, does he sit there and dwell on this every day and whatnot? You know, or does he have empathy for those people? He can see. He sees. He talks about the dealers.
Empathy for who?
Hold on. He talks about the dealers, right?
Mhm.
But guess what? When you talk about black people, right? There's no empathy for the black people who are on drugs and stuff like
Oh
that.
my
You
God,
know,
Carla, man.
I'm just saying, he said
Yeah,
empathy.
that ain't true, bro.
Oh,
He talks about his
hold
family.
on.
Carla, he talks about his family member that was on drugs, bro.
Yeah, but the thing
And
is,
he said, hold on, Carla, hold on. Let me tell you. He would talk about his family was on drugs, and they went to this organization in Texas, and he talked about how he raised up money for the place that was underfunded to help them help out people in a black neighborhood that was on drugs.
yeah, but
Brandon Taylor
remember
raised up a
something he
whole
just
lot of money
recently.
for black people,
Yeah,
bro.
but he recently just been accused of taking millions of dollars. He raised money for Charlie Kirk. He said profits and then proceeds, and then he changed the profits. He made a couple $1 million off the Charlie Kirk memorial shirts and whatnot. You know, the guy's a
He
grifter.
sold shirts.
The guy's a grifter. You know,
Right.
so the main thing I'm trying to say is this. What I'm saying about this guy is this, right? When you talk about people, right, and like he acts like black people. It's like every time I listen to him, it's like he's always sounding the alarm. Black people this, black people that, black people that. And then that time he had that argument with King, what's his name, Jay Farrell, whatever the name is, you know, young Farrell, whatever like that. He threatened to beat him up one night on air and whatnot. And I'm like, saying to myself, you know, you're gonna catch these hands and all stuff like that. I'm like, yo, come on, man, you know. And then and I'm saying to myself, okay, he gets in front of white people and right like this. He has it not. He changes. He has a nerve to interject himself in this thing in Mississippi, right?
Mm-hmm.
He heard the audio, right? Let's say, is he dead, whatever like that.
I heard the audio too. Yeah, I didn't hear
And I'm
none of
saying to
that.
myself, that's probable cause right there.
What's
That
what's
audio is
probable cause, Carla?
That was probable cause. You know,
What's probable cause?
At least for an indictment.
For
You know,
what are you talking about?
in other words, basically, these people will put themselves at the scene of the crime.
No, that Carla, that audio, that they already don't have experts on the MSNBC. Hold on, Carla. Your girl Joy Reid, who I don't like, had got an FBI person that's on her show, and he said that his friends sent that to them, and he said that they sent it to their analysts, and nobody. This is people from Joy Reid's show and all other shows. I listened to the thing.
I don't know about that case, whatever like that.
I didn't hear it, Carla. I didn't hear what.
I don't think Brandon Tatum should be involved in that. That's why.
Okay, Carla, I get it. You think that he don't want to be in there, but the thing about it is,
he has any right to be in there.
What I'm saying is, the white boys tried to talk to people. Nobody wanted to talk to them. See, this is the thing that we do sometimes, Carla.
I don't know.
Now, that's the one thing I always.
I don't know. I don't know nothing about
Carla. Carla.
I don't know nothing about this
giving you your flowers, bro. This is what I'm telling you about different from other people. You talk to people. A lot of these black YouTubers, they don't talk to people, they talk at people. You get what I'm saying? So when those boys tried to come on there and let people know that whatever, none of the black whatever, they just like, oh yeah, they don't want to talk to them. So he said, yeah, I'll talk to you. I ain't got no dog in the fight. You get what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that I get it. I'll give you that. What I'm saying, because he biased because they the ones that give him the money. He ain't no different from Umar Johnson.
And I'm no fan of Umar Johnson's,
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying, Colin, that's why I tell you that we're doomed as a people, because we got people that's out
I'm not.
there, and they're of course you're not
Stay with
doomed,
our
Colin. Of
people.
course you're
No,
not,
I'm not
Colin.
doomed. I'm not
Of course,
fucking
Colin,
doomed.
you're not. You stand
I'm
alone.
not doomed. I'm
I
fucking
got you.
thriving, right?
I
I'm
got you,
not doomed.
Colin. You stand alone in this
Listen,
than the rest
I'll
of the
stand
black
alone
people.
if I have to. I am not doomed.
I got you, Colin.
Anyway,
That's
what I was gonna say
and
was
that's
this.
cool.
What I was gonna say was this. Now, when he comes up here and he pivots to Tulsa, right? Someone asked him about Tulsa massacre, right? Because he want to talk about why Black Americans, all the towns Black America were burned down, Wilmington and stuff like that. He making excuses for Tulsa, right? Everybody knows that was a massacre. 3,000 Black people displaced, homes burned. The first time in history, only time in history, Black residents of America were bombed from the air. They dropped bombs on Black communities from the air, from airplanes. He calls that a riot, and that got out of hand, and white Black people won, right?
Yeah, I heard him when he said
And
it.
so I'm saying to myself, okay, this person is obviously, like I said, if you won't believe, we're in a fucking war, right? I'm like this. I am no coward, If somebody says to me that, and you got two sides. White people drew the line of demarcation. I didn't do it, right? If it was up to me, man, people would be people. We'll all be one humanity, and white people and Black people will live together in harmony. But that's not the case. It's
Definitely
never
not
been
the case.
It's not the case. And whatnot. They want that line of demarcation, that line of race,
Mhm.
and they're willing to recruit Black people to do that. They know the shit they did was wrong, but they won't even want to own up to it. But no one's even asking them for money or reparation, or anything like that. Just acknowledge, look, that was wrong. Tulsa massacre was wrong. So therefore, instead of them saying, something, we're wrong, whatever like that, they always think we're gonna sit there and use that to get a handout or something like that. So what they do is, instead of not knowing who we are, right? That's been over 100 years ago, right? And we haven't got any money from that then. We're not going to ask for anything now, right? We moved on, right? With simple acknowledgement of what happened, right? That heals wounds to say, something, when you look at our community in Oklahoma, while we're in the poverty and whatnot, this is where it once was. Then we're standing vindicated. That's more important.
What wounds does it heal?
Well, it heals the fact that the matter is let me give you a perfect example. Do you know when they made that movie, Birth of a Nation with Nat Turner? You know that?
Yes.
Do you know Nat Turner's body was just discovered in a shallow grave a few years ago? Didn't have a proper burial. They found his remains in a field. They had to dig him up and give him a proper burial. That means something. Oh, we're the only group of people that don't mean shit.
What does that mean, though, Colin?
It does mean something. If Nat Turner is a hero among Black America, don't you think he deserves the dignity of a fucking burial?
What the fuck? But wait, how does that?
No,
Colin,
it's a principle thing.
Colin,
Hold up. Do you think they will let George Washington and anybody else sit in a shallow grave, body parts? They're still to this day trying to get people's body parts shipped back to them from the South Pacific and stuff like that.
But that's what white people do.
Hold up, that's what we do, because those of us who care about our race do.
So you think that's caring about somebody's race? Or go get a shallow grave and dig it up and put it in another spot?
Maybe we come from different cultures, right?
No, I think it's an old and a young thing. You get what I'm saying? A lot of older people, the older generation care about symbolism. So just like you just said, Colin, you just said that if the white people just acknowledge it, why the fuck would we need white people to acknowledge something that we all know?
No, we don't need white people to acknowledge it, right?
But that's what you just said.
Hold up. We need to acknowledge it.
No, oh my God, Colin.
We need to acknowledge it. We
Colin,
need to
that is,
acknowledge what
Colin,
happened.
I got to be honest with you, bro.
Look,
That
we
is
need to
not what you
acknowledge.
said.
Look, we need
You
to
said
acknowledge.
that white people, this is what you said. Let me tell you what you said.
No, they
You
need
said
to
that white
acknowledge it
people
for
did
themselves.
all this stuff, that tore all these British bills. You said the
All right,
least
hold up.
thing they can do is acknowledge, and
No,
that'll heal some wounds.
hold up. If they freaking say they acknowledge that happened, right? Acknowledge it happened, that basically would go a long ways than freaking reparations, anything like that. These people don't even want to
Why
acknowledge.
would it go? It would go a long way with who,
So in other
Colin?
words, basically, you're saying that people could commit crimes against humanity and not acknowledge it.
It doesn't matter if they acknowledge it. We already know they did.
No, so in other words, hold up. If you can't get justice, you mean tell me you can't get at least saying, you know something, this was wrong that happened.
So you want an apology? That's what you want?
No. The
But
state
that's
of
what you.
hold up.
I'm lost then.
So I must
I'm
be
lost.
right.
Help me out, man. Help me out. I'm sinking right now. I'm lost.
Hold up. The state of Florida and the state of Oklahoma both apologize for those things that happened.
Man, how did that help black people?
It doesn't say. I didn't see. I never once said it helped black people. Did I?
You said it's gonna help.
I never said it. It said it's acknowledgement, so people could put it to rest and move on.
Colin, that's what I'm telling you. That's an old thing. The young generation and all that, they're not talking about that, bro.
We disagree. We have different value systems, bro.
It's not a different value system. It's just that it's a system that you care about. That you care about symbols. You care about symbolism, and nobody else does. Colin, I don't care if white people, a white person amending what they did ain't gonna stop me from doing anything.
It doesn't matter. It's a principle of the thing.
Colin, nobody cares about this. White people don't care about the principle.
Of course.
If they care about the principle, they would have never. They would have never sold us in slavery.
I'm a principled man. I don't give a fuck what they do, but I'm saying that had to be acknowledged. Rosewood had to be acknowledged.
Okay,
that's all.
Well, I
get Hustle's smart point. Well, if they were good people, they wouldn't have done that in the first.
I never said they were good people. I never said
the hell with the devil. Let me use a religious term, DK. Why would the devil apologize for doing devil shit?
To my point, these are the people Brandon Tatum's offended.
It don't matter. What I'm saying is that why would the devil ever apologize for being the devil?
Well, Brandon Tatum's whole thing is he thinks white people are better than black people, and white people are superior to black people. They could do no wrong, right? That's his whole stick. If they could do no wrong, then you mean tell me they can't even acknowledge when they did wrong?
Why would a devil ever apologize, Colin?
So the Bible, I'm not saying they have to apologize nothing. I'm saying whether they apologize or not. I don't think
you're listening to yourself, man.
Hold on. Whether they apologize or not, they need to know that what happened. History needs to know it.
Who needs to know?
Everybody. We need to know what happened in this country.
Everyone already knows, Colin.
Everybody already knows.
Hold on. Right now with Hustles with Brandon Tatum, now everybody's thinking it was not a massacre. It was just a simple fight.
Oh my God.
But that's what Brandon Tatum said.
Oh my God, Kyle.
So because of him running around and you guys bigging up him, he's not that bad.
He's a damn fool for that.
He's a fool.
So that's what I said. If somebody's a fool, I'm not gonna listen to nothing he got to say.
But Colin, that's what you. Colin, that's how you think.
I'm not gonna listen to nothing.
Don't think like you, bro.
You know? He's a fool.
Everybody don't. And Colin, everybody don't need no apology for something that they already know. You know what I'm saying?
He has an agenda. He has an agenda. He don't even know what it is.
And he's doing it, Colin. He doing this thing. He making money off of it. That's him.
Yeah, the whole thing is that's fine. That's look. That's just hustle. That's just fine. He's going to make money off this. But the thing is, though, when people start coming to me, right, and they think everything is all right, like this white guy trying to come on my show. No, he can't come on my show. Why is that? Because I take this race thing very seriously, right? Let's say Mike Olawale the other night. I don't think white people belong on my show. I
agree with that.
You're not going to come on my show. I don't want to hear what you have to say. I don't believe white people should be in black people's business.
And I don't think black people should be in white people's business.
I'm not in their business,
Colin, you always revert. You just think about it. What you just did. Then you just said that white people shouldn't be in black people business. And I
Right.
said that black people shouldn't be in white people business. And you turned around and made that something about you. That's the same way of a white person
No.
saying,
What I'm
hold on
saying,
for a second, Colin. Hold on for a second. That's the same way of a white person saying, well, yeah, I'm not in black people. No, I don't think no black people should be in white people. I don't think black people should be marrying, messing with them. I'm on that. I'm on the black thing, but I just don't think that's some of that old Negro spiritual shit that thinks some type of way that if white people come out and say something, it's gonna heal some of these the new generation don't want no apology.
My point I'm trying to make is this. Black people, we have our issues, right?
Mhm.
Right. I don't give a damn how many friggin' videos you see online and negative stuff like that, and stuff like that. I know the real Black America, right? Because whatever it is out there, 99% of Black people never post anything online, and you don't see the Black. There's a billion interactions, and I looked it up.
You said 99%. What?
Hold on. Listen to this carefully, right? I did my research, right? They said that out of the Black and white interactions in America is like in the billions per week. That means a billion interactions between Black and white in the league. 99.5% of them are positive. Look it up on ChatGPT.
What are you talking about? I'm lost on you. I'm lost on what you're talking about, Colin.
Hold up. 99% of all interaction between the races, Black, white, whatever like that, is productive and positive.
Okay.
Well, when you look at social media, and according to Brandon Tatum, all hell's breaking loose. Black people are the problem. Black people are this. And white people, this white guy was on TikTok today talking about Black people causing all the problems. And I asked this guy, this fat fuck, I said, what problems are you talking about? If you want problems, why don't you go down to Brazil? You want to see problems, see motherfuckers killing each other on the beaches at night.
I'm lost, Colin. You lost me with that one, bro.
Look, go to fucking El Salvador, where they had to do a super maximum prison. Go to fucking Cuba. Go to fucking any one of these third world countries. You want to see problems.
Are you talking about a random white dude that says something?
No. What I'm saying is the talking points of this guy is spewing the same talking points of Brandon Tatum, that Black people are a problem.
That all Black people are a problem?
And I say no, but I'm saying like this. If you say some Black people in certain sectors are a problem, I'll agree with you. But don't go telling me I'm a fucking problem, right? Don't tell me I gotta friggin' apologize for some other Black person doing something or not.
Who told you had to apologize, Colin?
But that's what Brandon Tatum does. He's acting like I gotta fucking sit there and apologize.
Oh my God!
About what Black people are doing.
I swear, bro, you just said that. Hold on, bro. I'm gonna spit my drink out. You just said that the way Brandon Tatum talks makes you feel like you need to apologize.
No, you misunderstood what I'm saying. I did not say that.
No, say it again.
Brandon Tatum walks around like he's apologizing for me.
That is not what you said, Colin.
I'm not apologizing for nobody.
That's what I'm saying. Who asked you to apologize?
I don't apologize for nothing. Hey, look, the YNs out there doing their fucking thing, I don't give a fuck about, They're doing their thing, I do my thing. I'm a productive person, citizen. When I do my thing. If somebody comes to me and go to my face, talk about a YN, I'll break your fucking skull open.
Who asked you to apologize, Colin?
No, I'm saying like this. I don't want to hear about just say certain people who happen to be Black are doing certain things. Don't tell me Black people are doing something. That's the problem. When people just make a blanket statement, Black people are doing this. That's what Brandon Taylor, Black people are doing this. He has no right to speak with 45, 50 million people.
I've never heard him speak for 45 million
exactly
Black
what
people.
He does.
No, Kyle, I listen to Brandon. I listen to Brandon Tatum all the time, man. Listen, hey, DK, this is what I'm saying, man. Sometimes when we tell the truth, it sounds like we're taking up for somebody, and I'm not taking up. I listen to Brandon Tatum almost every day. I've never heard him once put all Black people in no category.
Yeah, but hold up. We don't need him defending us.
Because he can do what he want to do the same way you can do what you want to do.
It's like, well, just tell him to keep our name on his
I can't tell him
I don't need white people thinking that, Oh yeah, you must be one of the good ones Brandon Tatum talked about. Man, get the fuck out of here.
No, Kyle, I think you. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's some TikTok thing. I just ain't never heard none of the
No,
stuff
they
you
ain't on
talking
TikTok. I
about.
don't see that fucking. I see him on TikTok. I scroll right past. I don't see
Yeah,
that fucking fool.
no, I can
I
understand.
don't, I don't need
I
no.
don't like
I don't need
everything. I
nobody
don't like everything
apologize.
he says.
I don't
No,
need nobody bootlicking and apologizing for me. Man, get the hell out of here with that shit. You know.
and I ain't never heard
I
him
don't give a
apologize
two
either.
shits about what white
No,
people think. I
one
don't
thing.
give a.
Hey, one thing about it, and I'm not trying to say y'all anything like what he don't apologize for shit.
Well, the bottom line is he's always apologizing for being black.
Oh my God, Colin, no,
He's
you
always
don't. Man.
apologizing for being black. He's always like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, but I'm doing the good ones." You know, there's a
I ain't
few
never
good
heard
ones
him.
out there with
I
us
ain't
and
never
whatnot.
heard him say
You
that. But
know,
I'll let you. I'll let you continue to cook, Colin. But that man ain't never
so
said that. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie on him just because I
Let's
don't
get
like him.
DK on. What DK? What do you got to say, DK? You're a Brandon Tatum follower too, I know.
No, I don't fuck with the guy at all. I don't like
Yeah,
him.
he ain't my favorite person either. But I ain't gonna lie
No,
on him just because I don't like him. I mean, black people, man, we're
The
bad
guy
at that shit.
basically, he shows up and I look. Let me tell you something about me. There's like this thing about Mississippi. I don't know what's going on in the case of Mississippi. I don't know. The guy could have just drowned. I don't know the facts. I'm not there. And with everything going on in America, I just know there's not going to be any indictment. There's too many powerful people. And I'm just bracing myself for that. That's just a country we live in, no one's ever going to know the truth, just like another Natalie Holloway situation, no one's ever.
unfortunately, he put himself in a bad situation.
He put himself in that position.
And so the bottom line is, if people, if you're gonna
I mean,
go,
Hey, DK, did you
it
know that
doesn't.
dude ain't even his daddy?
No, I didn't know that. Is his stepdad?
Exactly. And the mom won't even let the real daddy say anything.
Damn, man, that's crazy. Yeah, he put
That's why
himself
I
in a
always
bad
wonder why the
situation.
stepdaddy didn't say that much, and he only talked about it from a high school. You get what I'm saying? Type of thing. But then when it came out, that ain't even his child.
Yeah, because that phone audio call I heard was crazy, man.
Yeah,
I mean, how is there no arrest? But that's what happens
because
in
because
Mississippi.
because the experts at the forensic listen to it and they just ain't. What do
no, you gotta take a little
I
more with
listen?
that,
I
bro.
listened to it. It was some lady that she's. If you listen to the lady, she said it. She said she edited and added stuff in there. She'll
Well,
tell
they
you if you
always
listen
say,
to
but
the.
you got to get the real thing, the original audio, and they could tell you if it was been edited.
And that's what the
With that,
experts did.
no,
That's
they
what I'm
didn't.
telling you.
No, they,
That
no, they
I'm
I
didn't.
telling you,
mean,
Joy
You know how long it takes to do that? Forensics. That takes about a good 6-7 months for you to get a real thing. You
And
can't just overnight say that was fake, whatever, like that. No, it don't work like that, bro.
That was the case
And
with these
and then
known cases.
you got to get several people peer review it and say, okay,
Now, Carly, you
after
don't
you
have to
get a
get
few
nobody to
people,
peer review it.
then you say.
The LBI and the GBI have their own audio people.
And the bottom line, and hold up, and the bottom line is this: even when you got the FBI, you got to even go even further than that. Who in the FBI?
It's nobody going past the FBI, Carly.
Who in the FBI is it? A junior person or somebody who's up there and whatnot? Unless that it's going to come from the highest level of government. That's the state of
Carly,
Mississippi.
LBI is the highest level of
Yeah, but
government.
I know, but they got different divisions of the FBI.
Yeah, and then they got a whole audio.
And
They
so
got how you think they
we
bust
don't
all
know.
the mob people, Carla?
Like I said, I don't know, and I
Carla, how
don't
you
know.
think they how you think they bring
I
all
don't
the RICO cases? All the RICO cases are
I
70%
don't know
audio.
about what happened and whatnot. Yeah, I don't know whatever like that. But the
Hey
fact is,
DK, did you listen to the
the only point
original?
I'm
Did you
trying to
listen
make
to the
is
original audio?
well, the only time I'm trying to make is there's so much of a rush to hush this up and make it go away that I'm suspicious.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
That's
They
the
really
only
want
thing
to
I'm
bury
talking
this
about.
case. They really want to
but
bury this.
it's
They want to
Mississippi,
bury this.
bro. That's what
That's
you
what
got
makes
to
me
expect.
suspicious.
Yeah, they really want to bury this case, man.
And then they bring Brandon Tatum down. All these
Yeah.
optics look bad.
Why is he even getting involved, man?
I have no
Cause
idea.
the, cause the
Brandon
white dudes,
Tatum be
cause the white
he be
dudes
talking
reached
like
out
he know
to him.
the whole case.
Yeah,
Oh
the bottom
man,
line, the reason
crazy.
he's 1-800 rent a coon.
All right, bro. All right.
It's like,
1-800
why
rent a
didn't you
coon.
call the cops? How
They
can you get
that's
a
see, this is the thing though. This is the thing. Brandon Taylor showed up 2 weeks later. They interviewed like 60 people in the first 2 days. They all took polygraphs and everything. See, that's the part that they didn't talk about.
No, that
That
one kid didn't take polygraph.
one out of 62
Well, yeah,
did
well,
not
that could
take
be
it.
the clue right there. You know,
Well, how can he be the clue when he's on the
I
bus
don't
with the
know,
when
man.
he
Why
was
don't
on
they? Well, how do we do this?
Collar? Collar, I'm just using
How about
Collar.
this?
We're smart people.
Why do we
We're
let them take the
Collar.
polygraph?
If we're smart people, if it was 4 people, if it was 7 people on the boat and 6 people took a polygraph
I
test
don't
and
know
one
anything about
didn't.
the test. All I know is that one kid that's a person of interest didn't take a polygraph.
No, he's not even a person of interest because he wasn't even.
He was the
He
girl.
Collar. He left.
He was the girlfriend, the boyfriend of the girl.
No,
They
that's
were
not
both
true.
dating.
That's the guy named Bart. He was not interviewed at all.
Yeah, no.
That's not the one.
So and he was
Collar, that's not the one that did the interview
his
with Brian.
family's very
With
famous and
Brennan.
whatnot. His family's very famous and connected. I don't know. It just stinks to high heaven, you know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Collar, all I'm saying is this right here, man. DK, this is what I'm saying. It's just that I would feel the same way if it was a case about you, DK, and people were saying stuff and then they didn't know all the facts, but they saying stuff. You get what I'm saying? I just,
But,
that's just how
I
I
don't know.
am. I don't really
Something's
speak
not.
on nothing unless I know the
Something's not
facts.
quite right.
Carla, you brought up a good point. Remember when Natalie Holloway, that white bitch, went missing in Aruba?
Yeah,
You know the great lengths they went to find the killer. I mean,
yeah. They
it's
took
so
years.
crazy.
Yeah, they do
Yeah.
the same color. Hey,
Yeah,
DK,
like I
they do the
said, these
same thing
people.
with missing
It's
children.
only been like 2 months or whatnot. And these people want to bury it. No, this thing right here, could define everything. This should go on. This
Collar ain't
investigation should
even
go on for a few
Collar.
years.
It ain't even been 5 weeks. What are you
It's been
talking
5 weeks.
about? It
They're
happened.
already trying to
It
bury
ain't
it.
even
You know,
been
get out
5
of here with that
weeks.
shit.
All I'm
It's
saying is
July
this:
4th.
that they do the same thing, DK, with black kids that go missing. If a white girl go missing, it's front page. It's black
Well,
kids
the
that go
bottom line, we're
missing
trying to change that.
all
You
over.
know, we're
So
trying to change that.
if we're not the ones that's putting the spotlight, this is how I see it,
Yeah, we
DK.
are. Hold
When
up,
a
hold up,
black
hold up.
no we don't,
Look.
caller. When a
Oh, we
black
have
child go,
Trump
hold
in
on
our
for a
South
second, caller.
Carolina.
Hold on for a second. That ain't no we thing. When white kids
I said
go
white people
missing,
have
caller.
black people
This
have
is what
black
I'm
friends in
calling. Let
our
me finish my sentence. When white kids go missing, white people put that shit on their Facebook. They put that shit out. They form all type of groups to go
I
looking
got
at
black people
that.
do the same thing. We got
No,
missing black
not
children.
some black people, caller.
I always share
Not
missing black
some. Not
girls and whatnot,
some.
you know?
Not some. Because I got about 560 friends on my Facebook. And I got plenty on my end. When a black child go missing,
I be
no, none of
sharing
that do it.
I
Hey,
be
Dave.
sharing missing black children all the time on my
Hey,
platform.
caller, come on, man. I'm not gonna even be disingenuous like that. We don't do it.
There's always look.
We
There's a
don't do
thing
it.
missing.
I'm talking about even on regular podcasts, caller. When white kids
I
go
know. I
missing,
know. On
the
podcast.
podcasters put that
Hold up.
up. When black kids go, you know who the only person that put black kids up is Dr. Umar. And even though I don't fuck with Dr. Umar, he's the only one that I know that put it up on a daily.
DK, have you ever seen on figure such and such has been missing since Saturday when that black kids? How many times we've seen this? You know, I see it all the time.
Sometimes, I mean,
It don't
I
happen,
get
caller. You stretching. We don't.
No,
The
it
black
happens
power
all
don't
the
do
freaking
that.
time.
What I'm
This is
saying,
a black girl
DK,
that got
is when
found
white
hung.
kids go missing, even the superstars put them white kids up.
Yeah,
Like
and
that, you have a
yeah.
black. We
So,
have black kids
that's
go
why
missing
like
all
I
the
said,
time. None of our superstars or rich people put
I
them
don't care about
kids up.
superstar. People on the grassroots be posting stuff like that.
That
This
ain't
person was
that ain't
found
the
hung.
same, caller. That
This
ain't the
black girl
same,
that was
bro.
just found hung in Mississippi. And
That
people
ain't the
all over
same,
that shit,
caller.
you know?
I'm talking about 10 to 12 black kids go missing every day.
Yeah, and
You said
people share, the families be saying, you know this person,
that ain't what
having
that
information and whatnot, you know?
Caller, you being
And
straight up
people
disingenuous now,
share
bro.
on their little
We
network,
don't do it. We don't
TikTok
do
and
it.
whatnot. You know, every time I
We
see
don't do it.
somebody missing, I always
We
share
don't
it. You
do it.
know, that's the first thing I do is share.
We don't do it. Then that's not a we
I do
thing.
it.
That's an I thing, caller.
Well,
That's
I
what
do
you
it,
call
you know,
I.
and I know I do it. If I see a black
I'm
kid
saying,
missing,
my point is that
particularly
white
black
people ain't
women,
no I thing. When one of the white kids go missing, they put money behind it. They put it on the news.
particularly
They put it on all
they
channels.
said the number
Damn,
of black women.
superstars, movie stars put that stuff out
Yeah, the
there.
number of black women missing in America is abysmal. I always basically, what you call, point to missing black children, whatnot. Every time I see it, you know. And
Caller,
with
you.
Amber Alerts and whatnot. I always do it.
Hey,
I don't know what
DK,
anybody else doing, but I
DK,
always do it.
please tell the truth about that one, bro. Do we as black people
Why is
put
it
that
what's this
stuff out
we
there?
stuff? What's this we stuff?
Because it takes we to find
I'm
it.
not part of any we,
What why you
I am
complaining
not
about
part of
what
any
white
we.
people
I'm
do
part of
then?
me. I'm trying to be an example. I'm an example. There's no we.
Yeah, and then
I'll
if
say
you
this. I'll
Colin,
say this. When white people kids go missing, they actually go out and at search parties and go look.
exactly.
It's the only difference.
Oh my God! You know what, Colin? You
Yeah,
100%
black
right,
people will
Colin.
have
That is an
talk about it.
example, and that's
White
a
people
big
will go out
fucking
there and do
example.
search parties
That's
and whatnot.
somebody going out looking. You
And
taking that like that's a small
sometimes
thing,
black people be
Colin.
out there with black people with means and money. They'll go out there and try to investigate. Last time they saw their thing, I remember a couple years ago.
Yeah,
Hold up, my sister was missing.
Colin.
Right,
It
back
just
in
shocks me how you
2015.
always go back to some
Hold
anecdotal
up.
stuff,
My
bro.
sister Trina was missing, right, in New York when that, and she died. She got killed in the Bronx. Remember that guy was hitting people with a hammer in the Bronx? She was killed in the Bronx and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm shocked
So
right
we went
now,
up there
bro.
looking for her and whatnot, looking for her, searching. Our whole family was after looking for my sister all over New York. And so don't tell me. And then finally,
Colin, that's a you thing.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. All I could do is go by myself. I don't know every black person.
It ain't the point that's what
So
DK
I
trying to
don't know.
tell
I don't
you.
know why would that
Those
make any
white
sense.
people don't know them kids
That's the part
either,
about.
and they
That's the part
still
I'm
form
trying to say.
a search party to go look.
If we're hold on, if we're all individuals, right? Why are people talking to us like we're some fucking a unified collective that everybody got to be responsible for? That's the problem I have.
Oh no, caller. That's one thing I agree with you 100%, and that's why, we ain't going nowhere because we individualists.
Wait, hold on. What's this we are going on? What are you talking about? We? What are we
It's
talking
no
about?
we, hey, caller.
Hold on,
It's
hold on,
no we.
hold on, hold
It's
on.
no caller. I agree with you. It's no we.
Hold on. Going where?
No, nowhere.
Where the fuck are we going? I'm going places.
Absolutely nowhere. You
Said
right, caller.
my
Yep.
brother, my sister, shit, for 4 years, I'll be fucking a millionaire. What the fuck?
That's
What
good,
the hell I
caller.
care?
That's good for you, caller.
And I
Yeah,
don't give a
fuck
fuck
the
about
black
nobody.
people.
And
Fuck the black people. Long as you straight, right?
Long as me, my family, and everybody's taken care of, that's all I care about.
I get it. Hey,
Colin,
DK, is
that ties into Hustle Smart's point that we're
you
rugged
making my
individuals.
point? You don't
So
even
hold on.
realize
Let me
that,
ask
bro.
you
You making my point.
I'll go one question. Look, if you want to pull together in a positive way, that's fine. But don't sit here and tell me like the dead weight and shit like that. That I got look the world it ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. I don't care about people who ain't gonna try to do nothing, pull themselves up, whatever. Like that's not my problem. I didn't create the problem. So what the hell I gotta do to solve the problem?
Hey, Rico Miller, it's called a stress. It's called a stress tester. It's the same as a polygraph. They use like 6 of them, just like a drug test. Like some drug tests take urine, some drug tests go back 3 months, 6 months. It's a stressor test. It's the same way you have to take like to get a job at the. It's the same test you got to take to get a job at the FBI or to be a Secret Service.
The man said the same thing. I don't know what you are. You're not on Facebook. All I keep seeing every day is this missing black child, missing black. Sometimes I'll be like, yeah. Then someone said, you know something? Repost that shit. Stop being lazy. And I go back, scroll back up, missing such and such, and repost it.
You know what? This is the funny thing, DK. For every if there's a but, I ain't not one time say that we don't do it. That's something I never said that. What I said was that when a white child go to missing, they got them form out search parties. That's all I said.
Well, maybe a lot of white people got more resources and time,
Oh, okay. I don't know DK, how many resources it take to go out there and look at some bush or some grass?
Be like a flashlight.
Flashlight.
Yeah, but you don't. Like I said, I don't know what the situation is. I don't know why that is, but yeah, white people like doing that, doing search parties and whatnot. But I know, all I know is when my sister was missing, we was all out there throughout New York. I was in Poughkeepsie. I was like investigating. When what I'm saying, we was up there.
What happened? What happened? Huh? What happened?
Okay, there was this guy walking around the Bronx hitting women with a hammer. Right, my sister got hit in the head, and she bled on her brain. And it was on camera too. It was on camera at this thing, and then she fell into a coma. And we didn't even know she was in sick. All of a sudden, next thing you know, When she died, she just happened to have her ID on her, right? And then her ID linked her to my sister. And I said, your sister, we have her body's here. And my sister broke down, started calling me. We found Trina. It was like a whole year her missing. We were all in New York. We were investigating. We hired detectives. We had everybody. She was missing for like a whole year. She was in Poughkeepsie, and then she went down to the Bronx. That was back
Hey, Cluster, man, that is a 100% lie. You do not get missing Amber Alert for kids. You only get Amber Alerts in the area that you're in. That's it. That's why you have people that put it out for people nationwide. Then they raise money for it. Amber Alerts only go citywide. Matter of fact, I was on the phone with somebody. I got an Amber Alert, and then they didn't even. They was maybe. I was in Georgia. They was in Alabama. They did not get the same Amber Alert that I got. So they do not give Amber Alert for all
But
kids. It's forever that's in the
I do
area.
get the point. I do get the point that black people. It's not that they care. They want white people to care about
They
black
want
people.
white people to care. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I don't know.
And when you see them going out there looking for them kids, DK, who is out there looking for the black kids?
White people.
White people. That's the crazy part about this.
I don't know. Maybe that's the hood ghetto people.
No, that ain't no hood. That's all over. That's all over the United States.
Hold on. When my sister was missing, it was our family I was in. We ain't had no white people. We ain't
In
nobody.
the city of New York.
Wait, hold up. You know how big my family is in New York?
How would I know how big your family is, bro?
My family in New York is many generations with vast. That's what most of my family is in New York. Around surrounding area, New York, New Jersey. We had a whole family on that looking for my sister.
Carla, I'm talking about kids, and you talking about grown people.
Well, I'm just saying. You said
it's a big day, Carla. Carla, it's a reason why. It's a reason why in the news they say 5 people got killed, including one child. Why you think they bring up the one child, DK?
I'm saying like this.
Why you think they named the one child, DK?
Missing people. I was talking about missing people, missing black people. I wasn't talking about children. I was talking about missing black people.
Well, that's weird, Carla, because that's all we was talking about was missing kids.
No, I wasn't talking about kids.
Man, how you talking about something that we
No, I said black women are missing. I said children.
No, you said that at the tail end. You said it was abysmal. Yeah, but we was talking about kids like 5 minutes before they came in.
I wasn't talking about kids. I was talking about black people in general being missing. There's a lot of black people missing. There's men, women, and children, mostly black women.
Carla, if you want to say that, then there's a whole bunch of people missing everywhere. Then
there's a bunch of people missing, but there's a lot of black people missing too.
Yes, Carla, there's a lot of black people missing too.
There's a lot of people that just came up. A lot of people are dead. People don't know about it. In the grave, people don't know. People just disappear.
DK, man, all I'm saying is this, man. I like it how even when I listen to LB, I was listening to Tariq the other day, and he was sitting up talking about, yeah, black people, man, we got this. He was in Japan, and he was talking about, yeah, they wearing our stuff over here, and I keep saying, okay, but who's making the money off of it? He was talking about the K-pop. He was talking about the K-pop, and I'm like, what are you? K-pop people making $5-10 million a year with that shit. Yeah. Like what I'm saying is, what prize do we get? What prize do we get for saying that they took something from us? What prize do we get, DK?
Which we call it? Tariq got his priorities fucked up. I don't give a shit about K-pop or J-pop, whatever the fucking shit is. It's not my fucking issue or not. I got
but hold on, let's go back to the Black Panther thing, Carla. Like you said, $2 billion, right? That $2 billion went to Marvel.
Yeah, but I know. But the thing is, look at the actors. We're not. Ryan Coogler made money. Chadwick Boseman made like millions of dollars. And so the bottom line is this:
compared to what the studio made.
Also, Tyler Perry's studio made money.
Tyler Tyler,
hold on.
they use Tyler Perry
Tyler
studio for
Perry
just for a
studio.
sound thing.
Look,
All
check this
that
out.
the whole thing was made in they got
Check
the
out.
studio. They only use
Yeah, I
Tyler
know, but
Perry
they
thing for
use a lot
stage
of
thing.
stuff with Tyler Perry studio. Some people got paid. Also, the writers, the set designers and whatnot were black. Whatnot. He used a lot of people, so a lot of black people got paid off the Black Panther franchise.
Yeah, a lot of people made money, but that's
So
still
hey.
Tyler, that's just like saying that
So what I'm
that's just
saying
like
is,
saying that
what I'm
at
trying to make is,
Kellogg's, there's some black people that make money. I get that. Yeah, it's a lot of black, but I'm just saying
hey, that's
that
better than
Riley
nothing, right?
Cougar don't own the rights to
No one
Black
ever said
Panther.
he did. No one ever said he did. You know.
So
But now my point I'm trying to make is there's somebody eating off that franchise. It's going to go to $4 billion, right? And so I'm saying in the future, you got to start with what started it. Black Panther it was a part of Fantastic Four. It almost died out in the '60s, right? And then this one black creator created and said, we're gonna make a little thing, brought the Dorian Milaje and like that. And over the years, you had the Hoodlum brothers, then you had Ta-Nehisi Coates was the last one. And by the time Ta-Nehisi Coates got to the Black Panther had morphed into this thing where it was worthy of a Marvel fucking film. And so I'm saying like this, that's something to be
Guru.
What?
Go ahead, I'm listening. I was shouting out to Kanguru. Go ahead, Carl. I'm listening.
No, what I'm saying is, so therefore I'm saying that okay, that's part of the creativity of Black America. Saying,
Okay. Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. And so therefore I'm not saying we deserve anything more than that, but just acknowledgement, like this. And so it's a $4 billion franchise. What I don't want is, let's say Ryan Coogler loses the next Black Panther movie, like he's not gonna be the one to do it. Some white guy comes in there, and when people forget what took Marvel from obscure magazine that dipped in the 80s, right? What brought it back? All those black comic writers in the 80s and 90s that brought it back.
But Colin, you have to agree that Stan Lee created Black Panther comics. So
okay, this is what happened.
Colin don't want to admit that at all.
Hold on. Let me
DK, Colin said that KFC stole their recipe for black people.
Probably did. I ain't no way I believe some white man came up with that. Okay, let me say this. DK, do you understand how comic books they work? They may have like 100 writers when I do input, giving suggestions and stuff like that, and then finally something makes the final print. But the owner of it is because you pay those people, right? Writers don't make anything. The people who come up with the designs, the artists, they make a salary, but the owner of it is Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. We don't know who exactly was the original writer. It must have took like around 50 people to come up with Black Panther. All the different intricacies, the vibranium,
Stan Lee's a writer. He wrote.
No, yeah, he's a writer. But when you talk about something like this, now let me ask you a question, DK. Do you think Walt Disney came up with Mickey Mouse?
I don't know.
He didn't.
Okay.
Well, what that got to do with Stan Lee?
That's the most operandi. The people own the studios. They hire people to come up with these things.
So, but you just said the writers, and Stan Lee is a writer. So
I'm saying to myself, the very conceptualization, right? Now, if I know anything about America, white people and stuff like that, right? In the 60s, 50s, and the 60s, right? The perception of Africa was negative. We had the Tarzan movies, MGM with the jungle and stuff like that. Somebody who would do something to glorify Africa, I don't think that came from the conceptual.
But that was the reason he gave for writing Black Panther.
There's no way in hell you'll ever get me to believe that.
But then there it is, man. There it is.
If you tell me a white man came with Tarzan, I believe you.
DK, this is that thing what I say about some older people, man. They just get something stuck in their head, and regardless of what, they ain't gonna.
I'm not about being older.
It is the older thing, Colin, because you're basically saying, think about it, what you're saying. You're saying basically with no proof other than what you strongly believe.
Yeah, but
that he didn't write
I strongly believe that he. Do you think that?
No! Don't add me into your thing, Colin. Stay with you. What you believe and what you think.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
In the 1960s, there was a political party called the Black Panther Party, right? Black Power was big at the time, 1966, right? Same year, Black Panther came out, right? Cartoon came out. You
Mhm.
gonna tell me that had no influence uh, uh, on Stan Lee and with Jack Kirby?
What you think,
Yes.
Colin? You think that it did?
Yes, I did.
Okay, then that, like I say, that's your belief, Colin.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, so you telling me without no influence of the black community or the Black Power movement or
Well,
this
it had to
new
be about
identity,
black
whatnot,
people
they just came up with an
because it's the
idea.
Black Panther,
Oh,
Colin. It
we're
had to
gonna
be.
come up with a Black Panther with a civilization superior to white people and everything in the middle of the freaking jungle and whatnot. Okay.
Then, Colin, like
They
you
took
say,
it. They took it. Black Panther
Kala,
wasn't even
Kala.
a, first of
Stan
all,
Stan
Black
Lee's a
Panther.
writer, so he has to have
First of
some
all,
sort of
you understand
imagination.
something.
so you
Black
think
people.
writers don't have no type of
Hold
imagination,
on, hold on.
Colin? Because
Let me say this.
I'm lost on that.
Let me say. Let me
Because the
say this.
white lady wrote the Woman King, right?
Oh yeah, hold on. Yeah, I know that it was garbage. Check this out.
The white lady,
First of
the
all,
Woman King was not garbage. It was way. The Woman King was better than Wakanda Forever.
well, that was all garbage. Wakanda
I
was
agree with
garbage
that.
too.
I agree with
The
that.
Woman King,
Let
Colin,
me
the
say this.
Woman King was 10 times better than
Let me
Wakanda
say.
Forever.
Let me
And your
say
boy
this.
Ryan Coogler did that.
Let me say this. Let me say this. First of all, the first Black Panther wasn't even a major character. He was just a character addition to the Fantastic Four, right? So he wasn't even like a major character. They didn't have a development. They wasn't even developed. So he was just one character,
What
one
are you
scene.
talking about, Colin?
What I'm saying is he wasn't a comic by himself. He was just a part of Fantastic. He came in as a character in one of the episodes, comic episode of the Fantastic Four.
I get it.
Over the years, they added on to his character, the George Malaje, Wakanda, and stuff like that. They built that stuff up or not,
But in the comics, the sister won the smart. The Black Panther was the one that was doing all the stuff.
And so, which we call this guy in the Black Panther tanked in the 70s and 80s. Then these black writers came in and saved it and brought it back to what it is right
I
now.
get it, Colin, but that still doesn't change the origin story, though.
Well, it doesn't matter. Bottom line is this: yeah, the white man put his name on the Black Panther, and he's a producer, just like Disney.
He's not the producer; he's the writer, Colin. Why you keep?
You can say Disney.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, DK. It seems like it make it seem like we're taking up for him. That's the truth. Stan Lee was a writer.
Yeah, but hold on.
I'm not trying to cape.
Has he ever said that he wrote any?
The truth.
Hold on. Had he ever wrote in any editions of Black Panther?
Wrote any what?
Have you ever read any of his comics that he wrote?
I don't know what you call it. When I was young, I didn't look at who wrote it. I just read them.
Has he ever wrote any storylines?
I don't know, Colin. I don't know.
That's why he didn't.
He's a writer.
They have writers.
He writes comics. That's what.
Yeah, but he didn't write for city. He's a producer. He's an illustrator.
Why you keep trying to take away that he was a writer?
Give me an episode of the Black Panther that Stan Lee actually wrote.
I don't know, but you're trying to take on. That's the part that you making us feel like we against you because you keep calling him a producer and he was a writer. Hold on for a second. I even remember when they was having this thing about him when he was saying that he was going against the studio because he was writing something and the studio had somebody else writing something and he was willing to walk away because they wouldn't let him have this
all kinds of people involved in the studio, man. You don't know who's the final.
By that same logic, you don't know how many people was there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't know who the race was or anything like that.
And by that same logic, Colin, you don't know.
I don't know. We don't know.
But that's what I'm saying. But Joker, if I don't know something, I'm not gonna sit up and say what somebody didn't do if I don't know.
Hold on. But this is what I will say, right? I will say that am
I right, DK, or am I wrong? Let me know if I'm wrong, DK.
When people say closed case, white man created, like, no, we don't know the intricacies of what went on.
You said what?
You said yourself there was friggin' nuances and disagreements on the creativity of the Black Panther. We don't know who exactly.
No, I wasn't talking about the Black Panther. He was talking about another comic. He was talking about another comic.
About the Black Panther. I'm saying
I get it. What I'm saying is, Colin, you keep trying to say that man wasn't a writer.
No, we don't know who. Look, they may have like 100 different thing. He think he
Hey,
wrote
hey,
all of
Colin,
it?
and by that same logic, they could have had 2.
Yeah. So, but what I'm saying, yeah, we don't know who exactly was the
So
writers. You
okay,
know,
so
they
then
hire
Colin,
writers all
but
the
then if
time.
you, but then why do you want to take credit from him for being a writer? That's
Look,
what I'm
look, I'm
lost
not
on.
going to take credit for a writer, but when people say, "Oh, a white man created," well, yeah, but okay, he conceptualized it when I. But okay, I'll give him credit. Okay, if you want to say a white man created, that's fine. But let's say the fact of the matter, is, if you look at everything the way things are, Walt Disney is credited with Mickey Mouse, right?
What the hell?
That's
You keep bringing up Mickey Mouse?
no, but did Walt Disney
These two
design
things,
Mickey
those
Mouse?
two
No,
things aren't the same, Colin.
The 2 things,
it is
that's
the
not
same thing.
Colin. That's like apples and watermelons, bro. That's
Yeah.
Now, how is
totally
that?
different
Well,
things.
hold up. Disney Studios created the Disney characters, right?
But that's a different. Coming up with a character and writing a comic is 2 totally different. That's
No,
just like
Mickey Mouse
Alaska and South Africa,
Mickey
Colin.
Mouse was a cartoon series. Same thing with Black Panther.
That is no. That's the person that did that didn't write Mickey Mouse had a whole team behind it.
So did Black
They're
Panther.
not claim,
Yo,
Colin. They're
so
not
did Black
claiming that they
Panther.
created it.
Yo, so did Black Panther.
No, oh my God,
So did
Colin.
Iron Man. So did the Incredible Hulk.
Colin,
They all
Colin,
had
bro.
teams
This is
behind
what
it.
I be talking about. That's that old shit, bro. That's that
So,
old shit, man.
all of them had teams. You think one man came up with Iron Man? No.
Colin, you keep conflating. Like I'm talking about the goalpost has been moved all the way to North
Okay,
Carolina.
so you think one person came up?
Colin, I don't think anything. I think that Stan Lee said he created. Everybody say he created. It's not been one person.
All right,
Now,
yeah, he created.
hold
Yeah.
on, Colin. Let me finish. Not one person, black or white or Mexican, the scrawny employees ever came out and said that Stan Lee didn't create this. He stole it from somebody else. Not
No,
one
no, I
single
never
person.
said. No, you look. If he is a publisher and a copyright, that's
See,
his.
Colin, you keep no. That's not what I'm saying. If he stole that idea from another writer,
And nobody said he stole it. If the
but
people
then
work for him, that's his.
then what are you arguing about then, Colin?
No,
Because we said
what I am saying is this: I know how things are done. If you
you
have
know
a
how well
studio,
things are done.
if you do a
Oh,
studio,
come on.
hold on.
Just
Let me
say
ask you a
he
question.
created.
God, you digging yourself a hole, Colin. God, leave. Boy, I ain't never seen nobody.
DK, do you think one person came up with the Incredible Hulk? Or was several people coming with ideas and they finally had a finished product?
Colin, you have to have proof of that. Who?
I mean, it's
We know
common
that
sense,
Stan
bro.
Lee and
How
Jack
is
Kirby came up
Colin, you
with it.
just said that you don't know. How in the hell can that be equated to common
Yeah,
sense?
no, but I'm just using common sense, you know.
That's not
You
common sense,
think one
Colin.
person came up with Iron
Colin,
Man?
you're just making something up,
You
Colin.
you making that shit up, man. You Colin, you freestyling right now, bro.
Colin,
Hold
You
on, you think one
freestyle.
person came up with Fantastic Four?
What?
How you think Storm, that she's a Yoruba? You think that somebody black didn't add that onto the Fantastic Four?
Paula, do you know how many different comics it is? Only thing we're saying is that Stan Lee came up with the Black Panther. Out of all the 600,
Yes.
700 different comics,
You
Stan
think
Lee came up with that
DC
one.
You think DC Comics alone came up with Batman and Robin, or there was a bunch of writers
that's
and everything
something
came up with it?
different. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, when you guys think that one person just came out of nowhere and just created something, that is not true. You don't know who was involved with that. I don't know. Stan Lee and Jack Kirby created it. For all I know.
Paula, then if you don't know, Paula, if you say logic, common sense, if you don't know, then how can you turn around and say, well, that ain't how it happened?
I'm saying me personally, and like I said, I could be wrong. Right?
You are wrong.
Hold on. I'm saying in my gut feeling.
Oh, you're good. I got you.
My gut feeling.
Where your food digest at, right?
My gut feeling is that concept of now, if they made Wakanda in Harlem, right? If Wakanda was Harlem and Black Panther was a Negro in America and whatnot, getting off work and changing to Black Panther, I would say, yeah, that white guys came up with that, And if Black Panther was carrying the American flag and whatnot, I would say, yeah,
Colin,
you know,
I
that was
totally
definitely a white guy,
understand
you
your
know.
I totally understand your point of view. You connected with the movie Black Panther so much. You can't imagine a white guy writing it. You imagine
There's no
some
way in
dude
the hell I'll ever
from
believe that.
militant. You imagine
There's
some
no
militant
way in
guy
hell.
wearing a
There's no way
dashiki
you can look.
writing
People,
Black
I don't.
Panther.
I can't
But
tell
that's
what
just
people
not the
believe, but
truth.
in my heart and mind, that's not possible. You know,
We'll call it is possible,
because
man.
knowing the
He
white
did
man in
write, and he
America, knowing the white man in America, there's no way I believe that.
well, Stanley's a typical, liberal
No,
dude.
no, no,
So
no. I'm sorry.
I mean, he lived through the
Well,
civil
Colin, you
rights.
know what that shows? You don't know white people like you think you know them, because he damn
No,
sure
no,
came up
no,
with it.
no, no. I do know white people. Like I think I know him. Smitty says Stanley said this multiple times. Elizabeth said he was happy in America was inspiring to Black Panther. Oh my, yeah, I know it was a revolution. The '60s was revolutionary.
So you don't think that would influence him to create Black
I
Panther,
know he
Colin?
probably had black people. He probably had black friends and people talking
Carla,
to.
Carla, as soon as you say the word probably or maybe baby or
Man.
theoretically, at that point, Carla, you lose at
No,
that point,
I
man.
do
Colin.
believe. So you telling me Stanley was not talking to any black nationalists at the time?
Carla, it's whatever you believe, man. You like if
So
I tell you that's
you telling me that there weren't people coming into the studio saying, "I got an
Carla,
idea for."
how many people's coming in the studio,
So
Carla?
Probably dozens
you
of
think
them.
he
You
went
know.
to a you think he went to a
And
soul
also,
food
yeah, hold
restaurant
on.
and
Also, you
you
know,
think he went to a
you
soul
always got
food
these
restaurant,
amateur
overheard a
people coming
conversation?
in with
He's
their
like, yeah,
ideas and
I'm gonna write
whatnot. You
Black
know,
Panther.
so you gonna tell me there was no amateur people coming in saying, "Hey, I got this idea for a character, Black Panther." Whatnot. Come
Come on,
on, you don't
Colin.
tell
You
me
don't
that.
have any proof of that, Colin.
I'm just using common
That's in
sense.
his gut. That's in his gut,
That's in my
DK.
gut feeling. My gut feeling. That's what it is.
That's not common sense. That's just your
That's what I feel.
imagination.
There's no way anybody can convince me otherwise.
Okay, I got you, man. Hey, and I'll tell you, that's that old nigga shit right there,
Oh,
bro.
it don't go with nothing,
That
man. The
Colin,
fact of the matter is,
that
I
is
just
how old
basically
people
know.
think. They think about something
I just
and they
know. I just
stuck
know
on it, and
reason
no
and
matter
logic.
what type of they can don't even have no proof. No proof at all
No, no,
and
no.
still say something.
I don't. I admit I don't have the proof, right? But I'm just saying, in my gut feeling, or not, I know for a fact that the matter is.
Colin, think about what you just said. That's an oxymoron. What you just said. You said I don't have any proof. I
All
know
right,
it in
now
my
Malcolm
gut,
X,
but I
hold up.
know for it. And you
Smitty
turn around
says,
and say
hold
after
up,
that, I know for a fact.
hold up. Malcolm, Smitty said Malcolm X and Martin Luther King was a Magneto and Professor X. Wow,
Oh my God.
wow, wow. You never know what people thinking. Like which we call Storm was supposed to be a Yoruba, priestess, So people don't know what they would do. A lot of stuff like that, the magic. Someone was even telling me that they think, so I don't know how true it is, that the Anasa, the spider, West African spider, was inspiration behind Spider Man. I don't know. I don't know. Who knows where this all come from? Because a lot of stuff with the powers and magic do come from a lot of black, African culture. This idea of of different sorcery and stuff like that. I don't know. We just never know. A lot of things are borrowed from us, and what you call, I don't know. But I know it's no. I don't just accept everything just with face value. I look deeper into it.
But Colin, how can you look deeper in something when you don't have any proof?
Well, what I'm saying like this, when you look at, look, I know for a fact that the matter is, like I said, you got Black Panther right in the '60s. That would probably the only person that could have sold that to the public was a white man. You know, ain't no black to the 20th power dude gonna come up with a comic about Black Power, it's about Black Panther, and it was gonna sell. So common sense will tell you it's gonna have to go through somebody like Jack Lee or Stan Lee or Jack Kirby. So whether he
It's
created
amazing.
Black
It's
Panther
amazing how you.
or
It's
or
amazing
or,
how you
or
dug
somebody
yourself in this
or
Oh,
bunker.
you would have to have some proof of like, oh, actually, this guy is the one who was the
yeah,
brains
but
behind Black Panther.
DK, you know how many times people, the lady that says that she created the Matrix, and the Terminator, many times it was
Yeah,
shelled and they
yeah,
stole
but
it.
there's no one that came out and said, you know what, I actually created the Black Panther. There's no one that's done that.
Well, the bottom line, a lot of times people sign these disclosure agreements, and stuff like that. It could have been just like several people and just said, I don't know, Stanley, or he could have paid him off, bought it.
God, caller, you just peddling. You just peddling in
You
place,
are
No,
bro.
no,
You know.
you are reaching,
or
man.
like
You
I
are
said,
reaching, Colin.
or
You gotta stand in the white
somebody
man
could have
like
came up
that,
with the
man.
idea, and he came up with that thing saying, something. Somebody could have came up with a friggin' another character similar to Black Panther, but he changed it to Black Panther. Who knows? You know, could have came up with another character similar to that one not, and he called
Colin,
it Black.
who created the Blade character? Was it a black
What?
man or a white
I have
man?
no idea.
There was a white
So,
dude.
so I don't have no idea about Blade. I don't know anything about the series. But my point I'm trying to make is, you know, we don't know exactly, where did Stan Lee get the inspiration from? Maybe he could have saw something and said, something, imagine this, whatever like that. But I know for a fact of the matter, it has something to do with the emergence of Africa and trying to. He was definitely inspired by the Black Power movement. You know, whether it was the original thing was Black Panther or he saw something else and said, "I'm gonna make another." Somebody could have came up with something else, and he said, "I'm gonna make a Black Panther." Making my character a Black Panther as opposed to something else because that character was Will. He could have just had a thing called T'Challa, and he just started to say, "Okay, I'm gonna make this the Black Panther." Superhero. I don't know. But I know for a fact of the matter is that did not just come from a white man's mind. Somebody black had to lay the template for that. I don't know if it was a Black Power movement or somewhere along the line.
And there you
But
go again. And there you go again on that hill.
no, I just simply don't really believe that somebody white could come up with something like that. Unless you say Stan Lee, unless you tell me he grew up around black people or he grew up in
Colin, he
Africa.
gave the reason that he was inspired by the civil rights
Yeah,
movement
but
of
what
the
does the civil
60s.
rights movement have to do with Africa? Just the opposite.
Colin, he's a writer with an
Tyler,
imagination.
Tyler, for you to have written a book, but it just shows you don't understand how people that write fiction and people
I
that write
wrote a
that, like,
fictional
think
book.
about the guy. Hold on, think about the guy that what his name that wrote all the Friday the 13th or whatever. Like, he'll tell you that like he never lived that life. He said that he woke up one day out his bed on a perfect sunny day, and then all he can do is this thing start flashing in his brain. He didn't get
See,
no inspiration from no.
I'll tell you my experience in writing the book. Right, I was inspired. I was inspired by the Liberian story of the Azor, whatnot. So I did my research and stuff like that. But I'll never say, to tell you the truth, that I just came up with it. I was inspired by Liberians. Liberians that I knew. I was talking to them for years, and then I said, something. Now this is what happened to me. I was like, something. I want to read some Liberian literature, and I found there was none. I said, "Don't you guys got writers that know about their history?" When they said, "No, no one ever wrote a historical novel." There was one novel was written. It wasn't a historical novel, but it was written called "Murder in the Cassava Patch." That was a Liberian novel, whatever. That was written decades ago. But I said, "You mean to tell me this great history? Y'all don't have one story that somebody fictionalized?" They said no. And so I said, "You know something? I'm inspired to write the first fictional novel about Liberia." Just like 10 years later, I said I was inspired to bring the first African American tour group to Liberia. Both of those things I was inspired to do by Liberians, right? But I'll never say to them that oh, I did this on my own, whatever like that. No, I was inspired by Liberians and listening to their story and stuff like that. Because without which I would have never written that novel. Because I had a lot of people that gave me a lot of help and insight and stuff like that, about the culture, the history, and stuff like that, and I was inspired to write the book.
But Colin, that's not how fiction works. People that come up with
It was
fiction,
fiction. My novel was fiction.
I meant nonfiction. I meant the nonfiction, the fantasy.
Mine was historical. Mine was nonfiction, but it was
Right. That's
historical.
what I'm saying is Colin, that that's not the way that the people that come up with fantasy and all that. That ain't how they come up with it. Most of them people don't have no. It just pops in their head. It comes to them in a dream. Like most of them will tell you that all of those movies about sci-fi and fantasy came to them in a dream.
So you telling me Stan Lee dreamed about a black
I ain't
kingdom?
saying that he came up with. I'm telling you, the people that make those movies, you ever listen to those directors, and they be
Yeah, but
like,
by your
"Wow, this."
own logic, right? You're telling me Stan Lee, was it Black Panther came to him in a dream? I can't
What I'm,
believe that.
no, it's a difference between a comic and a movie, Colin. Stan
Let
Lee,
me-
Stan Lee did create. Hold on, Colin. Let me help you. Stan Lee didn't come up with not one movie. They just give him credit and they just stick him in the movie. It's a direct. Stan Lee has nothing to do with none of the Marvel movies at all because the movies aren't even like the comics.
Yeah, I
They
know.
similar.
It was the Hudlin brothers and Ta-Nehisi Coates got it ready for Marvel
So
Studios
that's my point. His job was a writer. He was the creator, and it's somebody else that take it and expound it. That's the
because the
same way.
the Black Panther of today that you see had very little to do with the original Black Panther that Stan Lee created.
I get it. It's just like the dude that wrote the James Bond books. The books is similar to the movie.
And you just can't imagine a white guy created
Yeah,
something
that's what it is,
that
bro.
connected with
So in
you
other
so
words, you're
much.
telling me,
That's it.
DK, that Black Panther came to Stan Lee in a dream? Okay.
We don't know, but he created it. That's what we
Oh,
do
yeah,
know.
South Smart said he saw it in a dream. I can't say it was all a
He didn't
dream.
say he saw it in a dream. He
That is
said
not what I said.
usually people
Colin,
who create.
you be putting words in people's mouth, bro. I did not
You
say
said
that.
that. You said it was all a dream, man.
Nah, I didn't say no big and smalls, bro. I said that most of the fantasy movie creators say that they came up with those movies in a dream.
All right. Let me see what breweries I say. Collar, spite white theft of black ideas. It's possible Stan Lee, Jack Kirk created Black Panther from 60s BPM vibe. What the hell is he talking about? Are you aware of many white professors teaching African studies? I don't want to hear about no white professor of African studies.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
Rudy.
there are white people that are fascinated with Africa. They're out
Oh
there.
yeah, they're like I read Basil Davison. He was like the only one I took seriously. That British Africanist. He's the one that really got a real good history of Africa. I studied him for years. Basil Davis. I got all his book, Lost African Kingdoms, Lost African Cities. He had Lost African Cities and the African Genius. I got all his books, Basil Davison. But yeah, I know there's white professors that are really good
Well, I
Africanists.
understand your point, Kala, because mostly white people try to discredit black people in Africa.
That's
So
what I'm saying.
I don't
That's
understand
why I
why you
said it's
can't.
hard for me to friggin' fathom somebody doing something positive about Africa. Now, if it was Basil Davison that came up with Black Panther, I would say, okay, he did it. Not
Maybe
Basil, Basil Davison.
Maybe
If it was
Stan
Basil
Lee's
Davison,
interested has that same fascination with Africa.
I
We
don't
don't
know
know.
about that. If it was Basil Davison that came up with Black Panther, I'd say, yeah, he did that. Because Basil Davison is fascinated with Africa. He obsessed with it. I was a white man that was obsessed with Africa. Every other white man, all they do is talk about Tarzan and primitive shit and everything. And so I don't know.
You have white Americans that travel to Africa, go to countries, have a
But
good
Basil
time.
Davison was a British. I don't trust. I haven't yet seen white Americans. White Americans always come back to. This is what they do when they go to Africa. They go over there, like when I'm in Liberia, right, and I see a white American, they can't look me in the face. You know that? It's like their face turn beat red, like they fucking guilty about some shit. And they know, and I'm there, and they see us black people from America, like Val Thomas. They see a formidable group of black Americans there, and they know they cannot pull their shenanigans. You know, not in Liberia, maybe in other parts of Africa, not Liberia.
They've been in Liberia for damn near over 100 years, if not longer, since the founding of the country. White Americans.
No, they haven't been in Liberia.
Paula, when they handed over the country,
look,
the
white
ones who
people, hold up. The only white people, look, DK, you're not going to come up here and school me on Liberia. You're not going to do that. You don't know enough about the country, so you sit back and you talk about your AES bullshit like that. When it comes to Liberia, I'm the authority on that country. You don't know anything about it. There are no white settlement in Liberia. There's no white people resident in Liberia. Never.
Paulo, when the American Liberians sold their land to the Firestone, white people came to work as managers.
First of all, it was only a few white people in management. Most of the people that worked in Firestone were Liberians in management. You go there and whatnot. Most of the technicians, the doctors, everybody that worked in Firestone were mostly Liberians. That's how the concessions usually work. They hire local people. Firestone had a couple of people that was changed in and out. They were never there permanently, right? Except for a couple of people like Harvey Firestone. His family may have had a estate there. You can see a estate still there. And they come in and out. They don't stay there long term. First of all, Africa right there, Liberia is too dangerous for white people to sit there because of malaria and yellow fever. White people die.
Medication now.
But look, white people die, and white people cannot live in that climate. You don't know anything. White people would die. Hold on. Judai Ashman, and all these other people like this, they died when they went to Liberia because of the fucking yellow fever and the disease. They cannot live in Liberia's climate. Liberia is called a white man's grave.
Carla, you saying white people don't live in Liberia?
No. That's the only thing that kept Liberia safe.
Stop
it.
DK, you're not going to get up there and tell me what the fuck I know.
No, Carl, I'm asking you a straight up question. You saying that today white people don't live in Liberia?
Look at the only white people that lived there were the Lebanese. You know, I think they sort of immune to. They got immune to.
They have missionaries. They have missionaries in.
Yeah, well, hold up. They would have one or two missionaries, right? They would not stay there a long time. They would stay there for a season and leave, right? And a lot of them died. You know, they don't have missionaries like they do. They had a missionary, and the only place they really had missionary was down there in Maryland County. Maryland County is more subtropical than it is tropical. You know, they have the Episcopal.
Oh, I'm talking about 2026, and you're saying there's no white people live in Liberia.
Well, there's only people that you'll see living there in Monrovia. You'll see a couple of white people there on business, but they don't live there all the time.
A couple of white people, Carla?
Lebanese. You have Lebanese.
Come on, bro.
You don't see white people living in Liberia.
Paula, I was watching Modern Liberia, and they had a whole bunch of white people that was over there running business and everything. They're right on their channel.
What you're looking at is Lebanese. You don't see white people.
Y'all, Carla, these were white people. I know what Lebanese people look like, Carla.
That's smart. I've been there.
They said Carla, I'm looking at these are Liberian people in the government.
All right. Name the business.
I don't know the name of it. I'm telling you, go watch the video.
There is none.
There's what?
There is none. The only people that own businesses in Liberia besides Liberians are the Chinese and the Lebanese.
Wow.
Indians.
So I guess these people's up that line there, right?
Yeah, there's no white people. There's no Europeans. There's
no Europeans in Liberia.
No.
Wow.
You will see Europeans come to the hotels, right? The NGOs.
Nah, Carla.
On vacation.
I was watching. I'm telling you, I'm watching Modern Liberia. You can go to the channel and see it.
How about this? How smart. Why don't you get on a plane
Colin,
Go there. And you
this has
come.
nothing to do with me going to Liberia. I'm just telling you that I'm subscribed to Modern Liberia, and I was
I don't know
looking
what
at it,
you're
and they were
looking.
hold
I don't
on
know.
for a
Yeah, but
second,
I don't know. Is it a
Colin.
reputable? Look. I don't know
Modern
what. I'm just
Liberia
telling you.
is
Look, I'm
ran by the
telling you.
government.
Look, I'm telling you firsthand as somebody's been there. I don't know what you're
That
looking at.
doesn't,
Now,
Colin, this
hold up. Look, let
Modern
me tell you
Liberia.
something.
Hold on, Colin. Let me tell you the difference between you and Modern Liberia. Modern Liberia put up 3 or 4 channels about Liberia every single day.
Okay,
Every
let me
single
say.
day.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. A lot of times when people put up these videos, like you'll have white people. The only time you see white people in Liberia is in like the beaches, like Robertsport. You'll see a lot of white people up there. You know, Robertsport, and the Labasa Lodge. You'll see white people down there in the
Colin, this
lodge.
wasn't no beach.
Hold
This
up, hold
wasn't
up,
no
hold up,
law. They were having
hold up.
a function.
Hold up, and then you may have white people who are guests of the government or something like that. That's that other thing. They'll put that picture, the camera up in the white people's face and make it seem like there's a whole lot of white people there. But get this, white people, as soon as they're done with their mission, whatever like that, they're on the plane and they're the fuck out of there.
How do you know that, Colin? How do you know
Because I
when
see
white
them
people
all
leave?
the time,
Colin, how do you know when white people leave and when they go?
because I'm there,
You're not there, Colin. You right here in
Yeah,
America.
but I'm there every year.
And that's every year
I'm
for
there
2
every
months.
year, bro.
Colin,
I'm
come
all
on,
throughout
man.
the
This
country,
now,
man.
now,
You know,
now I see what they be saying now, Colin. You cannot sit up here and say you know when white people get on the plane and when they don't get on the plane, Colin.
bottom line is this: that you
Come
go
on,
to
man.
Liberia, you go to Liberia, you go to
You make
Liberia.
yourself look bad like
You
that,
know who has
Colin.
you know who has white people? Sierra Leone. When you go to Liberia, take Air Brussels, all the white people get off
Holla,
at Sierra Leone. They don't go to Liberia, you know, for some reason.
holla. There's white people working at Firestone today. Of course,
No,
there's
okay.
Oh,
I was just in Firestone a few months ago. There are no white people there, bro. What are you talking
I just
about?
looked up the
Hold on.
manager of Firestone in Liberia.
No, I don't care what you looked up. First of all, the
He's a
people
white
who
guy.
run in Firestone are now Indians. They don't even white people. Firestone
Holla,
don't
I
own
just
it no more.
looked up the
First of all,
manager
Firestone
of
don't even own it no
Firestone in
more.
Liberia.
Bridgestone owns it.
His name is Seamus Gunton. He's a Liberian. He's a white guy.
Get the hell out of here. That's just somebody probably works. Look, bottom line is, I know the Gunters. They're fucking clowns. You know, 1 or 2 white people around there, but they don't fucking. Look, you go to Firestone, you go there, stay there for a whole week. You will never see a white person.
Colin, only
I'm
thing I'm
there all the
saying is,
time.
of course, you know way more about Liberia than everybody else. What I'm saying is, you make yourself look bad when you try to be absolute about something,
I'm
and
trying to
they
tell you,
showing
you
you.
see, like there's white people running around Liberia when it's not. You know,
But you're sitting
it's
out here
not.
saying you knowing when these people get on the plane and when they
Well,
don't get on the
look.
plane.
All
That's
I
all
know
I'm
is
saying,
you
man.
in Monrovia. When you're in Monrovia, you see nothing but black faces. Then once in a while, you'll see some Lebanese. That's it. And then once in a while, you'll see you'll see these white people, and you know who the white people are. You see there, they're from Sweden. They use Swedes. You got some Swedes that live there. You know, the blonde, blue-eyed people, Swedes and Germans that live there.
I
Sweet
know
name
you.
white people.
Swede, no, but I'm saying when they put the Swedes, they've been there for decades, right? In what call in Lamco, and the Germans live in Sino. You know, you may see them on the beach. Some Germans and whatnot, German families and whatnot that work for the different concessions or whatever like that. But that's about it. You know, other than that, you don't see no fucking white Americans and everybody just walking around, and everybody knows the Swedes and whatnot.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think out of the 5 million or 8 million people in Liberia, how many white people you think live there permanently?
I would say white people. I would say probably no more than like a few thousand.
About
And the
what?
bottom line, and those white people that live there
No,
live
I'm saying,
on
what was the number you said?
I would say no more than 2,000. And those white people that live there live on not even on Firestone. They live in Lamco. Lamco is the concession.
Calling 2,000 is a lot of people. That's why I'm saying
Well, yeah, but if
That's
you
why I'm
know how
saying you
big,
shouldn't think.
if you know how big Liberia is, right? You got
Caller,
somebody.
I
Hold on, hold on,
understand
hold
what you're saying.
on,
I'm on your
hold on,
side. I just don't
hold on, hold
understand
on,
why you try to say
hold
there's
on, hold on,
none there.
hold on,
That's
hold
why
on.
I don't
If you go
understand
to
that.
Lamco, if you go to Lamco, you'll see Europeans that used to live there from the 1960s. From the 1960s concession when Lamco before Lamco running there. You know, if you go to Nimba County, right on the border of Ganta, you may see some white people that come in from Guinea, from the other side of the border. Some French-speaking people come from the side of the border. When you go to Robertsport, right, you may have some Swedes, some Swiss people, and some Norwegian people that like surfing. You know, what you don't see for the most part are white Americans. You do not see them. You see some Europeans who come there and whatnot, who like surfing, who like hanging out and stuff like that, you know, but you do not see white Americans. When you see white
So you're
Americans,
saying
they don't
there's
even
no
look.
white Americans in Liberia?
There ain't no fucking white Americans. Like the white people in
Oh
Liberia
God,
are mostly
not true,
Europeans, you
Carla.
know.
That's just not true, Carla.
You never been there. I've been there, but you're telling me it's not
Carla,
true.
that white missionary that nearly
I don't
killed
care
that
about no
girl
damn
was a
white
white
missionary.
American.
Hold on,
He was a
hold
white
on.
American. He was a
First
white
of all,
American.
most of the missionaries in Liberia were black.
Well, the
The
guy was
African,
a white American.
hold up. Oh no, the African Methodist Episcopal Church is what built Liberia. The Providence Baptist Church was built by black people. What are you
Carla,
talking about? Reverend
Firestone
Joseph
is a
John Cheeseman of the
Firestone is
Baptist
an
Church of
American
Edina. What are
company.
you talking about?
So
All
how
the
can there be
missions
no
in
white
Liberia, the
Americans?
Presbyterians were black people, black Presbyterians. What are you talking about?
Carla,
You
look,
don't know
look.
anything about the
Firestone,
fucking history of the country, man.
Firestone is
Don't
an
tell me.
American company. So you
Look,
tell
what
me
are you talking
they
about?
brought no white
Firestone didn't
Americans to
come there.
Liberia?
Firestone didn't get there to the 1930s. What are you talking about?
Oh man.
And
Oh,
Firestone wasn't even functioning until almost 100 years the country was a republic. What are you talking about?
I don't know, man.
Firestone
You just
came
gotta be
there. They
realistic.
set up shop, whatnot. You know, Firestone. Matter of fact, Firestone. Matter of fact, when they do that rubber thing, they didn't even set up the proper thing to process the rubber in Liberia. They never even built processing plant. The rubber goes on a boat until to ships out to sea. They didn't even really set up shop in Liberia properly.
What does that have to do with my point? I just said there's
I'm saying, so what I'm
probably some
saying
white
is,
Americans there.
white
That's
people,
it.
just like
It's not.
in
I didn't say
Liberia,
they were going around. There was a lot of them. I just said yeah, there was probably white people, white
there
Americans
was
there.
no look. Let me tell you something
How can
about
you say
Liberia.
there's none? That's just not true,
Let me
Carl.
tell you something about Liberia, right? Let me tell you something about Tubman.
I
When
don't know
Tubman
why
was
you're trying to
president, right?
sell
Let me
this
tell you
image
something
of
about Tubman.
Liberia as some like
Hold on. Let me tell
Pan
you something.
African fortress,
Hold on.
man.
I ain't saying some pan. I'm telling you about Tubman, right? When Tubman was president, he had this agency called the PRO, Public Relations Officers, right? You know what they did? They had files on every foreigner, everybody in the country. So they were like the Secret Service and FBI combined. Anything that Firestone did, right, had to be reported to the government. In school, anything like that had to be supervised and it had the approval of the government before they did anything. That was a PRO, you know. So they ran a tight shit. And matter of fact, there was one black American guy who went in there and was talking, running his mouth. Tubman had him arrested, you know, because the bottom line, when Tubman had the country and whatnot, that country was on lock. There was nobody running that place and whatnot. You know, there was no Europeans running around doing this and the other thing. That's why the country stayed stable. It was only when Tolbert came in there and started letting all these people with their freedoms and everything like that, that people did come in there and start friggin' acting up. So the LPN put your house, their library.
Paulo, what I'm saying is, for some reason, it just that it's not that you're. What shocks me is that you have all this knowledge and then you'll revert back to absolute, like you saying that it's none there. Like that's the part
No,
that
what I'm saying, when people say there's white people there, right? White people there, right? You would think that every time now, every once in a while, you'll see in a hotel, right? If you see a white guy there, he's usually with his laptop. He's there on business, right? He's there on business. He's trying to sell something, whatever, like that. I had privilege to an interesting conversation years ago, back in 2023, I was sitting in a fusion restaurant, right? And this one young guy, lucky he was Dutch. He spoke good English. He was Dutch, right? And me and Isabel sitting there having dinner, one night lunch, whatever. And this guy, this Liberian guy, official, came in there, and this guy had this thing. He said, "This is what we could do with blah blah blah." And the guy was like telling him, said, "Look," and Will was president at the time, right? He said, "We don't have the money to do that, right?" You know, the guy said, "This will help you." Or this, the fiber optic, he was doing some fiber optics, whatever. He said, "We simply don't have the money. You know, we just." So you got all, and I see that all the time. You got these young white guys that come to Liberia and they get with different people trying to sell different products and computer stuff. When one thing I seen that was going pretty good at Out Lagoon last year when I went there was I saw them close a deal with this software company, and they was like, okay, that's good and whatnot. And I said, okay, that showed me Liberia was looking up because I heard them seal the deal, and these investors that came in and went, you see a lot of investors that come there, and they come there, they close the deal and they leave. That's about it. But you don't see people just hanging out, making Liberia their home and residency. When they come in, they're in the hotel, they handle business, white people handling business, and they get the fuck out.
But Colin, that's what I'm saying. You have no. That's see when you talk like that. That's when you like absolute like
No,
you
but
know these.
DK make it seem
No,
like white people
DK ain't making it seem that like that way. Colin, it's you doing that.
no,
You're.
DK makes some white people just around there running
No,
shit.
he didn't say that. He just
Did-
he did
didn't
not
say
say
that.
that.
So
You take
if you think
Colin,
white people
you
running
take what
Liberia,
he said and you took it to a whole nother level to the point that you said it wasn't no white people, no white Americans there.
no, what I'm saying is again, I have yet to see any white American. I always see
But Colin,
European.
that's a you. Colin, that's a you thing. You're not there
No,
every day.
I'm saying as far as like conducting, I seen this. Okay, last year, not this year, last year, there was this fucking white guy that came there one night, was this, and he was a fucking redneck. You know, he was there, and he was like fucking in the fucking Owl Lagoon. I was fucking sitting there getting pissed because he was hitting on this one girl one night, and I was like, hey, he's sitting there talking all this stupid redneck, stupid shit, whatnot, and I'm like, yo, I'm gonna get up and hit this fucking motherfucker in the mouth. He was sitting there. They'll say before I could even do anything, they got up and left because I guess he saw my mood. You know, I was like, we're not feeling this dude. You know, so I'm like, this guy just being loud and just being, just like talking all kinds of stupid shit, whatnot. You know, this yeehaw shit, and whatnot. You know, I'm like, motherfucker, he killing my whole fucking vibe. You know, he was out of lagoons and whatnot. You know, so he got up and left. So I was like, man, look at these Liberian guys. I said, what the fuck you bring this clown here for? You know, but that was the only time I seen a white American guy. He was clearly a white American, like some fucking redneck and whatnot, you know.
Colin,
So, yeah,
how many months you spent in Liberia?
I used to spend like 2 months there. You know,
Okay, so what I'm saying is, Colin, it would be
I
wise
am
to
all over the country, though. I am
Colin.
all over the
Colin,
country.
the last time you was in Liberia, you was stuck in the house the whole
Oh
time.
yeah, I know, but I still was able to go all over the city.
Colin, come on, bro.
This last
Colin, you
time,
can't say that, Colin.
this last time,
Colin, we
I was
was
stuck
we
in
was
the house.
listening to you almost every day. You was in the house.
This last time, I was stuck in the house, right?
Okay, then, Colin.
Hold up, every
You
time I
know
used
why?
to go there,
Colin,
I'm
Colin,
all over
listen,
the
man.
place.
You know what a player told or somebody told me? A good checker player know when to get 12 more. You don't have to fight until your last checker gone, Colin.
No.
You
What
get
I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is
that's all I'm
this. I
saying,
still,
man.
even though I was mostly in the house, I still went up to Brewerville. I still went up to Carricksburg. I still where did I go? I still
Colin,
went to
that's
Bowman
fine,
County.
but for the most days you was in the house.
Yeah, because
Chilling.
the bottom line is I was there for almost 2 months, man. So I couldn't really go any place.
I
So,
got you. So that
the bottom line is I still went out. You know, I was still over the city when I, you know.
no,
So
Colin, it's impossible. It's impossible for you to be in the house all the time and then
no,
to
I
be
was
all
not
over
in
the
the house
city.
all the time. No, look. When I say I was in the house all the time, it means I came home. You know, but I
No,
had to go out every
Colin.
day.
Colin,
Every
you
day
remember
I had to
people
go
listen to you,
shopping. I had
man.
to
They
do this.
listen to your videos. You at one point you were saying that you ain't left the house in the whole 2 weeks.
No. I never said that. You know,
Oh my Colin.
why would I stay in the house for 2 weeks? I would never do that. You know.
Colin, you when you first
I had a
got there,
driver, yo, how smart. I have a driver. I paid for her.
Colin, When you did the
Why
video,
would I
Matt
be at the
Collar,
house if I have a
when
driver?
you did the video, you said when you first got there, you was there because the people was asking you why you ain't went nowhere and why you didn't come.
Oh
You was
yeah,
like,
no. I think what you guys misunderstood was I did not go out there and start doing filming and all that, but I was always out.
no,
I didn't go
Collar.
out there.
You
I
said,
didn't go out there. Hold on. I didn't go out there and start doing recreation and stuff like that, but I was always out, you know? I didn't go out there and start doing recreation until almost 2 weeks. You
Collar,
know?
you were saying that how you was way out there and you didn't have a driver, that you had the little boy driving you.
Yeah. So I said, look, I had a driver with a KK, you know. You still get around. I still got to wherever I was going to, you know.
You Collar, man, now you make, see, I'm gonna stop because you get what I'm saying. I'm watching you saying, Collar, you was at the house a lot of time because you even
Yeah,
said
I know
that.
that, but hold on. I had a driver. Some days I had a driver with a car, and some days I had a driver with the KK. Most days I
But
had a
that
driver with a car.
But
You know.
that's still not, you still on the outskirts, Collar. What I'm
Yeah,
saying
I
is
did not
regard.
hold up, but
Okay,
I did not.
Collar,
I
let's
did not
just
go
say
out.
that you wasn't in the house at all. You was out and about every day. That's
No,
still
I
you
was
only
not out and about every
Collar.
day. I was not
Collar, I
outside the
get
house.
that. I was just using that as a catalyst. What I'm saying is that still you only there 2 months out the year, Collar.
Yeah. So the bottom line is I was there. I
Then
seen
how
him
do
out. You
you,
know.
then that's what I'm saying about with DK. That's what I'm saying. Like, you super smart. That's what I don't understand. You super smart. But if you super smart, you should know, Colin. If you ain't there for 10 months, how do you know what's going on in those 10 months?
Well, I know. Well, I do know this. I've been there enough times. You know, I've been through the country. You know, it's been every place in the country there is. You know, and I see the got a feel of the country. I pretty much got a pulse. Like me, if I go drive to Liberia right now, I drive from the airport to Monrovia. I know exactly what I'm going to see. I could drive from Monrovia to the airport. It's not going to be no surprises. I know what I'm going to see. You know, every time I go there, it's the same freaking thing. You know,
My
so
only
when
point
people
was
tell
when you
me,
said
"Oh,
there
you're
you
these
don't
white
see.
people," no. Every time I've been there
That's a
and
good point.
whatnot, you know, for some strange reason, whatnot, the only white people you see there are Lebanese people, and like I said, you see those Swedish people there. They've been there for a long time, you know, and so those people like that, the Swedish Catholic people there, yeah, they're just weird. The women like nuns and whatnot, you know, and what you call it. And that's about it. That's the only white people you see there, and they blend with the locals. They buy fruit and whatnot, and they talk the Kolakwa, the Liberian Kolakwa and whatnot, and they ride the KKs and whatnot, and the motorbike, the pen motorbikes and whatnot, like any other Liberian and whatnot. That's the only like white people you see is those people like that. You do not see friggin' tourists and white Americans there unless you go to the resorts, you know. A couple of years ago, when me and Bamani did a tour, there was a white guy that tours West Africa, a white American guy, and he was talking to us and thing. And then at the Candasia, there was a white lady that was talking to me. There was this group that came there, NGO that came there, but then again, that's all drying up. Now why? Because Trump cut that USAID thing out there, so you're gonna see a lot less white people there. USAID brought a lot of white Americans there. Right now, they cut all those funds. Now those people aren't coming there.
Okay.
Really,
Okay.
USAID
Those
had a lot.
those
Was
like
funding a lot of these white NGOs
yeah.
and whatnot, and that's when you see white Americans there. But now that Trump cut that shit out, they're all gone. They're all gone.
And my only point was saying that of course there'll be white people there. Maybe probably definitely not probably not as much as like Ivory Coast or Senegal. But yeah, there's probably gonna be white people there.
Well, unless the United States, right now, and when you go to the embassy, right, that's where you see your white Americans. Because
Mm.
everybody working at that embassy in the back office is white.
I mean,
Everybody working at that damn
Firestone
embassy is
still
white.
has Firestone still has the one of the largest rubber plantations in
Yeah,
Liberia. I
but
think
the
they
thing is, if you look at Firestone rubber, it's all dilapidated. It's old, like it looked like it was built 100 years ago. It's all dilapidated. They're trying to bring in new equipment. You got Indians are taking it over. Indians are taking over Firestone, and I hope the Indians take it over because there's one Indian guy, this guy Jetty, and I had correspondence with him through a mutual friend. They want to start making tires and everything like that. And some people are like, oh man, you go to India. I said, man, at this point in time, I'm like, look, let the Indians take the fucking Firestone over. Let the Lebanese do their thing. I don't give a fuck no more. You know, the
I know
Indians and
Firestone.
Lebanese.
Firestone now is owned by a Japanese tire company.
Yeah, it's the Japanese and the
Bridge-
bottom line. And the
Bridge-
bottom, the Japanese aren't there. The Indians are there. The Indians are gonna end up taking over Firestone. It's called Bridgestone. The Indians are gonna end up taking over the Bridgestone Corporation. They own Firestone. They end up gonna take it over and they're gonna start making manufacturing tires and everything. So the bottom line is this idea is white Americans are not there no more. The Japanese, Indians, and all the Lebanese are all taking all that shit over, you know, and some Liberians, you know, and maybe, I think even some Nigerians are in on it, you know.
We'll see.
The more Kyle Tuck despite his enormous ego and brain boasting, more exposed as a fraud and novice. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, I'm a fraud. But yeah, but so the bottom line is so this idea of Firestone, man, dude, DK, get up with the fucking century, man. New century. Firestone is a thing in the fucking past, you know. Bridgestone owns
Still
Firestone,
operate,
which is
yeah.
owned by
I'm
Japanese.
you.
And pretty soon, Jetty, another company, Jetty, is going to be manufacturing and buying most of the rubber. And I got other people that's getting into the rubber manufacturing industry. A couple of Liberian-owned companies. So Firestone going to be competing it because everybody sells their rubber to Firestone and Bridgestone right now. But now they're going to have competition, you know, coming up. You know.
I mean, that's a massive plantation, Kyle. It's not a small thing.
So the bottom line, yeah. But the thing is, though, a lot of the tappers, right? That don't mean all the tappers work for the company. You know that, right? Some of those tappers on the Firestone are independent. Like about half of Liberia's rubber is produced by independent tappers. So to keep the price down, they need all that. You can't just the rubber on the plantations is not enough. You got independent tappers throughout the country that's produce rubber that sell to Firestone. If somebody's in Liberia, I got friends of mine that got rubber plantations. That own rubber plantations. I was thinking about buying a rubber patch with somebody, you know, like an acre or so of patch. I could buy a rubber patch, you know, or I could buy a palm oil patch or a pineapple patch. Either one. I don't. If I ever stop being lazy, all that.
Is Firestone the largest private employer in Liberia?
No.
Who is then? Who's the
right now is Sim Darby. Sim Darby is a RCL Metal and Sim Darby. Sim Darby's palm oil. RCL Metal is iron ore. They're much larger than Firestone. And also in the 60s, it was the Bong Mines was the largest investment in Africa. That was the Bong Mine Corporation. The Firestone's not even significant anymore.
Tyler, why do you think it's more white people that visit Liberia than like black people just black people from all over?
Well, there's a lot of black people in America from Liberia. What are you talking about? There's a lot of
No, I
people.
said visit.
There's a lot of black people visiting Liberia.
Tyler, I looked it up. They have more white people that come to Liberia than black people.
Oh, a lot of those white people work for NGOs. Every last single one of them work for some NGO that's getting paid.
See, Tyler, that's what you need to stop doing when you say that. You saying that like you're think about what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. You're too smart for that. You said that. Hold on, Tyler, just hold on for a second. You said that every last white person come over there work for every last one of them.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Tyler, I don't know more than Liberia about you. I'm just saying when you make these.
You ask a question, right?
Yeah.
You ask a question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, okay, you understand what the Peace Corps is, right?
I do.
All right. Last year what year was that? No, 2000. Oh, what year did I go to Nimba? Okay, that was 2024. I went to Nimba County, right? And I was up in Jackie's Lodge, Jackie's Resort, right? And there was these white people there, a whole group of them, right? And I let them have my table. I said, "Hey, you can have my table." They had a big group. They had a meeting, whatever like that. So I pulled the table over. They could have my table. And me and Isabel sat in the booth. Anyway, they stayed in Jackie's Resort, right? And they were in Ganta. That's in Nimba County, right? And there was like a good 30 of them, right? And then, anyway, I don't know what they were doing, right? So anyway, I saw them on the plane when I was coming back. I said, "Don't you remember me? I saw you. I gave you my tail." Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And the girl was like, sort of like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah. We did this for like it was just an assignment." She goes, "Yeah, because I remember her. She had one of the girls in Nimba braiding her hair, and she was like, I was like, these fucking stupid Africans, man, you know." And the way she was acting like, "Oh yeah, yeah, yeah," we was there, we was doing some water project, something about the water, and she was like, "Yeah, I did that, and I'm ready to go back, whatever, like that." It was like a 2 week thing, we got about I think it was like something about drilling water, something like that, they were water, they have these NGOs that like they basically do things like drilling water in rural areas and showing irrigation, whatever like that. And the assignment was done, and so they were coming back, right? And they were all on the plane. I was like, yeah. So they was like, yeah, it was all right, but they act like they could not wait to get the fuck back to the States. Like, damn, they was like, yeah, I had to take this aside. Like they didn't really want to be there. Like
I
they were
got
just
it,
burdened.
but when you talk like that, Colin, you're talking like all white people come over there are NGO people.
But I'm saying everyone that I've met, right, either were they're on business or
That,
NGO. I don't see
but
right
Colin,
now.
that's what I'm
So
saying.
I would like to say
You're
this.
basing Colin, you're basing off of uh uh t- uh 365 days of
Right
of of
now, I would say this. Right, I work for I part of the Ministry of Tourism of Liberia. My guy Ross works for my guy Ross at the BAO works for the Ministry of Tourism. Right, we keep track of all this stuff, so I know.
and you know what are you saying?
But what's saying is right now the people who are coming to Liberia, like you got a lot of people from the diaspora coming there. Like you just had another tour group coming there, like my guy.
Yeah, Carlo, you talk about two different things.
Oh, no,
All I'm
hold
saying
on.
that it's more white people that come over there than
You
black
asked
people.
about white people, right? And
Yeah.
what I'm asking Ross is about white people, right? And they're trying to reach out where they got more white because they keep track of the tourism is a major part of the government's investment. And that's why they usually talk about Liberia's beaches and stuff like that. Now, I told Ross, I said, look, if you're going to get white people to come to Liberia, right? A feature attraction is going to be Roberts Port. That's where the surfing is. That's where the jet skis, Lake Pizzo and boating and stuff like that. But that ride to Robertsport, right, is treacherous. The road isn't paved yet. I don't think they paved the road yet. It's bumpy. And also, there's not a gas station for fucking 30 miles. If you get stuck on the side of the road, there's no service station or nothing. You're fucked. I said, you have to get to the point where you got
That's wild.
to
Carlo, what
facilitate
they
that.
got to do with the question that I asked you, man?
No, I'm saying when you ask me, is that white people coming? Why? The only time white people come to Liberia, they go as far as Farmington Hotel, right there at the airport, right? You'll see white people there, and Labasa, which is like 3 miles down from Farmington, right?
I've
That's a
seen some
resort
Carlo, how do
YouTubers
you know where these people go
go
to?
there.
because that's where you see them. Labasa is an eco lodge, right? White people love that shit.
Carlo, that's where you see them.
Hold on, I'm telling you right now, if I'm all over Liberia, that's what only place I see them.
Okay, and that's Carlos. I don't think you're listening.
Hold on,
That's
that's
where
the only place I see them. I'm serious.
I get it. I get what you're saying, Carlo, but you try. It's like you're not hearing what I'm saying. That's where you see them at.
So what am I supposed to be blind? I don't see them anyplace else.
But Carlo, that's
I
what
think the
you the
point
only.
he's making is that your experience doesn't make it
Well, I'm
absolute.
saying like this: if I'm driving there every time I'm seeing there, I got my eyes and ears open. I'm watching everything. I've been there 6 times already. So you're telling me I don't know anything?
Carlo, it's almost
If you don't believe me, what you need to do is
Carlo.
next time.
It's Carlo.
Hold on,
What you just
hold on.
Carlo,
If you don't believe me,
Carlo,
if
what
you
you
don't
did
believe me,
right
what
there
you do is
is that you took
you ask.
something that was
Hold on.
simple,
Hold on.
and then you made it into a like somebody said you don't know
Hold on.
anything.
You ask Focus
No,
Dave.
what I'm telling you is that you only know what you know when you're there.
Okay. This is what I do know, right? When you come to the country, if you go to any one of the resorts, right, Labasa, right, or Waka Lodge, right. Now Nana's Lodge. Last time I was at Nana's Lodge, right, there were some white people there, right. I was so shocked, when I went there this year. There was no, I didn't go to Nana's Lodge last year. I went to Nana's Lodge last year, and there were some white people there. Okay, and Waka Lodge, there was white people there too. They're always at the resorts. Yeah, they're trying to see. You'll see white people at the resorts. But as
I
far as like
get.
everything else, you do not see white people like in the streets, and also you don't see them in the markets. Only people you see in the markets are like the like I said, the Swedish people and people like that. Other than that, you'll see white people. They always go into like the Lebanese store, which is air conditioned, the shop rights and stuff like that. You'll never see them in the markets shopping with the local people.
Well, what they got to do with anything, Carlos?
No, I'm saying. So what I'm saying, when you see these white people around, they only shop in places like the department stores and the modern shit, and stuff like that. And they're in the resorts. They're in the safe places, You will never see a white person up country. You'll never see a white person cross the St. Paul River and go up country. You'll never see a white people up there. They're only in Monrovia, in certain areas.
Carlos, that was I get that, but that wasn't my question. My question is that why do more white people come to Liberia than black people?
I don't know what you see, but when I'm in the airport, there's more. The airport's packed with black people. Liberians coming from the States, Black Americans, Nigerians. There's more black people in the airport, and I don't see that many white people at the airport.
It's just the stats. You can look at it. You can look at it yourself.
I don't know what stats you're looking at, man.
How do
you look? We keep track of how many Europeans white people come to the country, right?
They will say, "I'm just Colin. I'm just."
So you know more. So you know more than the tourism industry.
Whoever's keeping track of it, they're the ones saying it.
Yeah, I know.
They're saying that they're trying to get more. They're saying that they're seeing more. This is what
they're trying their best to reach out to more people around the world.
But what are you saying though? So are they wrong when they said that?
What?
That they're saying that they want to get more black people, diaspora people in there. They said
there's enough black people.
Carla, that's not. See, you're not listening, bro. You're not even listening to what I'm saying. You're answering a question that I ain't even answered yet. So how could you answer a question I don't
even know what you're going with this.
But then, how about you just wait to listen? How hard it is just to listen to see what I'm gonna say and then say whatever you're gonna say. Because when you talk, Carla, I listen to everything you say before I say anything.
Now, let me answer this. Africa in the 77 say white people don't run shit. White people, there's no white people in the fucking fire in the ports. What are you talking about, you stupid fool? If people get up here and say this dumb shit, the only thing white people run is you because you live in their fucking country, you dumb fool. They run the ports. You go to, it's like, damn, man. You go to Liberia, you go to Freeport in Monrovia and whatnot. And matter of fact, let me pull up a video of Freeport in Monrovia. Let's see how many white people do we actually see.
So you're gonna go past my question just to go
ahead, ask your question.
Still stupid shit. Like that's messed up, Colin. You gonna look at something stupid that he said, then answer the question that I just said.
No.
Golly, man.
Go ahead and answer the question.
Carla, what I'm saying is that they were saying that they were trying to do better. They said that they need to do better to reach out to black people and black diaspora to come there because they seeing an influx of white people, more white people coming in. And you know what I'm saying? And they said that they need to do it better with their reach out. So that's why I was asking you.
We just had another tour group just come there.
You keep making something about anecdotal, Colin. You bringing in a tour group ain't equal to tour groups only come once or twice a year, Colin.
Hold on. There was a tour group that came there right after hours with 400 people. And there was another tour group. Hold on, there's people coming there all the time. Look, you know how many black people from America live there?
Colin, that's not that. Colin, it's almost like you're giving me information about something that's not even what the guy said. He didn't say it was no black people coming there. Like you're saying it as if he's saying there's no black people coming there. That is not what the man said.
Well, then again, when you really look at it, more white people travel than black people, so that's always going to be a given.
So damn. Oh,
More white people
go
travel the
ahead,
world.
go
Yes,
ahead, Colin, man.
it's like saying, you know, why do more white people don't come to Monrovia? I mean, excuse me, Mexico than black people? Because more fucking white people there. You know.
No, that's different, Colin. Colin, how you even? Colin, you too smart for that. How you can't conflate
No, I'm saying there's always gonna be more white people.
Hold on. Most Mexican people see themselves as white. White people are accepted more in Mexico than black people. How do you even compare those two things? There's a reason why black people don't go to Mexico, but white people, Mexicans claim. What do they do when they come over here, DK? The Mexicans make themselves white. They want to be white, so
they identify with white.
They
put white
identify
down
with
on
white. Come on, Colin, man, you too smart for that, man. Yeah, you can't even. I wouldn't even try to compare a country that's 5 million, 8 million to Mexico that's goddamn 30 million. That's right on the border of America, but they still accept white people there. They don't accept black people there.
This is a free port of Monrovia. I don't see no white people.
Kind of crazy, man.
I don't see where's the white people at. Where the white living at?
Nobody there. No, nobody in the video. It's just one dude, Colin.
Let me fast forward it. Maybe let me scroll for some white people.
So the consistent attacks and bombardment of the area destroyed what was there, whatever.
I don't know. Let me get another video.
Yeah, Colin. Colin picked out a video with one lonely.
It was just some dude by himself. Like, ain't no white people here.
It ain't no black people there either.
Let's play this video.
Colin crazy, man.
If every Liberian was as passionate about Liberia like Colin is, man, maybe that country will have a chance.
Well, yeah, it's their country, man. Like I said, I just take my hands off it because but I just realized, man, that we and Africans are not equal, and so I like going to Liberia, enjoy it, whatever like that. But as far as wait,
you don't write anything down after conversations?
This,
of course,
is Pocket. I never go anywhere without it. At the tap of
DK, me and Colin had that conversation. I told them they wouldn't let nobody like him come.
You are welcome to the launch of the Mana River Union Bitumen Hub here at the Freeport of Monrovia.
The real big goal that we have, the vision is reestablishing the Freeport as the Mana River Union's distribution hub. That's a big
they'll have white people helping them, right?
And it's real.
Rebuilding it.
The fact is, this bitumen.
And the bottom line is there's Liberians out there doing
this
the work.
bitumen is going to Freetown to build their airport.
As soon as you start playing the video, it's a white dude.
Doing that, but more than anything, is the partnership.
As soon as you start playing the video, it's a white dude talking. It's a white dude on the board.
That's a major partnership. APM terminals. Basically, I think they're out of Morocco. I think they're out of Morocco. They partnership with Freeport in Monrovia, and when making Monrovia Freeport the biggest port on the African continent. And this was like years ago. When right now, Liberians are running it themselves. They came in and this was when they, George Weah. I mean, the port was old and dilapidated. They came in and bought all new equipment and stuff like that. Now you look at it, it's fucking amazing,
Liberia and Rubin as for Middle East to bring the distribution hub of bitumen to this region is one of the monumental achievements that APM Terminal is a team and a family have achieved.
Rubis, as far as present in Liberia, as areas Liberia, is really a part of a much larger global operation. Thank you to APMT for making all of this possible and for organizing this program today.
The launch of this MRU bitumen hub here in the Freeport of Monrovia is a testament of the strong partnership that continues to sustain among state and regional stakeholders, and it is an integral part for the construction of more paved roads in the region, as well as fostering cross-border trade, which tend to boom economic activities along broad corridors of our region.
The Ministry of Commerce and Industry stands ever prepared to provide the additional support and resources needed as this project expands and grows in the near future.
What color that wig was, DK?
Trusting us with this partnership, which is very important for not just Liberia, but also
I want to be dictator for a week so I
as
can
we all
just
know, the government has this flagship, growth,
God damn.
and we are proud to be in that position to contribute.
I want to emphasize that the hub is here. It's in Liberia. Let's utilize it.
Yeah, Liberia got the best port in West Africa. They got the best port in West Africa.
Even in Africa, we got blonde wigs, man. We can't run away from it. There's no escape.
It is what it is. Black women are black women. Can't tell them shit. APM terminal.
It look good. It looks nice.
But like I said, you go to Liberia,
you're not.
You know, that's the only place in the world you're gonna see.
When cortisol stays high,
you're gonna feel like you're in a black country. You know, it's like police, everything black.
Your face bloats. Your stomach holds on to fat,
That's
so you eat cleaner.
APM terminal is from Netherlands. So
yeah, the Netherlands. The Netherlands was the number one part. Netherlands and Spain and Germany with Liberia's 3 trading partners that helped Liberia
Liberia and West
the United
Africa,
States never did
the Port
shit.
of Monrovia is the most
The Netherlands always gave Liberia respect. You know, the Netherlands, Spain, and Germany.
Destroyed by
in fact,
war,
after World War I and World War II, man, Liberia was
depend
forced
on
to
the
declare
rebuilt
war on
port
Germany.
to bring in nearly everything
Germany was
they
a
need
friend
to
of
live.
Liberia. You know, Liberia should have said, fuck the United States.
When I see the ship
But they sent
coming
Negro leaders over
and I
there
take my truck,
to tell Liberia to
and then
declare war on
loading,
Germany
going
and
out
join
into
the Allied
container,
effort.
packing my container.
Germany
I feel
was
good.
really giving Liberia a
Very
fair
proud.
shake. And Germany invested the largest, first major investment in Black Africa in Liberia with the Bong mines.
Well, Carla, if they sided with Germany in World War I, they would have lost and gotten colonized.
Well,
Everything
they should have
you see in
stayed
Liberia
neutral.
basically comes through this birth. So if this birth had any issues whatsoever, the country could starve literally. So the importance of it.
They should have sided. They
cannot
should
be
have stayed
underestimated.
neutral.
That's not always easy.
Well, they had to because of the Firestone situation. They had to play the United States game. You know, they would have been colonized.
I am a multi-scale operator.
Had they sided with Germany, the
Operating
British would have
machines.
invaded them. You know.
Every machines in the port are
I'm
operating.
glad the women in the chat are agreeing with me. That wig was crazy, man.
The first step to rebuilding critical infrastructure is securing the commitment from partners to a long-term engagement.
We bring in skills, we bring investments, especially in the early years. It is a business, but we give so much value for that business. And we regard it as a win-win for the government and for APM terminals. To develop this place, develop the people. And this is not just a short-term partnership. This is a partnership that goes on for 25 years.
A well-run port creates an efficient gateway for moving goods in and out. As a result, it is a catalyst for business and trade and a foundation for growth.
Now, when you look at Liberia today, you see tremendous changes from, say,
Now
10
we got
years
a
ago,
white devil in the
when
crack.
the
Things about
agreement was
those
signed.
all European. No,
What
these
we
are
have
fucking
now
black
is
countries.
10
Get off my
years of
fucking show, you
stability. The
fucking.
port, particularly
This
the
devil idea.
Monrovia port, is extremely important to,
White people always got to
to the
input
Liberian
themselves everything.
economy.
Those are
The fact that
Europeans.
the port
Shut
is
the
working
fuck up. Who
efficiently
cares?
is
Go
in
away.
itself a sign
Go the fuck away.
that
Can you guys ever
Liberia
do
is
that?
on the right path.
We never asked you for anything, man. Just stay away from us.
And it must be
Stay out of my
jobs that
chat room.
generates jobs.
Stay
And
away
it
from
must be
me.
jobs that
I don't care what
wages
you have to say. I don't care
and
about your
address
goddamn
They're
business.
poverty
they're
situation.
so entitled, man.
They think they
One
get
They
entitled
want
to like I
trust.
care about
Colin,
what their
Colin,
fucking opinion
Colin,
is.
Colin. Pause the
Trusting
video,
that
Colin.
goods
Let
will
me say
arrive
something.
and depart as
These
expected
crackers want
gives business owners
America.
confidence to
They
grow.
want Europe, not just Europe and America. They want Africa too. They want
They
Africa.
want everything, you know.
You see, oh, man, you see so many of these white people
They got
crying
stay
about.
the fuck out of Africa. Stay the fuck away from our fucking women, or we're gonna
Dude,
stomp your
I watched
fucking head in.
some video
And
came in my.
don't make it no mistake. We are making Africa our fucking home. We're gonna do everything we can in our power to make sure Liberia rises, Nigeria rises, Ghana rises, all these black countries rises. We don't need your fucking devil ass no more.
Yo, this video came up in my recommendation for YouTube. It was called "The Fall of Rhodesia." These people still butthurt about Rhodesia. Are you kidding me?
You're never gonna get Rhodesia back, you know, and you're never gonna have
They think
Liberia.
they're entitled.
One thing I take pride in the fact that you won't find one white farmer in Liberia. No one, not one white farm, no nothing. That's our ancestors to make sure that never happened. We never let one white person settle in Liberia.
It's like the fall of Rhodesia, a warning to the rest. These people think they're entitled to land in Africa. I mean, it's crazy.
They want everything, and then they won't start with Southern. They want West Africa too. These people want it all. It's like, goddamn, you got Greenland, you got the fucking, you got all this.
Australia, New Zealand. It's like,
bro. They want everything, man. We can't have nothing for our fucking self, you know?
Sick of these people.
So I said, they can all go to hell, you know what I'm saying? And take Brandon Tatum with you.
For entrepreneur Abigail Ure, the new port gave her the confidence to start another business, the export of recycled waste oil.
We've seen a significant improvement with regards to our business with the port since APMT came in 3 years ago. The processes have improved, the systems, the equipment, the infrastructure has made a significant improvement to our business line. I stand here and I see the trucks come, get loaded, oil get pumped into it, and the trucks drive off. Such satisfaction from seeing that process. They're going to anywhere in the world. That's the beauty of it.
Building a port is much more than an investment in the infrastructure. It is an investment in the people.
We have to localize as much as possible. We already have 50% of our senior management is local. Our entire workforce besides that is local. Within 2 years, we'll be up to 75% of senior management will be Liberians. We spend an enormous amount of money and time on training our workforce. What we plan to do is be here for 25 years, redevelop it, train the people, and then after 25 years, we give it back to the...
See, that's how Liberians do their concessions, right? After a few years, all like at least 75 to 89% are run by Liberians. They don't let foreigners come in and set up shop. You got to bring, like, that's the only thing about Liberia and other countries in Africa. You will not see foreigners just set up their shop or not and locals out. You will not see that. It's not in the Constitution or nothing. You're gonna see Liberians running the port, you know. Right there, they're up to 75%. Pretty soon it's gonna be 100%. Same thing with Firestone. Firestone the same way. Now Firestone is running 100% by Liberians.
Hey, you know, my question is that I agree with y'all that white people want to take everything, but what I'm trying to say is who gonna stop them?
Oh, we are.
How are we gonna stop them, Colin?
It's simple. Being aware, you know.
Being aware.
My bottom line is, look, they only as good as you let them like that. Right now, you got people doing shit all over the continent. They don't need these motherfuckers, you know. They only good that psychological game that you need them. If you are convinced that you need them, then they win. You don't need them.
But you got 2 billion people. But you got 2 billion people over there that say they need them.
Who said that?
Exactly. That's the problem. That's the issue.
Carla,
A lot
come
of
on,
Africans
bro.
do
Come on,
believe they need
Carla.
them.
Well, it's like this. You got China, you got Turkey, you got all these countries competing in Africa. It's not just white people anymore.
No,
You
they're
know?
not competing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They're not competing. China ain't
Okay,
trying
let
to
me ask
take
you a
over.
question. Let me ask you a question.
Carla, can I finish my
Okay,
Carla?
hold on. What
Can I
major
just finish my
company?
sentence, bro? I only said 3 words, bro.
What major U.S. company has invested in Liberia, in Africa?
Carla, can I finish saying what I'm saying, man?
No, ask me a question. What major
Carla,
company?
can I say what I was finna say before I answer your question? Is that possible? China is not trying to take over anything. Liberians are not trying to take over anything. It's British, it's the Americans, and it's Italy over there doing the extractions. They're not trying to take over anything.
Africa is moving away from extraction, bro.
Ooh, when to stop that?
No, they're doing. They're trying to do value added. That's the new thing now. Everyone's doing value added. No one's doing extraction anymore. You know, you got to do value added.
They got kids picking up diamonds
Yeah,
and
what you talking about, Carla?
That's in the Congo. That's in the Congo. You know,
people just sucking it out, man.
Carla, those people are not. Ain't nobody over there fighting back.
Well, I don't know. Look, the bottom line is this: the Congo has been like that for years. And the bottom line is, hey, look, if the people or the leadership of the Congo don't care, what the hell can I do?
Carla, that's my whole point. That's one of the Congo and DRC. They're one of the 2 of the biggest countries over there.
Yeah. So if the West has been in the Congo since killed Patrice Lumumba in 1960, it's been in chaos ever since they put that puppet Mobutu in. And the bottom line is, the black race didn't do nothing about it. And when not, what can you do? You know, that's just
Carla,
the way it
Carla, I'm lost now. Is that what I not said, DK?
No, but hey, I look right next door, Angola. Angola is a model country. They
A
kicked
model country for who?
What?
A model country for who?
Angola is a a highly developed country. What are you talking about?
But I'm saying, who's modeling their country after Angola?
Angolans.
Carla.
It's for
That's
Angola.
one country, Carla. Carla, when you say there's a model country, that means like Rwanda modeled their thing after Singapore.
No,
nobody is modeling. Nobody ain't running their country over there like Angola.
I'm saying in my friggin' estimation, I'm not saying compared to other African countries. I'm saying Angola, and for a country that was war torn and pulled itself up, Angola is a model country.
Okay, I get it. They're the model country, but no other country is modeling no other African country is modeling their way after Angola.
I never said that.
But that's what I'm saying. So
I said a model country from a country that was picked up. I was comparing it to the Congo. Angola was in the same situation. The Congo war, all this stuff like that.
Damn near every country in hell, the Gambia is better than the Congo.
And so the bottom line, when I say it's a model country, I'm talking about a country that pulled itself up from war.
Okay, yeah, I mean, they pulled themselves up, but that's one country out of how many over there? 62.
Well, I don't care. That's good enough for me.
I
don't need every country.
But then what I'm saying is I don't know who you was talking to in the chat. You saying that we're gonna stop them. So I'm trying to figure out how they gonna stop white people when they want white people over there.
What white people?
Any white people.
Wait, also, like Kala, for example, with all the shit going on in South Africa, that alone is crazy. You got black South Africans chasing out other black foreigners while white people own all the fucking shit.
Running the show.
Well, hey, that's South Africa, right? South Africa was defeated in war They had apartheid. They had this fake. They agreed to this fake thing called Mandela and apartheid and whatnot, and they're living with the consequences.
Tyler, you know what African country had the strongest military?
I think
Probably
Ethiopia.
the Arab countries like Algeria or Egypt.
I think Ethiopia, Black Africa is Ethiopia.
Yeah, Black Africa.
Ethiopia and South Africa.
And so, South Africa. The bottom line, hey, look.
So that's the white people that's running the first. You can put it there. I get DK. I won't even argue with you. One or two, South Africa or Ethiopia. You just like DK said, you got the white people running the largest or second largest military in a black continent.
Yeah, but wait a minute.
You said, how do I know what?
The Minister of Defense in South Africa is black.
Calling the Minister of Defense, that's just like saying Secretary Head says the black.
Yeah, but hold up. What I'm saying
is this. Run the show?
Well, hold up. What I'm saying is this. White people, the military, hold up. The military got to answer to a civilian government. It don't matter who's in the military. They got.
And who runs the civilian government, Colin?
What you say?
Who runs the civilian government in South Africa?
Has a black majority government, ANC.
Yeah, but they're bound to white capital.
Yeah, but hold up. But the thing is, y'all moving the goalposts.
No, that's not moving the goalposts.
Moving the goalposts.
That's just like if he's a chief in the area, but he don't have any money.
South Africa is an agreement between black elites and white South Africans to maintain the peace. That's all.
You mean white elites and black South Africans?
Yeah. So the bottom line, the bottom line, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. If white people decide to take their money and their business, that shit would look like shit.
Yeah,
DK, this is the reason why I don't want to go to South Africa. This is the only reason. Because I know that the power and the money in the white people's hands. That's the only reason why I don't want to go over there.
Hold up, but they threatened to do that, and the fucking they balked. They could have done that all the time ago. White people could make a beeline out of the country. Tell them what? Why ain't they leaving?
Why would they go and they running the? If they the minority and they running the show,
they coming here. They coming here. They coming here.
Hold up, you're not making any sense because if you say to run the show, then why is Elon Musk and them all saying white people are being oppressed?
Because they want to have it both ways.
How could they be oppressed?
Elon Musk got to say.
How could they be oppressed and run the show at the same time?
You're not making any sense. What the Elon Musk ain't the spokesperson of South Africa?
And his father said the white people are being persecuted.
What does that got to do with the? Oh my God, Colin! Colin, you killing me tonight, bro.
You say that the white people in South Africa running shit, but Elon Musk and them say they're being driven out and persecuted.
Then what are you saying, Colin?
No, I don't know. I don't know. You guys said the one.
You brought up Elon Musk for no. You brought up Elon Musk for no reason at all.
Though. He's a trillionaire. He says he's being
persecuted. So he's no trillionaire South Africa.
Yeah, he's a trillionaire. He says his people.
So Colin, so since he's a trillionaire, that means his word means something.
No, what I'm saying is he can act on it. Him and Donald Trump acted on it. They're giving white people asylum in this country. That's white people.
What DK. Oh my God. DK, go ahead, bro.
White people run shit. Then why is Donald Trump giving them asylum in America?
Because he wants white people in this country.
He says, look, that don't make any sense. If white people run,
that don't make no sense. That's the reasoning, Colin. They made up the reasoning.
If white people run shit in South Africa, wouldn't South Africa be the best place for them?
That don't, Colin. Come on, bro. Oh my God, you talking about?
Man, you fell right into the trap.
No, it didn't, Colin, bro. You doing it to yourself tonight, bro.
If white people are running South Africa, why do they need to come to America for asylum?
Because they wanted to.
That don't make any sense, man.
What do you mean that don't make no sense?
They want to, Colin. They want to come to America.
So in other words, basically, I'm running South Africa. Everything's going my way. But I gotta go to America because I'm being persecuted. I ain't got shit. What is it?
Whatever excuse white people want to make to bring white people to the United States.
Should I let this fucking clown 776 up?
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, let him up. Let him up.
We'll see. No, I gotta make sure that's him. Put your black face up here, bro. Can't see you, bro. Turn the light on, man.
Hey, you see what I'm saying, DK? We'll be talking about some. Carla come up with some straw man. What Elon Musk said, like
Yo,
everybody
776.
already
I
said,
can't
like
see
you don't
I
have, you
can't
don't,
see it.
Carla, you don't have 100 different people debunk the video that Trump played in the White House, that it wasn't even in South Africa.
But
They
he's
just
bringing more
made up.
people in.
What?
He's more people. Yo, look. Why can't this motherfucker put the camera up to your face? What are you, fucking ugly or
You
something?
know it's him, bro. Come
I
on,
don't know if
man.
it's him or not. Could
You
be some
know
white
that
people, you know. I
you
want to
know
see.
that's him, man. Come on, bro.
I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Sometimes you be
Say
doing the
something.
most, Carla. You
Why
know
does he
that's
do for only? Why does he do it for only a second? Then
Carla. I don't know, man. I can't answer the question for nobody, but you know that's him though. And then if
one
it
more
ain't
time,
him,
1776. One more time, bro.
and DK out the blue, he just break up Elon Musk.
No, but I'm saying, I'm hearing conflicting things now.
No,
On
you
one hand,
just
you're telling
Carla,
me white
You
people
have
run
this
South
ulterior
Africa.
motive in your brain, and you
saying,
just brought up because the conversation wasn't going your way. You just contradict yourself about that black people gonna do something. We gonna stop white people. Then you turn around and say, "Well, I guess they own their own." and then you turn around, we get to South Africa, and I say South Africa's second largest military, backing by the money of the white people. And then you start talking about Elon
But
Musk.
if South Africa is backed by the military, then why do people need to come to? Why does white South Africa need to come to America?
Because they wanted to.
You want
So
to, because they can't. They can't.
Because they can. That's the difference between black people and white people. White people go. Well, listen, they got in contact with Elon Musk. Elon Musk told them Trump made a big deal, brought South African president over, made them look stupid, and then brought white people over here.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is,
It ain't shit black people can do but complain, while white people doing what they want to do.
Yo, let him up,
all right.
Let him up.
I'm gonna take a chance at this 1776. How smart is on you if it's a
Hey, keep your hand right there by the X button. How hard is that?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Peace and
What's
blessings.
going on, man?
Man. Man, hanging in there, man. Hey, man, Hustle Smart, you call me an idiot, but when you watch the video, who was the first person you saw up there?
I saw White Boy Magic.
Okay, all right,
Colin, you got to understand that.
All right. Let me explain to this illiterate this. That was a member of the Dutch company APM. They basically are training Liberia, the new Liberia, to run the port. 75% of the port is run by Liberians now, with a goal in another 10 years to have 100%. That's how it's usually done. They came in, they did an assignment, right? They're friggin' training Liberians to get to the state of the art because they have the knowledge and skill. They're gonna be gone soon, and Liberians gonna run the court. You make it seem like they're just setting up shop, they're running the port, and they're telling no, shut the fuck up, you know? Don't come up on my show being ignorant.
Hey, Carla, where that chick get that burgundy wig from, though?
I don't know. APM is a Dutch company. When that they run terminals all over the world. So, like, there was a concessionary. They're building Liberia's terminal, and the bottom
What I'm
line
trying to
is,
say is we have access to Liberian TV, right? We see what's going on the ground, right? They have a rampant
you don't see what's
sanitation
going
problem.
around because you've never been there.
Kala,
I don't want to hear
people
nothing
who
what
are
you guys
there
say.
have
Look, 1776. Until you get on a fucking plane and go someplace, I want to hear nothing you got to say.
Carla, look. When they were saying that stuff about you, I stood up for you too. When
they were absolutely fucking right. If I
they
had
wasn't right. They wasn't right. Carla, hold on, Carla. Let's be fair. You had Carla. Look, bro. I've been listening to you for a long time. You got more knowledge about Liberia before you set foot in there, and more knowledge than the people that live there. That was 100% wrong. when they were
I know
saying
about
that.
Liberia. Hold on, look about Liberia. Nobody can talk to me
But
about
that's my
Liberia.
whole
Nobody,
point.
look,
You didn't
that's
have to.
always been
You
like
didn't have
that.
to go to Liberia to learn
Hold on.
anything.
I know that. Well, but I'm saying the fact of the matter is, right?
When
I was talking about Liberia, right?
Right.
I was an expert. I never claimed, even though I know a lot about the rest of Africa, I never claimed to be an expert on Ghana because I talked about all the continent. I never claimed to be an expert on Angola or in South Africa and whatnot. I said I'm very well versed in Liberia.
I get it, but hold on though. Hold on now. Okay, hold that point right there, Carla. 1776 is telling you the same thing. I watch about 3 different channels, Carla, and these are ran. Hold on, Carla. Carla, just hold on for a second, because you can't talk about something that you don't know. These are we got one channel. Do you have Carla? You have one channel that goes around and do all they want them just do all the landscaping and all the roads and all. That's one channel. Then you got another channel that you got 3 different channels that make daily videos. Because the day they were showing about the progress, they were showing the progress about the overpass.
All right, let me ask you a question, right?
Go ahead.
See, years ago, before I went to Liberia, I had Liberian. I had Liberian friends for like 6 years, right? I had a good friend of mine, Sienna Dennis. She's first cousins with Helene Cooper, who wrote the book.
What that got to do with anything, Carla?
No, I'm saying like this. All the time, she was teaching me about Liberia. I had people talking to me about the country. I knew about the country from people firsthand, not from videos, but people talking
Can I
to
say
me.
something for 10 seconds?
Videos is visual proof, Carla.
You guys don't have that, you know.
Can I say something for 10 seconds?
And video
in today's
is
world,
proof.
No,
in
you got
today's world with access to the internet, to YouTube and everything.
No, that don't cut it. I had the internet too. I didn't know shit.
So how would I know that 70,000 Christians was killed in northern Nigeria? Right.
Check this out.
That just came from YouTube.
That's all you want. But to know a country and what's going on.
Right now, Carla from Liberian TV. Right now, people are throwing trash on the main road.
You gotta
in
know
the markets.
Liberians. Hold on. You gotta know Liberians. You gotta know the people. You gotta know the culture. You gotta know the colloquy.
I get that part. That's the nuance part. But that doesn't have anything to do with these government sanctioned YouTube channels that's showing the progress. They showing the street names.
Yeah,
they showing you the progress.
That's only telling you part of the story.
Hustle Smart.
Okay, Carla.
From Liberian TV.
Nothing is ever gonna call it. Nothing can ever. You can't get one side of the story from one person everywhere. You'll never get all the story. Hell, I've been living in Carla, I've been living in America all my life, and I don't know all the story. You'll never know all the story, but you're trying to discount these channels that are state and government run.
Yeah, I'm looking at this.
Right. The last thing I saw on Liberian TV is they caught like 350 pounds of cocaine or something. They started doing the Liberian shuffle. All the police started. All the police started dancing and started shuffling. I saw that on Liberian TV.
So what's your fucking point?
So
no,
you can learn a lot from just watching the news.
No. What's your
right now
point?
they have a massive sanitation problem where the people are just throwing shit on the main road.
Actually, they're cleaning the sanitation. Every country in Africa in the third world got sanitation.
But Liberians,
sanitation, I've been there.
It's over the top.
Every country, every country,
they're throwing it in the market where they have the food markets. They're throwing it in the market.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay,
I was there.
Put on Liberian TV and see who's right, Tyler. You 0 for 2 tonight. I told you the Europeans was running the ports and major industry, and you said no.
Hold on, you can go to Douala Market right on the wrong day. If the trash isn't picked up, it looked like it is. But then the next day, what they don't show you is the next day the cleanup crew will come in and clean everything.
They only have 2 garbage trucks for the whole country.
So look, bottom line, and eventually it gets clear. So okay, you go to Kensington, friggin' Philadelphia.
Just because you say a bunch of names don't mean you're right.
Hold on. So look at Skid Row in America, right? What's their excuse?
But Colin, come on, that's a terrible comparison.
Right. So here and try to disparage Liberia.
Talking about Colin, you went Colin when you lose to the point, you just. You just brought up Skid Row for no reason.
There's garbage everywhere in the world, whatnot. You know, you see
I'm
India?
saying the garbage is stacked a mile high.
So no, ain't
We're
no garbage
talking a
stacked a mile high.
serious.
Yo, shut the hell up, man.
Okay.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You know,
Colin, now he want. Hey, which channel you watch?
If they put the
I
trash in the corner,
I watch Liberian TV and also my Liberian people.
They either come and hold up. They come and burn it.
The algorithm.
Or they come and remove it, or they come and burn it in a timely manner.
Sometimes they don't move the trash for months, Colin. They said it's a serious sanitation problem that's leading.
Yo, shut the hell up! You're lying. I was there.
No, Colin, he's not lying, bro.
No.
Colin, hold on for a second, Colin. See, Colin, this is where your ego takes over, Colin. This is where your ego takes over. The guy, the commission, the guy that cleans up in the commission, he was on Modern Liberian TV and he was talking about it. That's what I'm telling you. They be doing.
There's some backups and whatnot. Yeah, there's hiccups and whatnot.
But then, why would you just tell me?
Where they sell food at. They're selling food adjacent to trash.
If you're
I'm not lying. It's on Liberian TV.
That's what I'm saying, Colin. You calling him a lie?
I don't. So let me ask you a question. So what's your guys' point?
The point is, what's your point? Because we're telling you something that we.
You said there's no white people in Liberia. You have a lot of white people on all the resorts, intertwining with Liberian women, having concubines, 2, 3, 4 black women.
Not all the resort. Not really. You don't see them.
But these white men are coming and getting 5 Liberian women.
Get the fuck off my show.
See, Colin, yeah, you wrong. I ain't gonna be on your side on that one, Colin. You wrong on that one.
You know. One thing
Colin, listen, man. You my brother and everything, but now if you didn't like him, you don't even bring him up here. You let not Measy come up here and call you all out your name and say all type of shit. And 1776 just telling you something that he, hold on for a second, Colin. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second, dog. Because I'm a fair person. I'm fair as shit. I'm fair as shit. Goddamn, Matt Measy come up here on this show multiple times and call you out your name. Call you bitch, nigga, fuck, nigga, all type of shit out your name. And 1776 ain't called you out your name not one time. You let your ego get in the way. Hold on, Colin. You telling him he telling you something that he saw and I saw. Instead of you listening, Colin. Instead of you listening, you just calling him a lie without even looking at it. Because you can pull up the videos yourself, Colin. Look at them.
I don't know
that's
what
wrong,
kind of
bro.
videos you guys looking at.
No, I'm saying Colin, when you wrong with that for kicking him off the show like that, bro.
Every last single Liberian resort, you do not see no fucking white men with no black women down there. You know,
Colin, that's wrong, bro. You sit up there trying to make your 2-month stint over there to talk about what's going on over there for a whole year.
Look, you got a lot of Liberians coming from the States. They coming from Philly and they're there deep. Ain't no white man coming over there in Liberia. They think just like you got Liberian dudes in the Nation of Islam, 5%ers.
That's not the point, Colin.
Yeah, so what I'm saying
the point is you let your ego put you in the point of talk, dropping him down. 1776 did not say one. He did not say one disrespectful thing to you, bro.
I'm sorry. If you want to sit here and talk about something,
I'm not saying that, Colin. All I'm saying is that he didn't disrespect you. He didn't call you out your name, bro.
He disrespected Liberia.
That ain't it. You ain't from Liberia.
Yeah,
you ain't no citizen of Liberia. You talking about people come here and talk about all other country. You looking for a reason? That's your reason. It's your show. But don't bring him up here and have a short show with him when he would disrespect you, bro.
Here and disrespect Liberia.
Colin, just come on, bro.
Now, if you had somebody, bro. If Focus Dave was up here to defend Liberia,
that ain't it, bro. He did not disrespect Liberia.
Hold up. You are not going to sit here unless you've seen with your own eyes.
Colin, that's cool, bro. That's cool, bro. Colin, just Colin, let's move on, bro. You wrong on that, bro.
How about this?
You can try to pontificate that however you want to. That man did not disrespect you and call you out your name, bro.
Hold up. I'm gonna do this. If he comes up here, if he comes up here and he can share a video of evidence of white men picking up black women, and I'll say, okay, I apologize.
So you say there's never been a white man?
Well, I'm saying he make it seem. Look, this prostitution, all over the world. But if that's not going to be the face of Liberia, not in front of me, you're not going to talk.
It doesn't matter if you don't like it. That's what's going on.
I don't want to hear about it.
But you sit up there. Okay, well, how about you tell him that? Then just kick him off the show. Like you treat him like Colin. I'm telling you like this, bro. I'm gonna be all the way honest with you. You treating 1776 worse than you treat Not Measy. Not Measy called you out your name, called you a fuck nigga, a bitch nigga, and called you all type of clowns and said you don't know shit because you ain't got no kids. And you still treat Not Measy better than you treat 1776.
I didn't let Not Measy up like 3 times. He tried to get up here. I didn't let him.
That's because you still let him come. This is the first time you don't let him. This the
first to come up here, and I don't let him up.
He don't come up here no more. He ain't even in the chat no more.
No,
1776 is in the chat every night. He's here every night. Interacting with them. I'm telling you, Colin, you being mean to him for no reason. I don't know why.
I don't like him.
If you don't like him, then don't bring him up then. But don't bring him up again.
Look,
don't do that. Don't do that to nobody you don't like.
Oh, this is what I say. If you come up here, right, let's have a conversation about what's going on, the politics and stuff like that. Don't come up here with that trash,
Colin, if you don't like him, don't bring him up here. Because you still had a short attempt. He wasn't up here more than 3-4 minutes.
Hold on. If a Liberian woman is listening to this show, my girl,
man, Colin, come on, bro, just cut it out, bro.
And he said
just
something.
Cut it out, man.
Liberian women.
You conflating like all that other stuff was fine, but this right here, bro, you reaching on this, bro.
Hold up. He said Liberian women are out there selling themselves.
No, he did not say that.
That's exactly what he said.
That is not what he said.
All right, I'm gonna play back what he said. Hold up, give me a second.
Is that what he said, DK?
I thought he said something like they're picking up Liberian women.
That's what he said. He didn't say nothing about no Liberian women selling anything.
Yeah, he said he's picking up Liberian women.
I call it, look, bro. I can't be like, listen, bro, you still my brother and everything. I'm just telling you wrong on that, man. If you don't like the brother, don't even bring him up here, Colin.
Hold up.
That's wrong, bro.
He is simulating Liberian
Colin, that's what you take of it. You listen to what somebody's saying, you make it into what you want it to be.
Why would he say something like that?
It doesn't matter. You don't take what somebody else say. It's the same way when somebody says something that you said. When O'Shea was sitting there telling you, I was right there with you saying that is not what he said. When he came on Dinah's show, I was like, no, that ain't what he said. I don't care what you think about what Colin said. And now you sitting up here doing the same thing somebody else did to you.
No. I say like this. When you come up here, right, and you want to talk about this, you could talk about anything you want to, right? We could talk about the trash. We could like this, right? But you,
Colin, you was what? Anything that he brought up, you were saying that it was a lie. Every single thing he said.
First of all, you know why? Because I'm so pissed off. Because all night in the chat room, he's just taking shots at me.
But Colin, that's still not right, though, bro. If you sit up here, if you storing about what he's saying in the chat, why bring him up here just to drop him down?
No, you guys once said they'll bring him up, Colin.
Nobody know you was gonna goddamn act like that.
And so I said like this. I let him up, and I thought you were gonna have a pleasant conversation.
Man, not when you already sit up here saying that you sit up here stewing about what you said. I had no clue. Colin, I promise you, if you would have said what you just said, I would be like, no, don't bring him up here because you already upset. That makes sense, right, DK? If you already hot about what he's saying in the chat, don't bring him up here.
So he's like,
I would have been the first person to tell you that.
So, and I'm saying in the chat room, he's being hostile, right? All night, every night he's hostile, right?
You don't do that after the fact. Everything you saying this after the fact. You should have said that beforehand.
I told him, I said, look, you come up here, Let's have a conversation, right? And then he says,
Caller, right is right. Wrong is wrong,
then he
bro.
goes to
You can't have no
goes to you.
conversation with somebody you don't like, caller.
He goes to you, goes with my head, goes to you, and says, what color was the guy in the thing? First, I have to explain to him, this is how it works. A developing country like Liberia, which is a developing country. I never said Liberia is a first world country. They contracted with this APM terminals, right? To modernize its terminals, right? It hasn't modernized in decades, right? To say bring Liberia up to world-class standards, right? It's going to take them 15. They have 15-year agreement, right? They're going to be there, right? In the time period, Liberians are gaining control over management. Now they're at 50%, soon 75%, and then 100%, right? That's the model of any developing country. It was whether it's Italy, whether it's Greece, anything like that. You start out small, train your local people, then you take it over, right? Now, I'm saying, why disparage Liberia only because you want to get a rile out of me? You want to say, oh, look at this, black people can't do this shit like that. I ain't gonna tolerate that shit. I'm like this. You know, if people know that, okay, I have affinity for Liberia. I'm very guarded with this country, right? I'm very guarded with this country, right? Just like anybody else, like if Dynas loves Sierra Leone, I'm careful about what I say about Sierra Leone.
Daddy don't give a fuck what nobody says about Sierra Leone.
Hold on. His Oshun Festival, which he's on, I'm not gonna sit there and go on his show.
Tyler, you said you doing that shit again, just bringing up other people in it, like that has nothing to do with this right now.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
The point I'm trying to make is this: if you're gonna come up here, right? Come up here, and we're gonna have a conversation, right? Let's have an intelligent conversation. Why is black people? We gotta be at the lowest common denominator, right? Let's talk about history. Let's talk about what's better. And the bottom line, all this guy does is he and I'm still pissed off the other night on my show. He was saying that in my chat room that Kala, I am sick and tired of you and your Liberians celebrating Liberian Independence Day in my country and whatnot. This and the other thing. I should have blocked him for that shit. You know, he was going off about Liberians celebrating their Independence Day. So obviously he does not like Liberians, right? If you don't like Liberians, to me, it's not like somebody who just have an honest, different opinion of me. If you really hate Liberians that much, why are you on my show talking about Liberians? You know I love Liberia and Liberians, so why are you on my show? He said, wow, we should kick every Liberian out who's celebrating their Independence Day. There's only one Independence Day, which is 2026, July 4th. You know, he was going off on, he just kept going off about Liberians should be arrested and rounded up for celebrating their independence, all this kind of stupid shit and whatnot. So it's in that vein when he comes up here, I'm on alert for whatever he says. He ain't just innocently talking stuff like you think he is. How smart.
I ain't talking about nobody being innocent. I'm saying if you don't like the person, all I'm saying, Colin, you just talked for 10 minutes straight and nobody said a word. Not one person said a word.
The bottom line is this: when you come
all
up
I'm
here,
saying is no. The bottom line is if you don't like somebody and all that shit was brought up, all you had to do is it's your show. Don't bring them up here and try to embarrass him or whatever because it wasn't even that bad.
He embarrassed himself because hold up. You know why I banned him
before?
Hold on, like because last time, right, when I banned him, right, I said, yo, stop saying that. He goes, Kala, I'm a Pan-Africanist. You're not a Pan-Africanist, right? I said, stop saying that shit, right? And so he kept saying it. I said, look, you're going to stop saying that you're a Pan-Africanist, right? At the same time, you're telling me that you love white women and that you love America and 1776. You can't be both, right? He just kept doing it. Then I blocked him, right? Because he kept antagonizing me, right? Just like he was trying to do tonight. He tried to do things to antagonize me, right? He ain't trying to, in good faith, have a debate. If somebody's having a good faith in debate, I'll engage you. If I disagree with you. But he does things to try to antagonize me, you know?
If he's all that stuff, it's amazing. If he's all that stuff you're saying that he is, then why even bring him up then?
Hold up, because I gave him a chance.
Oh, that ain't it.
I gave him a chance. And then
That's
he
just like
said that
saying
about
you
Liberia. He said
like listen,
Liberian women.
Colin, you trying to soft play this, but everything you explain to him like he's a snake. So you don't give no snake no chance.
Yes. Check us out.
And then if he's
And
a
then
snake, then
he gets up here.
why would
He
you give
gets
a
up
snake
here.
a chance?
He gets up here, and he
Colin, why would you give a snake a chance?
He goes, I didn't give him a chance. I let him talk. He didn't have to talk about Liberia.
You didn't have to let him up, period. If you think he's a snake,
I just, like I said, I got rid of him. I made a mistake. So I told him, I said, look, he comes up here. He could talk about anything he wanted to talk about, but he chose to go there. He knows my wife is Liberian. If you mention Liberian women, you're talking about.
Oh my God, Colin, man, that's it, bro. That don't make no sense what you're saying right there. That right there don't make no sense.
I know a lot of females.
That right there is probably the dumbest thing I don't ever heard you say.
Hold up.
If he say something about that's just like if somebody say something about Black American girl, and I say, well, my daughter's a Black American, so you talking about her too. That don't even make no sense, Colin.
No. I'm not saying like that.
That is exactly what you just said.
I'm saying if you're gonna say that, say it in front of Liberians where they can defend
you. Don't try to trench it up, Colin.
No.
You said that if he say something about a Liberian woman, that's just like he's saying something about your wife, and that is 1,000% wrong.
I'm saying, look, if you have the women in the country, Liberian women, that's what Liberians. What they do like about Liberian men, they do not let you talk about their women. That's one thing that they won't let you do. They will not let you talk about their women. They don't even like me. When me and Isabella argue, my friends will tell you, man, oh, you got a car, man, that's a Liberian woman. I say, yeah, but she's my wife, but that's still a Liberian woman. They protect their women over there. They may not have much, but they protect their women. I learned that from them. So the bottom line
is they protecting these women so much. So many damn them are all over there single.
Well, I have no idea, but the bottom line is this. The bottom line is this: they do protect their freaking women.
How they protect them? And there's so many single women over there.
How you know there's single women? A lot of women are married.
Oh my God!
I see a lot of married women in Liberia. What are you talking about? A lot of couples.
Colin, man, I'm just really shocked. I'm really shocked, bro. I'm just really shocked, man.
I'm saying I'm a couple. I'm saying my point I'm trying to make is this: people know how I am, right? If you come up here and you try to just like I said, I would never go out and say if I got Nigerian women in the chat room or Nigerians, I'm not gonna say Nigerian women are whore. I don't know.
Colin, you sit up here and talk about all goddamn people with women, how they look and everything. Nobody.
Yeah, but I would never call nobody no whore. I don't know enough about Nigerian women to call them whores. I never called no Nigerian women whores.
1776 called Liberian women whores.
He said, these white guys be sitting there bagging these Liberian women on the beaches. You call them whores.
Colin, that is another example.
That's a fucking whore.
Colin, that is example number 6 of you putting words in somebody else's mouth.
That is what he's saying.
That is not what he's saying.
Based on everything I seen him say in the chat room.
No, Colin, that ain't it, bro.
Based on his track record.
That ain't it. You've been doing that all night tonight, saying some stuff that you think and you make that into law. But Colin, this right here, he didn't say that. He said that the white dudes come down here and he bagged. He didn't even say bag. He said he pick up American women.
Hold up. This is hard to change. I don't know who this is. There are plenty of Black American men. They don't like when y'all disrespect their women. I don't know. Carla, you saying this all the time. You talk about Black American women. Talk about your sister. You would talk about your. What are you talking about? I don't talk about
what you just said about when you said that about Liberia. When you trying to say everybody heard you saying, Carla.
Let me tell you something. There's a difference here. If I talk about women, I talk about hood rats and shit like that. That's not Black American women. Now, when you say, he said, there's hood rats in Liberia that be going on the beach. I would say, okay, yes, there is. But he said Liberian women. That means a blanket statement on the women of Liberia The women
that doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense. You're reaching your arms is as long as goddamn the dude on Fantasy 4 right now, bro. You trying to make everything that somebody say to be something that you saying, Colin. I'm just being honest with you.
Basically what he said is basically what he said is that he sees white guys getting with Liberian women. You said the same about Black American women in your area. You said you've seen
I
white
see.
guys.
But I'm not insinuating. Look, I'm not because America is America, right?
But then how do you know what he insinuating, Colin?
Hold up. What he's basically saying, he said it before. It's the first time that Liberian women are into prostitution. He said that.
Oh my God, bro! Hey, DK, man. I see y'all brothers, man. Good talking to y'all, man.
No, he typed that in the chat room earlier.
That has nothing to do with that. What he's saying, Colin. You trying to insinuate what he's saying right now, Colin? I talk about American women being HO 304s. I talk about African women being 304s. But that don't mean that if I go to talking about African women, that means that since I said this about what the Shawans that be over there, that means that now I'm talking about, man.
I'm not stupid. I know what he meant.
Okay, then, Colin, you know what everybody means.
I know
You know what everybody thinks. And you know what people like that are calling. That's narcissist people that think like that.
What he was
that
saying,
they know what everybody thinks, Carla. That is messed up, bro. You saying shit like that.
Look, check this out. I was sitting there watching him in the chat room.
It doesn't matter, Carla. You can't sit up here and say that you know how that man thinks.
He just kept disparaging Liberian women.
I get, Carla. I understand what you're saying. The only thing I'm saying that you're wrong about is you saying that you know how that man thinks.
Well, I don't care about what he thinks. I just assume because I'm going by what he thinks.
Carla, let's go back to 1984. You know what they say about assuming?
Yeah, but the thing is, this guy,
Carla, you know what they say about assuming.
Hold up. This guy had a vitriol. I've been listening to him in my chat for a while. He has this vitriol against Liberians. I have no idea what that comes from.
Carla, I get what you're saying, but I appreciate when you just said that. Carla, I appreciate what you just said. You said that you assumed that what he was saying. Now I appreciate that because at first you were saying that you know what he's thinking.
Well, I assume that's what he's saying. You know,
that's Carla, and that's fair. But assuming is not a fact, Carla. That's all I'm saying, bro. And I wouldn't let nobody say that about you either, bro.
If I'm wrong, let me be wrong. Because I'm like this. I told him that, look, you come up here, you say what you got to say and whatnot, you know, but right away, right? And if I let him go on, he will start saying this stupid stuff about why Liberians are in the Independence Day and all stuff like that. Why do you got to talk like that?
Colin, you sitting here talking about what you think he's gonna say, and then you answering that.
I'm just going by what he's typing in the chat.
Colin, hold on for a second. Think about it like this. DK, Colin just said that what he think he's gonna say, and then answer that by what he know what he thinks he's gonna say.
No, I'm saying like this. The guy was in my chat room for days talking smack.
I see him every day, Colin. I see that.
I wasn't even talking. Last show, what did I talk about? The library wasn't even a topic, right?
I get it, Colin.
This guy's in my chat room all night. Colin, Liberia this, Liberia that. Did you say I'm like, dude, man, leave it the fuck alone, man. You know, every night this guy got something to say about Liberia. You know, every night, you know, blah blah blah. Liberia this, Liberia. If you don't like Liberia, that's fine. Why do I gotta know about it? You know, what he needs to do is get his channel. Say this is gonna be the anti-Liberia channel, you know. They can say whatever you want to, but on my platform, if you're not building, and I don't like all that negativity, you know, come up here disparaging fucking Liberia. What did Liberia do to you? Did you take a trip to the country and you lost money, or somebody robbed you or something like that? No, no, you know, Liberian.
You don't like there's countries you don't like. You don't like Nigeria.
I don't say here every night talking about Nigeria.
Carla, That is a
I said I
100%
will never
false.
go. You know what I say?
Every single day
You know
you
what I say?
find something
Look, I
bad
don't
to
look.
say
I don't
about
give a.
Liberia. I mean
Hold on.
Nigeria, bro.
What you don't see me doing is getting involved with Nigeria's politics. I don't know anything that's going on in Nigeria.
When
I
did
don't even know who the president
1776
is.
get in any type of way involved with their politics?
I don't get into anything. Hustle Smart talks about Nigeria. Kidola talks about Nigeria. I don't talk about Nigeria. I don't.
Colin, you're comparing yourself to him. And all I'm saying is that your fuse was real short with him.
Well,
And it's almost like you was anticipating what he was gonna say.
so yeah, I would not that just that the last time he was up here, right? I told him, right? Look,
But Colin,
I'm saying
you can't if you say a person is if that's the past, you can't hold that grudge like that,
I
Colin.
never said it was a pass. I said it's a present because he's always on my comment section. I got to go in there every day, delete comments off my fucking thread because he's making stupid comments on my fucking page and whatnot. You know, he trolls me
Yeah,
every
he been that
day.
clowning. I agree with you on that. He been that clowning.
And I'm a serious person. You know, I tell people,
Colin, come on now. Come on, Colin. You're one of the funniest guys I know,
I'm
Colin.
funny, but
You
I'm
ain't
serious.
serious like that all the time, man.
Yeah,
Come
I
on,
know I'm
Colin.
serious like that, but I'm
Don't be
serious.
like Colin, don't be like that, bro.
But I'm
You
telling you, I'm serious.
joke around with the best of them, man. You
I
about
joke
as
and
funny as I
hold up.
you about as funny as I am, Colin. You're not that serious guy. Your show is not 100% serious, Colin. You joke around a lot.
To everything, there's a season.
Oh
And
my
people who listen
God,
to my
Colin,
show
man.
know at
Colin,
certain
it's your
times,
show.
I'll
You
we
do
know.
whatever you want to do, but don't. I'm
When
just
I do
saying,
my
don't.
monologue, I don't let anybody interrupt my monologue because I'm dead serious at my monologue, right?
Colin, even
When I
after
open
your
the lines up,
monologue and you're talking to regular people, you'll even start clowning DK about North Carolina.
Yeah.
Come on, Colin, bro. Colin, I'm just telling you, just be fair, man. Just be fair. You ain't always serious. I listen to you every night, even when I ain't saying nothing.
Look.
I listen to you every show.
It's about personality, you know.
I get it. So then don't try to say like you this serious fly on the wall, bro. You like to joke around. You ain't serious like that all the time, man.
People need to understand. Okay, there's limits when you do with Colin, all right? He jokes around. He's an easygoing guy. I joke around, clown around all the time. But at certain points in time, don't push my buttons. This guy be pushing my fucking buttons. You know? That's what David Hitt told me. He said, you let people push your buttons.
No, that's what I told you. That David Hitt said.
Told me that shit, you know? Captain Hitt said, you know, when he was talking about Tuquo one night, he said,
No, it was after the show ended, and David Hitt was on there talking, and that's what he said. And I turned around and told you.
David Hitt talks to me all the time. He said, I don't know how you do it. Let these people come in and push your buttons, Colin. You know? And so I'm like this, you know, I try not to get bother me, but when somebody's deliberately saying shit, right? You can be talking about anything. But when you sit here and making your point of saying disparaging shit, you know it's pushing my buttons. You know, basically, I'm trying to say.
Let me say, I'm gonna say this right here, man. And then it's already going on 4 hours. I'm gonna say this: out of the 6 things that he brought up, the only thing he was wrong about was one, and that was about the port. When he was talking about what he see on the shows, I watched 3. I watched Modern Liberia. And I forgot the girl, and there's another guy. I watched those 3 shows. And they come over there and they talk about it. They talk about having a meeting that they're trying to get the youth involved. You know what I'm saying? They offered them free meals, you know what I'm saying, and free rice or whatever to come out there and help. So that right there, what he was saying, he wasn't wrong about that, Colin. And instead of you just,
he doesn't know enough. He doesn't know what's going on.
I get that, Colin. I don't know, Colin. I don't know enough about Liberia. All I'm, Colin,
he don't know about.
Colin, I'm saying that
most of the people that I know doing stuff, they're not on the internet.
Colin, that has nothing to do with that. These are the people. These are the commissioners and the people that are in charge of the cleanup.
But for everyone you see, there's like 10 other people that's doing real work that's not online.
That's fine, but that has nothing to do with what we see.
Yeah, what you see is what you see online. You know?
Right.
But the bottom line is, I know things that's going on that you won't see online.
That when we ain't
telling them
that, see, that's
online,
Tyler, that's the difference between you and what he was saying. He wasn't going against what you said that you saw or what you know. You was going against what he saw, and what he saw was the truth.
What he said. And I always said was, what you have to do.
No, you did, caller. You said that he was
you
said that he was a 100% lion.
Hold on. And what I always say this, and I told you this. What you got to do is have some Liberians that you know personally.
That has nothing to do with when he said that he saw and what he said he saw. You said that it was 100% a 100% lie about what he saw.
Look, you have to have, if you want to know what's going on in the country.
Caller, see, that was your caller. There's nowhere in the world that if you told me that you walked outside and see a bear, and then I sit around and tell you, well, you know, you got to think about the butterflies over there. It doesn't matter, caller. But what he said, what he saw was the truth. They were sit up there having having a thing. They had the whole thing set up under the underpass with the government officials and everything. And they was trying to get people that was talking about the trash. They was trying to get the youth to stop throwing the trash to come out there and help.
Yeah, Liberia has a trash problem.
But caller, but what I'm saying, you didn't say that. You told him you told him that
my whole thing, and like try to tell him, show me any developing country. You see Ghana's trash problem?
But Connor, that's not the point. The point is that when he said instead of you saying what you just said right now, Connor. Instead of you saying what you just said right now, you went to saying that he was a 100% lion.
My point is, I've been to Liberia. I know there's a serious trash problem. Right?
Why would you say
what I'm saying
you're contradicting yourself, dog?
Hold up. What is his point in coming on my show?
That doesn't matter. We talk about the truth with Collar. What's the point? What's the point of you saying now that it's a trash problem? And when he said it, so hold on. So how is it a trash problem when you say it, but he is a 100% lie when he says it?
Trash problem that's being handled. That's what I'm saying. He make it seem like
he didn't make it seem like nothing. He didn't make it seem like nothing. He said he was watching. He said he was watching the video. Caller, it was the same video that I watched.
Hold on. If he says there's a trash problem, and I said, okay, I know, but
you did not, Caller. Caller, come on, bro. Just stop, bro. That is not what you said.
Hold up. Do you believe that the trash problem is being handled?
Caller, ain't nothing about what I'm gonna believe. What I'm saying, as soon as he said that, your immediate reaction was to say that he was the one. The actual words came out your mouth and that you are 100% lie.
No, I'm saying the fact of the matter is,
did you say that it was a 100% lie when he said that?
What he said was trash is piled up in the markets and whatnot. I told him that trash will pile up for one day, and the next day
that ain't no lie then, Caller.
Hold up. He says the trash piled up. Yeah, trash pile up.
But then why you didn't say that then? Why didn't you say, hold on, Caller, not after he gone. Not after he gone, Caller. When he said that, then why didn't you say that then?
I did say that.
No, you didn't. Your first caller.
I said the trash is piled up.
Hold on for a second. Stop for a second. DK, DK, hold on, caller. You keep saying you saying something. So DK, did caller say that he was 100% lie? Yes or no?
He said that, and then he said, "What about Skid Row?" I remember that. He said,
and that's what you said, caller.
Hold up. This is what I said.
You can't tell us what you can't listen and tell us something different, Caller.
You know what the problem was? He left the open ended, right?
No, bro. Come on, Caller, man.
This is what he did.
That ain't you, Caller. I'm not saying that you're not telling the truth. I'm just saying you're not. I'm telling you when he said that, you said you called him a 100% lie, and you said look at Skid Row. That was your exact words, bro.
Let me say, you know why I say he's a liar? Because I'm like this. he don't tell you the whole entire truth, right? Yes, there's trash pile up, but he don't understand that every
Colin,
time
that's
the trash pile,
Colin, bro. Just stop, bro.
hold up.
Just stop, man. Cause you digging yourself in a bigger
No,
hole.
I'm not.
When
No, I'm
you
not.
say somebody, when you say somebody
I'm
is
not. Let me
100% lie,
hold up. Let
Colin,
me finish
that
what I'm
doesn't mean
saying.
there's no type of truth in that story.
Let me finish what I'm saying. I know
What
you're
does
a lawyer.
what does 100%? What does 100% lie mean?
First it was fucking Brandon Tatum. Now it's this, man. What are you, a fucking lawyer, man?
No, you just sit up here lying on him, and I don't understand that shit. And then you sit up here instead of just taking accountability, you just making up excuses and shit.
Look, let me
That
finish.
real niggas don't do shit like that, Colin.
I'm not a real
I'm telling
nigga.
you
I'm not a
straight
real
up,
nigga.
dog. You're not being a real dude right now, bro. You just sit up there making it, but I ain't never heard a dude sit up here and just make excuses.
No. You're not,
Instead of just being honest and saying, well, you know what? I didn't mean to say that. I should have said this. You keep telling us that sitting right here next to you that you saying something else.
Are you gonna let me finish what I'm saying?
But all you doing is talking. All you doing is talking and saying something different from what you saying.
Okay, let me finish what I'm saying.
Just be honest, bro.
Hold on. You can let me finish what I'm saying, then I'll mute myself. All right. This is
No,
what I'm
I'm
saying.
gonna let you just talk, bro. Because that's all you doing is talking, explaining it. Go ahead.
He said there's trash pile up. What he did not say is, okay, the other part is after the trash is piled up, there's people that come by and clean the trash up. He left it as, oh, they just got trashed up because these people are filthy and nasty. They leave the trash sitting there.
You see what I mean, DK? Do you see what I mean?
But DK dropped off. But that's what I'm saying. So by him
he did not say one thing about they filthy and nasty. That's what you just added that in, Colin.
And all I did was clarify.
Colin, tell me this, Colin. Why did you add in that he meant that they filthy and nasty? Why did you add that in?
Because that's what he's implying.
No, Colin, that's what you implying, bro.
That's what he's implying.
That's what you implying, because that ain't what he said, bro.
The people don't pick the trash
It doesn't matter, Colin. That is not what he implying. That is situation number 3 that you don't add in some stuff that he didn't say.
That's what look. What this guy, when I was looking at his
Colin, I can't tell you about how you what somebody is saying, but tonight you have did a whole lot of saying what you think somebody else saying.
Anybody else, I would say gave him the benefit of the doubt. That dude, no.
That ain't it, Colin.
Anybody else would have said
Colin,
that?
you don't have to add nothing to what he's saying. You can just say what he said.
Yo, look, all I said was he did not say that. You know something? I'm sure a day later they probably had the trash crew came there.
How do you know that, Colin?
You know, because I've seen it.
How do you know that? Because they damn sure didn't have it clean the next Colin. Hold on, let me tell you this, Colin, because they showed it the next day and it wasn't cleaned up the next day.
Okay, well, I'm telling you what I see with my own eyes.
Well, it doesn't matter because I saw it with my own eyes the second day and it wasn't clean.
Well, 1 day or 2 days, right? I never seen trash pile up in Liberia more than 3 days.
Now you're pushing the goalpost. But Carl, let me let you run your show, man, because it seems like you just when you get this, bro, you just making up.
I see with my own eyes.
It's fine, Colin. Whatever you say it is, that's what it is, bro.
You guys are going by what you've seen online.
Colin, that's cool, Colin. Whatever you say it is, whatever you say it is, man. But I'm gonna let you go, bro. Hey, good show, man.
Sit more than like 2 or 3 days. So it's nonsense about, oh yeah, you said this guy 1776 was telling a fucking lie. You know, he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was trying to say. If you say I don't know what I saw, and it could have been cleaned up the next day, I don't know, whatever like that, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But somebody listen to my show, an audience listen to my show, will look at, well, damn, Liberia must be filthy. Liberia must be filthy. And I'm trying to promote Liberia as a place to go to. And if I left that unchallenged, people think Liberia is just a fucking trash heap. That's why I say what the hell I say. No, I'm not going to let you say that. Because I've seen the country's struggling. The country's poor. It's struggling. Don't have a lot of resources, right? But it's doing the best it can to freaking keep up with trash and growing modern problems and influx of population and everything like that. And I'm not gonna have people come on my show disparaging this country. You know, yeah, there's things that should be done or things can be done better. whatever like that. What you do is you have a fucking empathy. You have empathy, and to a Liberian listen to the show, how would you like your country being humiliated like this? You don't humiliate people like that. You don't degrade people like that. You don't tell them their country is fucking like shit, whatever like that. You don't do that, you don't do that. It's not right. So I tell people all the time, we got to be careful about what we say. You don't talk about look, if I talk about women in America, I'll say hood rats, hood boogers, whatever like that. That's not talking about black women. That's not what, when you say black American women across the board, you're talking about my mother, my sister, my aunties, everybody else. I don't let nobody talk about black women, I don't tell them to talk about black women, and I'm not gonna let people talk about Liberian women. Oh, there's some Liberian women that are loose and do yeah. But we don't say Liberian women. You say, something, man. There's some women and he don't even have any evidence of that. I asked him, show me proof that you see white men going to Liberia picking a Liberian women. Not easy. They're not easy. You get a Liberian girl, you better know what you're talking. They want to know what you're about. They don't care how much money you got in your pocket or whatever. That's the Liberian women. They want to know what's in your heart. That's one thing I love about Liberian women. They don't care about your money. You can have money. But if you ain't got the right heart or whatever like that, you ain't getting with them. They don't care about all that superficial shit. That's what I love about them. That's why my wife's Liberian, because she don't care about how much money I got or anything like that. She cares about what's in my heart. So I tell people all the time, before you start judging people, go there and get to know the people. Go there and see the people for yourself. Go there and shake hands. Go there and break bread with people. You ain't gonna learn anything watching a couple of videos on YouTube, because those video people are gonna show you what they want you to show you. You got to go to a country or at least know people, know Liberians. I have a lot of Liberian friends. I know for years before I even went there. These women, they get in Africa. Okay, you're out of here. Everybody wanted to disparage people and whatnot, Probably never been there. Like, oh, you're right. Now, if you went there and was looking for prostitutes, but you ain't gonna get no decent, but maybe because of the type of women I go for, When do I talk cash shit about African American women? Thing like that. The only thing I talk about is women who put the weaves in their hair and talk all this stupid stuff, the twerking and all this kind of nonsense. That's not African American women. Those are hood rats. I talk about hood rats, Afro theory. I talk about hood rats. I talk about stupid people. I don't talk about fucking African American women. I talk about hood rats. Two different things. My sister's an African American woman. My female friends and colleagues are African American women. I got nothing but respect for them. Well, you talk about hood rats and hood boogers and stuff like that. Yeah, I do talk about them. So I hate when people lump fucking all African American women in the same category. The decent black women don't deserve to be put in the category of these hood rats. I ain't gonna do that. Somehow people feel like they gotta defend these hood. That's another thing only thing I would say about black American women is that they feel offended when you talk about the bad element in their thing. I'm trying to help you guys out, saying, look, black women aren't like that. They're decent women. But black women think it's empowering acting like a hood rat. It's not empowering acting like a hood rat. It's not empowering acting like a 304. It's not empowering acting with whole culture. It's not empowering twerking in public and acting a fool. That's not empowering. Y'all gotta let that shit go. So when I call that out, I am not kidding. I'm talking about it. I don't like it. And I see some women, black women, decent black women, I don't know what it is, just they throw themselves out there. Next thing you know, what happened to her? Oh, she just went down and whatnot. She's one night in Bangkok, whatever, I don't berate Africans, berate stupid. I berate behavior. See, I go after behavior, not people. You know, when you act stupid, I'm gonna call you stupid. You act primitive, I'm gonna call you primitive. You act stupid, I'm gonna call you stupid. You know, it's as simple as that. I'll never call somebody out their name that's doing the right thing. You do the right thing, I'll hey, look, you got no problem on me. But when you act stupid and ignorant, I'm gonna call you for it. That's Africans and Black Americans, whoever. Can you say that Black collar justice calls out bad behavior? Collar calls out bad behavior. It's stupidity. That's what I call out. It has nothing to do with what background you are. See how abnormal Black American men think. They go around worshiping other men's women while disowning their own. What are you talking about? How is a Liberian woman not my own woman? My wife's a Liberian. And why is it down in your own? Nobody's down in decent Black women. You guys just don't want to get rid of that whole culture. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am not going to fucking condone that whole culture. I don't give a damn who doesn't like it. It's about down in your own. If you're not a hoe, if you're not in that whole culture, you have no reason to fucking worry about me downing you. You guys don't want to give up that whole culture. I'm sorry. I am not going to fucking apologize for that shit. You guys want to be in that whole culture? Hey, it comes with it. I don't know what this nonsense for is. Why a lot of Black women cannot get rid of that whole culture like it's their second nature and shit. What demographic of Black men, you know? What demographic of Black men, you know? What, don't like whole culture Afro theory? I thought you was a decent woman. You telling me you're a hood rat now? You telling me you're a 304? Why are you getting offended? Hit dogs holler. Were you a part-time 304? You a part-time divester? A part-time swirler? What's the truth, Afro theory? Who are you? You hang around our chat rooms, you hang around our stuff like that. Who are you? Are you a plant? Black men don't care, don't disparage real Black women. The only Black women that got a problem with Black men are one who call you out of your bullshit. No, I am not being too old to be so silly. I'm saying like it is. Are you a divester? Are you a part-time hood rat? What are you? You know, it ain't being disrespectful when she came at me. I'm not calling women whores. I'm calling whores whores. Talking about women are whores. Are you a whore? People act like if a person act like a goddamn whore, you're a damn whore. Close your goddamn legs and start acting decent. And I wouldn't call you that. Decent Black women who are doing the right thing, virtuous Black women, have nothing to worry about what I say. They agree with what I say. It's all these people that want to be part-time 304s, part-time whores, part-time divestors, part-time shit. I'm sick of you fucking race traders. You're going to be in this movement out. I don't want no more lukewarm people around me. Are you going to be run with this movement or not? You're going to be a decent woman and you're going to fly right out, or you get the hell out of the damn movement. I don't need no fucking hoes around me. You got to get rid of that whole culture. Ain't getting no place when not shaking your damn ass. So I'm going to keep calling this shit out. If I hurt your feelings, so what? Somebody you call. No, I call whores whores. One thing I cannot stand is a fucking whore. Real decent women don't have to worry about what I'm saying. I talk shit about everybody. Learn. No, what I'm saying is this. Why you came at me Afro theory and hostility. Talking about I hate Black women. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So you're suspect to me from now on. You're sus to me from now on. You know? I'm only talking about the degenerate and black American women. So what the hell are you coming at me like I'm talking about all black American women? You know me better than that. Don't be coming at me like that, lady. You know, don't play with me. The fuck you think you talking to? That's how I just said that 1776. I'm sick of people coming on my platform thinking they're gonna fuck with me and play with me. I know everything. I listen to everything people say, what people type on. I know more. I know you better than you know yourself. I don't know when somebody's coming at me. I know when somebody's being disrespectful. Ain't nobody talking about decent, honest black women in America who I love. They're the mother of our children and whatnot. They're the future of our nation. I'm talking about these dirty ass fucking hood rats. The people that divestors and all these other people like that who are pushing prostitution and whole culture in black America. That's the people I'm against. If you're not that, you have nothing to worry about from me. If it don't fly, let it, don't apply, let it fly. Don't see that getting offended like you taking up for your whole friends and whatnot, you know? I don't worship Liberian women. But the bottom line is this, hey, say what you want. When I go over there, it's like I'm a kid again. But Liberian women, you know what they remind me of? It reminds me of black women when I was a kid. How black women used to be back in the 80s and 90s. How black women used to be before this degenerate culture took over. So I don't know what you're talking about, you know? Most Liberian women are what Liberian men, you know? So I don't know what the hell you're talking about. People have never been to Liberia, whatever like that, you know? You're just jealous of them, that's all. I don't know what Barutti's talking about. I don't know what it was Mazugu with me, because I'm talking about, I call him the white fucking devil in the Bible. I don't give a fuck about him. I only care about my own race. And my race is not going to get any place if we don't stop fucking up. As long as we got race traitors and fucking hoes and all these other divisive shit in our community, if you're a black woman and you out there hoeing, sleeping with the white man and all disparaging black men, and also you're a fucking race traitor. How about that? Black men, reason why we're in the situation right now where a lot of us got to go overseas is because a lot of our women are sold the fuck out. About what culture? Tell me what fucking culture. This degenerate culture you're talking about in America? This self-hating culture? The culture that people think they're pretendians and all this kind of nonsense and whatnot? That's the culture you're talking about? The YN culture? Well, the bottom line is I consider like African culture my culture, whatever it is. So I could adopt Liberian culture as my own. So what? People think you're beholden to some shit, you know? That ain't Black American culture. What is Black American culture? People can't even define what a fucking Black American culture is anymore. Yeah, all I see in Black American culture is degeneracy. I remember the original Black culture that I'm a part of in America, which really don't exist. You know? Like 85% of Black people are disgusting, you know? And I don't like this degenerate culture. What are you talking about? I don't want nothing to do with it. Then when you start hearing the truth and whatnot, this is the result of it. The result of it, man, is like, I don't want to say death and destruction. What? killing and murder and death and destruction, hoeing and stugging and whatnot. That's what I'm supposed to worship. I'm supposed to be worshiping Sexy Red and all this Young Thug and all this. Oh yeah, that's really my culture and whatnot. You know, what kind of culture is that? Can't even find me what a fucking black culture BET. That's my culture. No, I'm just telling you, like, what you call. And Hustle Smart said, "Let's say, oh, don't you see online? Yeah, I see. Look, I see what I see. I see my in my life. The people I'm around are right. But yeah, you know what people take as black culture. Nobody wants to do degenerate shit. There's a reason why people hate us so much in America. They think we're fucking degenerates. They think we're violent. They think we're gang members. We think we're murderers. We think everything we're immoral. You know." I don't need to join no organization. So what the world thinks of black culture and whatnot, I don't want nothing to do with it. What people see as black culture is degenerate, I don't want nothing to do with it. You can have it. That makes me a minority on the outside, fine, hey. But I am not going to sit here and be like, oh, yes, we're black American culture. When you can't even define what the hell you are. You have black people that now can't even admit where their ancestors came from. That's culture to you? Yeah, people call themselves foundational black American. What the fuck did we become a foundation to this country? It doesn't matter. No, it ain't white people. Like Hustle Smart says, it's black people going out there, putting out videos, uploading shit. It ain't white people painting us a certain way. It's black people saying, this is who we are. Every time you put a Boomquisha and a fool out there on the media and put it out there and videos go viral and that's what people's perception of us are as stupid people running in stores, robbing and whatnot. Women talk about, my ABT card expired and whatnot. Can I have myself for free? And that goes out to the freaking world. Is that up my culture? You know, that's what black people be putting up. People acting hoish and shaking and twerking and whatnot. That's what we put out. Don't tell me about our culture and whatnot, you know, what the white man painted. We paint ourselves this. Who's putting out no one's putting a gun to these rappers' head and telling them to fucking do all this shit. We're doing that shit. We're saying this is who the fuck we are. And to be honest, I don't give a damn about it, you know? I don't care about it. So if I got to go the other way in a different direction, so the fuck be it. No, black people are fucking putting this shit out there. 80% of all the negative shit I see online comes from black people. Ain't no white people walking around with a damn camera in the hood. It's fucking black people putting that shit out. Because they're saying, that's who we are. That's what we are. We don't give a damn. This is our culture. So if that's the culture, I don't want nothing to do with it. How about that? You could take the culture and stick it up your ass. Back to Afro theory. I do not fucking hate African American women. Don't ever say that. Ever say that on my platform. I love my sisters. But I do not like the culture of degeneracy that some of them practice. And also, I do not like the fact that decent black women don't have enough cojones to stand up and call it out. That's a problem. You do see black men calling other black men out all the time. Black women have this thing. You could be a hoe, whatever like that, and black women won't say a damn thing about it, you know? They'll be on platforms with women who talk about prostitution. I got to get my money. You know, I got to get mine. I got to get mine. I got to get mine and whatnot. So you're aiding and abetting that whole culture. And that you'll get hurt just like they will. So what does black immigrants got to do with anything? Black immigrants help you do all that. What the hell are you talking about? I got nothing to do with no damn black immigrants. There's still some of us black Americans that are decent people who I'm with. But you degenerates, you fucking race traitors, or fucking, degenerates and race traitors, they go hand in hand. Every time you see a race traitor, he's a degenerate. You ever notice that? He's somebody with no fucking principles and no nothing. He'll sell you out for $1, try to rationalize selling you out for $1. One thing I'll never do, folks, is sell you out for a fucking nickel or a dime. I stay principled to what I believe in. I don't kiss nobody's ass. You got, I mean, the thing is, I say, unfortunately, you got a lot of black women. Look, you cannot build a community. Talk about the culture, right? If there's no commitment towards a black family as a core of a culture, what culture you got? Niggas standing on the street, black girls out there. I seen a video yesterday where some fat white guy over a pizza proposed to this black girl. This girl like a model. And all the comment section, oh, that's so beautiful. This guy looks like a fucking Shrek. This guy was a fat motherfucking piece of shit. And he's on his knees, and she said yes. This is insane. This is the culture you're telling me I got to be a part of? Man, get the hell out of here. Yeah, I'm the positive what's in Black America. You see this platform right here? This is what's positive. This is what's positive in Black America. The colonization. Tune in. No. Yeah, that was here in America. I was literally, my heart, she was hot, you know? And this dude was a fucking whale piece of shit, you know? This was a whale fucking piece of shit. And this girl said yes. In the comment section, oh my God, that's so beautiful and that. See, if that was a fat white black dude with a skinny white girl, oh my God, they would have had a clan rally in the comment section. What the hell is going on? So please don't tell me about this fucking black culture in America. It's gone to shit. It used to be a time where black women, no matter what she looked like, she knew the one thing she had to do by the time she was 22 years old was marry a black man. That's culture. And raise a black family. I don't know about that, you know. I'm not no killer and drug dealer. I'm a successful fucking businessman. So is there a lot of black people that I know. So take that killers and drug dealers, that garbage out of here. You know, that's what I'm talking about. People thinking themselves as killers and drug dealers all day and elevating these fucking women. Am I the fucking last real man on this fucking earth? I'm not painting everything all bad, you know. Let me get Musa on. Musa, what's going on, bro?
My God, what's going on, color? What's all this animosity towards the women, man?
Well, it's not with women. You don't come in my chat room talking shit and don't expect me to respond. I'm not that type of guy. People need to know. At least Afro Theory know now. Watch your fucking mouth. How about that? Don't come in here accusing me of shit and you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Yeah, I say things and whatnot, but I say it, I'm fair and balanced about say if it does not apply to you, then you know I'm not talking about you. If you are simply a fucking hoe, if you are really a hoe or a divester under the cover and you're covering up, maybe I struck a chord with her. I don't know about this female. Why you get mad when I talk about divestors or fucking hoe culture and whatnot? Are you a hoe? If you're not one, then don't worry about it. Then it's not fucking talking about you. Don't come at me telling me I'm coming at all African American women. I'm coming at the bad elements ruining our women in this country. You know, I defend Black American
You gotta
women.
take it easy, man. Take it easy with our women.
I am taking it easy.
I know it's not all, but some of them
I'm
do it.
taking it freaking easy, but I'm sick and tired of race traitors. We're in a fucking critical mass right here. I see everybody selling out. Everybody gonna fucking make a decision. Are you gonna be down with this race war, down with the black race, or we're gonna survive or we're gonna die? As simple as that. I'm sick of people wishy-washy, lukewarm people don't know what the in or out.
I'm not going to lie to you, Kala. We've been selling out for a long period of
I'm
time,
sick of
man.
people selling the fuck out. I'm sick of it. How the hell am I wasting my time? I can just go off and do my own thing. I'm wasting my time on fucking useless people.
Kala, listen, there is nothing we can do except focus on our family and what we're trying to achieve in life.
That's all I'm doing. You know, focus on myself, my family, my business, whatever like that, man.
That's what you do. I don't really focus
I care
on
less
what
about the fucking community anymore.
Man, to be honest, I don't focus on that. Like the entire Haitian community is gone. This community is dead and gone to me.
Black
So
America's gone, man. Black America's finished, man. You know.
Well, Black America have hope, but where I came from, Kala, we have no hope. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I hear you, man. For me, man, I love my sisters, man. Just take it easy on them, please, man.
Well, I take it easy on them, but one thing people are not going to do is tell me that I think this shit is normal. When I see black girls out here, pretty black girls out here throwing themselves at fucking busted looking white guys, what's the future of our fucking race? I can't condone that shit. I can't condone women acting like hoes and whatnot, having babies out of nowhere and all this kind of stuff, like running the streets and whatnot, you know? I'm like, what the hell's going on? You know? This ain't what I grew up in. I ain't gonna condone this shit, you know? Everybody twerking and all shit like that, you know? Lisa Ray, the young man made a song talking about robbing this and this, that, and the other thing. I'm not saying like this. I don't see this where I see it live at, you know? I don't see the DK where I live at. I'm sure it's there, but I don't see it where I live at. But I'm saying the popular culture, what we see is black culture. Now, in my life, I don't see none of this nonsense because I choose not to listen to it.
Well, Carla, that's the degeneracy like they are pushing in the black community. My kids' mothers like they are Black American. I don't ever see them like doing such a thing. Like doing like degenerate culture. They don't ever do that.
Well, the thing is, 9 times out of 10, what you see in black media, like I said, it's not white people putting it out there; it's black people putting it out there. And the point where that people think that that's who we are, you know, we're a bunch of thugs. Our women are loose, hoes, and whatnot. Anything goes and whatnot. You know, is that black culture? Is that Black American culture?
No, that's not Black American culture. That is what they are pushing out there, like to make people believe
that's what
that.
black people are pushing, and that's what white people have accepted as black culture. That's what people like Brandon Tatum have convinced white people.
Like the
Tatum
stuff
has convinced white people.
The stuff that Hustle Smart talks about, that's not Black American culture. That's ghetto hood rat culture.
Yeah, ghetto hood rat culture. I'm separated from that. I'm not in the ghetto. I'm not hood rat shit. You know, I don't know nothing about that shit. You know, those people out there doing that
a lot
shit.
of Black American women out there thriving. And
well, I know. Come to Virginia, man. Black women are basically running the state. Yeah, high professions and everything in the state, man, running all kinds of businesses, high level businesses in the state of Virginia. Black women got it going on in Virginia. You know, there's some special law they got to help black women and some law in the transportation bill, whatever. But it's like this clause they put in there back in like the 80s, and black women have been tapping into that special funding that you get for certain types of businesses that only go to black American women. And goddamn, black women open, the home health care industry in Virginia is run by black American women. You know, day support, adult services, all the stuff like that. Mostly black or transport, medical transport, black American women. In our state of Virginia. It's like unreal how they're thriving in the state. So
yeah, that's the way it
I
should
see
be,
what
man.
I
I love
what
successful
angers
black
me.
women.
You know what
Yeah,
angers me?
go ahead.
Every
Go
time
ahead.
I see so many good black women that are raising their kids and whatnot, some of single mothers that got a good job and whatnot, making sure their kids are off to school and whatnot. I see them all the time. Yeah, and the kids are like in the books. You see them in the grocery store and they're getting their books and stuff like that. She's a single mother, but she's out there with her kids, making sure her kids are doing their homework and whatnot. And I said to myself, I wish some guy would come along and or her and her husband, whoever it is, reconcile, and now be a beautiful family. I bless that family. One thing I would love seeing is a beautiful black family. But she's doing what she can and whatnot, whatever. Maybe it didn't work out with her husband or whatever, and she's doing it. She's holding it down and whatnot. She may get child support. The husband may drop in. She may have an uncle or something like that to help out when that male figures to help out when that. But I'm with my sisters out there. I know it's not easy, but they're carrying a lot in the community and whatnot. And one thing I am not gonna let
And
people do.
sometimes, Carla, you gotta remember it's family trauma, man. Like how she was brought up, how she was raised.
Well, there's a lot of black women that are
Sometimes she
thriving,
can.
making it.
Sometimes,
But
Carla, she can be
I do
raised
not
by.
want people looking
Hold
at
on,
our
Carla.
women like they're so like they're
I hear
bad. I
you.
know a
I
lot
hear
of
you. I
black
hear you,
women that are
Carla. But
single
let me
mothers that are
finish, right?
doing well.
Sometimes she can be raised by her father and her mother, but she's still like
Yeah,
like
I know
the
sisters
way
that
she dealt with her
look,
family members,
I
like
know
it's very
females.
traumatic.
Look, perfect what I'm talking about. I knew females that came from middle class homes, mother and father, but they still went in the streets. And I know
Yeah.
kids that grew up in the projects, whatnot. They say they want to get out of there, they're doing the right thing and whatnot. So you can't judge everybody by how much money they got. I seen people in the middle class suburbs ain't worth shit. They're still hood, ghetto, nasty, whatever like that, rude, whatever like that. And I seen people that don't have a whole lot of money, but they're real decent black people. When those are the people I love. People are just really doing their thing. You can tell when you're around your own people. They're always looking out for you. They're always saying hello and everything all cool, everything like that. They're always making sure you're all right. It's how's your day going? You know when you're with your people, and you're with fucking or the ghetto gutter ass black people that's out there that I don't give a shit about. Decent black people, those are the people I want to defend at all costs.
Yeah, those are the people I walk with, man. Like the ones that are degenerates, I stay away from
I
them,
don't deal
man.
with fucking degenerates,
At any cost, man. By any means necessary, I stay away from those that are very degenerates, man. Man, like if I
So
mean
when Afro Theory
if
comes in
your
here
mindset
like
if
that,
your
she has to
mindset is
understand
not about
how college
improving your
Genesis is.
life,
If you're a decent black person, I'm your guy. But if you're a degenerate, or you defend degeneracy, then I'm sorry, we got to part ways.
man, Alpha Theory is cool, man. She's a cool chick, she's down to
I thought
earth.
she was cool too, man. But coming at me
No,
like that,
don't say that you thought she was cool. She is cool, Carla. Don't say that, man. She's a cool chick.
but when somebody come at me like that, she said you come at black African American women. What kind of statement is that? I don't never attack no African American women. Never. I talk fucking about the bad behavior and some people who just happen to share our skin color and heritage. That ain't talking about the African American women that I know that's in our community. How dare she say something like that?
Man, like,
Never.
I had to come here and defend my sister, man. She was pouring her heart out, man, on Telegram, man. She was all this, she write this essay on Telegram. I'm like, man, what's going on?
Well,
So
what the
let
hell
me
did you
hop
come
on
at me like that
YouTube.
for then?
Let me hop on YouTube and talk to Kala, man, and calm him down a little bit.
No,
Damn.
my whole thing is when you accuse me of attacking my own fucking race, I don't forgive that. I love my mother is an African American woman. My sister, I would have not had nothing right now in life if it wasn't for my sister. I love her with all my heart. My aunties, they're always there. They were there to help me as a baby. Everybody in my life is an African American female. What the hell will somebody say something about I attack African American women? How dare anybody say that?
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't think Kala is generalized. I don't think Kala does that. I mean, me on the other hand, I do that when it comes to the Haitian community, but I don't think Kala do that at all. I think Kala talk about like the rotten side of African American. I think he talks
I don't
about
even
the bad
consider them African. I just consider them fucking hood rats. You're not worthy of calling yourself African American.
Well, as you know, Kala, there's a lot of those hood rats on TikTok.
Oh yeah, I know that. So I see them. I don't go on their platforms. I don't see them. But the bottom line is that's what it is. I don't. They're just nasty, especially FBA women. They're just nasty and ugh. The way they talk about black immigrants and shit like that. It's nasty and mother F this and mother F that. You did this. I mean, just a gutter trash.
Man, right now, Kala, we got the UK Jamaicans going back and forth with the Africans, saying that, oh man, we are indigenous to Jamaica, we are indigenous to the British Isle. I'm like,
Yeah,
are
the
you
bottom
not
line
claiming
is,
to be
like
the
I said, if you
Anglo-Saxon?
cannot
They're not claiming
say,
to be the Anglo-Saxon, Kala. I'm like, God damn, you guys are the
if you cannot admit
Anglo-Saxon,
what
you
you
are the
are,
Celtic.
if you cannot just say, my ancestors came here via the transatlantic slave trade, the Ma'afa, the Holocaust, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
My ancestors probably came from sub-Saharan Africa, right? My ancestors probably didn't build nothing great, whatever. But first shall be last, last shall be first. But that does not mean the story is ended there. We can have a great future if we want to, but we're honest with ourselves. We have to be honest. What happened to us? We fell into the very bowels of human civilization, which was the transatlantic slave trade. Trying to ignore that, pretend that didn't happen, is not getting us someplace. Trying to say we were already here.
Cannot ignore that, color.
What?
I said you cannot ignore that. That is part of your history. It's
These
in
people are trying to erase their history.
It's coded in your DNA. You cannot get rid of that, no matter what you do.
Because the pain and shame of it, and bottom line is, in you've been taught to love the white man like Brandon Tatum, love the white man so much that you think there's something inherently wrong with you. There ain't not a damn thing wrong with me. God didn't make no mistake when He made me.
I thought I was the coon collar, but that guy, oh my god, man, that guy is a Hall of Fame.
You're still up there, man. But yeah, you're not as bad as a coon as him. You're not as bad a coon as him. Now, every time if he can make a coon like you be ashamed, he's a coon. He's a coon's coon.
Yeah, Brandon Tatum is really bad, man. Like, what happened to that black kid in Mississippi, man? Like, the stuff Brandon Tatum is saying.
Well, all I know is
I am really appalled
an
to
investigation
what
like
he's
this.
saying about that black kid.
It's
I'm
only
like,
been
dude, what's wrong with you, man?
5 weeks. These people want to say, let's conclude this, and no, something major like this, you may not get to the truth. It might take a couple of years before the truth comes out. So what? We got time. But these guys want to hush under the rug, and Brandon Tatum want to bully and browbeat people for even.
He wants to conclude everything, man. You can't do that, man. Let the investigator do their job. You're not a freaking,
even when the investigator's job, go behind them and then find more. There's no rush to end this.
Man, that guy, man.
He just wants 5 weeks. And let's just, yeah. And then he said they didn't take lie detector tests. They took something sort of like a polygraph, but it's not like a polygraph, And then them took a real polygraph. He tried to lie on Nancy Grace, say they took a polygraph. They didn't take a polygraph. And the one guy didn't even take that.
Mm-hmm.
These guys didn't take any polygraph,
Let me ask you this, Carla. What do you think happened to that black kid? Give me your opinion. What do you think? You think this white kid? You think this white kid?
He could have just drowned and they panicked and whatever. Like that could have happened, I don't know. Like they said, he could have drowned. He never life back along. He could have drowned. Or, there could have been a fight, whatever, like that, and he could have hit his head and died. Things happen, I don't know. You just don't know. No one's talking, you will never know until there's a real forensic thing, or you get a confession or whatever, somebody talks.
So what about the autopsy report? Have they revealed like the autopsy report? Or what do you know about
Somebody
that?
said there was bruises. They covered the first autopsy report up. Then they said the second one, they found evidence of in his neck area where there was trauma. They tried to cover that up or not. They said no, something wasn't right. When they rushed the first autopsy and whatnot, they didn't do the autopsy right. Then they redid it again and said, yeah, they found some suspicious breakage and bruising and stuff like that, But that's been brushed under the rug, But I don't know. That's just hearsay. I don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't know what happened. All I know is a bad situation. What we can learn from it is this. Don't let your kids go out in no fucking no boating thing with no fucking. Wait, we can't learn that.
No, man. I don't let my kids hang out with white folks, man. No little white kids. I'm sorry, man. Even though I live in a predominantly white
we could all get on that same page. No more fucking sleepovers with white people or whatever like that. Camping.
Man, that would never happen.
Now if that could come out of.
Do you know how many times white people invite me to go to their house and eat with them during the holidays? I decline.
If something like that could come out of this, if something like that can come out of this, then it's all been worth it, People like, hey, look, I can't get in this. I think I'm a. There needs to be lines of demarcation, I don't know, like you say, right? What I'm fearful is the number of black women who are openly seeking white men. They actually seeking white men and getting killed.
It's not all of them, Carla. It's a minority, and some of them are not even Black American. Like some of them can be Haitian. Some of them can be like
but when you come to this, when you come to this country, it doesn't matter. It's black and white, and you got a lot of African women, Haitian women, Jamaican women, and they think, oh, race doesn't matter. And they're falling into hands of these white men who abuse them and shit like that,
Hold on. Look at what DK said. Even the Haitian coon has common sense to stay away from white. This Igbo guy, man. Come on, DK. Come up, man. What's your issue with me, DK? Shit, man. I miss you guys, man. Your color, you've been shadow banned, bro.
I don't know what's going on. They don't want my show growing.
This
they
Igbo
don't want my show
my
growing. Well, hey, but I say what I need to say when I, and hopefully it reaches a certain amount of people, and it's like this, but it is what it is. Well, yeah. So my whole thing is about tonight's show. The race traders like fucking Brandon Tatum and Anton Daniels and all those other people. One thing I will say about this: do Haitians You guys don't put your business out in the street like Black Americans do, right? You guys
Oh,
don't.
they do, Carla. You just don't know because you don't speak Haitian Creole. They do. We do it all the time, Carla. As
Yeah,
a matter
Haitians
of
put their
fact,
business out in the street.
hold on, Carla. Let me say this real quick. As a matter of fact, Haitians are doing a challenge on TikTok, right? I'm gonna say it in Haitian Creole. It goes like this: Me diabla, me diabla, me diabla. It means that here comes the devil, here comes the devil. You know, it's a parody song, but at the end of the parody song, and then they are showing their U.S. passport. The reason why they are doing that is because a lot of Haitians who are not citizens to America, they lost their TPS, they lost their jobs, and then you have these Haitian Americans or naturalized Haitians. They are showing their U.S. passport, mocking the Haitians that are going to be
Man,
deported.
that's wrong. But they make it seem like Black Americans are mocking them. They put it all on us for now, you know.
You know, so Carla, you see our internal issue. That's why I talk to the Haitian community the way I talk. I talk to them like vigorously. And they, man, listen, do you know how many times our Haitians have threatened to unalive me on TikTok, man, because I exposed them? Because like they want to make the black world like, okay, like we've been victimized by Dominicans. You know, everybody
Yeah,
hate
they
us. You know,
Haitians,
Black
yeah,
Americans
they be cracking me
is
up,
going against
you
us.
know.
You know, like the Caribbean is going against us. It's Haitians that hate you. Nobody hates Haitians more than Haitians, man.
Well, I always knew that, you know.
You know what I'm saying? You talking about old Black American used to bully us? That's a goddamn lie, man. When I was coming to America, Carla,
However, I'll be honest with
my
you, but
parents told me, Carla, hold on. My parents told me, Carla, to stay away from Haitians that were born in America,
right.
not Black
But
Americans.
I'll
To
be
stay
honest with
away
you,
from
right?
Haitians.
I told you this before, bro. I'm ashamed that when I was growing up, my Haitian friends, I wasn't the nicest person growing up, man. But to my Haitian counterpart, I don't know why, man. That was stupid. But you know why? Because I was always jealous because they always got good grades. I used to hate about Haitians, right? Why was like they were always on the band, the Gleek club, the chess club, shit like that. And they'd be the
Yeah.
only black kid on honor roll. They'd be on the honor society. They'd be in the fucking hanging out with the white kids and whatnot. So they think they're cool, man. We go beat them up and whatnot because all the black American kids were cool. The Haitian kids and the Caribbean kids all got the good grades. They got the good grades and whatnot. But like I said, man, they always got good grades in school. I don't know what it was about, man. Yeah, they always got good grades and shit like that. So, and they always stayed out of trouble and shit. We was always in trouble.
Well, Carla, they are forced to have good grades because I knowing like the condition where they are coming from. They live in to come to America. Why would you want to fail?
Oh
You're
yeah, they
supposed to
take
be
education
you're
very
supposed
seriously, like life and death.
exactly because if you fail, hey, your parents gonna kick you out. Like they might even deport you back to Haiti. Would you really want to take that risk and get deported back to Haiti? I don't think
Yeah,
so.
man. So
So they
like I
had to
said, man,
succeed.
Haitians they was something else. We were proud of them too, man, because because understand something. When we were growing up, all the black community where I grew up, right, we all stuck together. The NAACP had just as many Haitians, Jamaicans as Black Americans. And I remember my father's friends were Haitians and whatnot in the NAACP. They used to come to our house and whatnot, talking about black people, black issue. Our number one barber there, Jerry, was a Haitian, He was a Haitian, And he had the number one barbershop, Jerry's barbershop. He was a Haitian, saying my mother's hairstyler. All these people from the islands, we were all together. The black community was all together where I lived at, But over the years, now it's different, because people, we don't have those communities like we did before. You know,
Yeah,
so
yeah, it's the same as me. Like my kids' mothers are Black American, you know, and Deb, you know, like her parents is always asking me, like, hey, anytime like they're having like holidays, like they always invite me, man. Even though I'm not with her daughter anymore, she's always inviting me, man. Like to her, I'm
I
not,
think a lot of
I'm not
this.
just
I
to
think a
her,
lot of
man.
this stuff is mostly online. Black people, for the most
It's
part,
mostly online. It's mostly online. It's mostly online because I have a lot of Black
black.
American friends
We
who
get
deal with
along
this.
with each other. You know.
Yeah, yeah, we get along, man. You know, like when her mother passed, I even went like to her mother's funeral, you know,
Right.
and
Hey, I
we
thought
had a
about that.
great
You should
time,
spread
man.
that around. DK, good idea. Why don't the friggin' Haitians go up to Canada, bum rush the border, go up to Canada, man? You know, get up there, go to
Nah,
Ontario.
nah, they go
Why they
put
don't
you
like that
down.
cold weather up there?
It's not about the cold weather. Like there's already a lot of Haitians in what's this province in Canada called Quebec. There's
So,
a lot of
check this
Haitians
out.
in
Yeah,
Quebec.
add some more, man. It's better than going back to Haiti, man. Shit, man. I make a beeline for Canada, bro.
But color, a lot of African countries are giving citizenship to Haitians. Why
Yeah, but a
Haitians
lot of
not
these African
giving
countries
it?
don't have the resources, man. Come on.
I understand that, but that's going back to your roots, man. I'm trying to get my
Yeah, but how you
Nigerian
gonna go back
citizenship.
to your roots and starve, man? You got look.
You're
All these
not going
countries,
to
none of these
stop,
countries
color,
in Africa
but
could
color,
handle that, man.
you gotta have a trade. You gotta have a trade. Period. Point blank,
Look,
man.
in
You
Africa, you
gotta
can
have
have
a
a trade
trade.
all you want. There's no
You
wealth
gotta
there. There's
create
nothing.
jobs. You gotta create jobs once you go over there, man. Like Africa, they're not gonna welcome you and expect to give you a job. But hell no, you gotta create jobs.
Yeah, so basically, if I was them, man, I tried Australia, New Zealand, any first world country, man. Fuck out of here. Until Africa gets the shit together, you know.
Yeah, I like what the AES are doing, man. Especially
The
Burkina
AES is
Faso.
bringing Haitians over.
Well, guess what, color? They are Haitians in Burkina Faso. Like they are marrying the locals.
What you call it? So St. James ain't telling me this shit, you know.
Man, Sid just been knowing about that stuff, man. Like, in fact, like he's the one that told me some of it, some of these stuff, and I had to find out. Yeah, like there's Haitians in Burkina Faso. They are marrying like Burkinabe women. They are marrying Burkinabe men. I love it, man. So that's the type of stuff I want to see.
Well, good
We
luck. I
got
wish you a lot of luck, man. They can find better luck over
we,
there.
we, we got Haitians in Nigeria. Like there was even like a few dozen Haitians that trace their lineage like to Igbo in Enugu State. So they went to Enugu State. They had a Igbo ceremony for them, and they changed their name. So I hope that they stay in Nigeria, man, in Enugu State. Yeah. I mean, even myself, Carla, I went to Nigeria last year, man, to see my folks, man, my house of people. So yeah, I may even go back next year, God willing. Yeah.
Well, good luck to you, man. Hope you find
Uh,
greener pastures and
Carla,
happiness.
You gotta visit Nigeria, man. It's a
Man,
beautiful
get the
place,
fuck out of
man.
here. You'll get. I'll visit Nigeria at gunpoint. You let you force me there with a gun through a gun. I ain't going to
Carla,
fucking Nigeria.
Carla, stop thinking Nigeria
No.
as
I don't like. I
Nigeria is
don't
gonna
like
go for a
Nigeria,
while.
bro. I don't like Nigeria. I ain't saying
Man,
nothing disparaging
Carla,
about
man,
them, but I
you miss
don't
me
like the
out,
country.
man. Carla, stop listening to DK, man. Like DK is
No. I think DK
high
is
pop.
cool. I think DK is cool, but I just don't like what I come across about Nigerians. I don't like them. You know, it's just not my cup of tea. You know,
Carla, Nigeria is not just the southwest, like the
oh, that's
southeast.
fine, but
Man.
I
It's
just
vast,
I don't see
man.
nothing appealing about the country that I like. You know,
Carla, you missing out, man.
yeah, I pray like crowd like for a layover. Yeah, right.
Like the landscape is beautiful. Everything about
Man,
Nigeria is
yeah, you can have it. Like I said, 200 million people, man. I hope they're all happy. You know, you can go there. I'm not going there. You know, I ain't going there. Nothing Nigeria has for me. Nothing. Nada. Nothing.
Nigeria is a powerhouse, man.
Well, they could be a powerhouse. I hope. I wish it
I'm
well.
out,
I hope.
man. The giant
I
of
hope Nigeria
Africa,
becomes a powerhouse or
number
whatnot.
one economy in Africa. I think Nigeria is the
I
number
don't know
one
about
economy
that.
in
I don't
Africa.
want that, but the bottom line is, I hope they do well, so that all the Nigerians could go back to Nigeria. So they can start bringing their people back home. So we don't have so many Nigerians here. Imagine that Mike Olawale saying, "Man,
You
things
see
are so
what he
good,
said,
man.
man?
I'll swim."
Africa left
The day when you
Nigeria for
see
a layover.
the day when we see Mike Olawale say, "Hell, man, I'm born mercy, I'm going back to Nigeria for good," then I'll believe it. We can get rid of people like Mike Olawale.
What about Mike Olawale? Mike Olawale is Yoruba. I mean, you're not even Yoruba, Kala. So why are you worried about him? Like,
No,
it's
I'm
good.
saying,
You
I'm saying, if
know,
those people could go, if those people can go back to the country, it'll give me hope.
but Kala, what makes you think that Mike does not go back to Nigeria? He does.
No, I'm talking about the stay.
Kala, hey, Kala, America
Look, I
is
don't
really
need
good.
him in my country of United States.
Kala, you know that America is the greatest country on this side of heaven,
Look,
man.
I know that.
We come here to make money,
Why don't
Kala.
he make? Hold up, why don't he make Nigeria the greatest country in the world?
But Kala, they send a lot of remittances back to Nigeria. A lot.
A lot of what?
They send a lot of remittances back to Nigeria.
Well, look. The bottom line is this: stay in Nigeria, make it solvent and rich and whatever. So the bottom line: why don't Nigeria, the naira, be exported and say, "Look, I'm going to go to Nigeria, make all this naira, and send it to the United States."
The naira is doing pretty good. The naira is pretty good.
Hey, DK, how's the naira doing, DK?
Yo, Kala, stop listening to DK. Your money can last.
Okay, let's look it up. I'll look it up right here.
DK, come up. Your money can last in Nigeria. Your US dollar can last.
You're gonna get taken for a sucker,
Come on now, Kala. Come on, man. Don't give me that crap, man. The naira is pretty stable, man. Stop listening to people saying, like, "Oh man, one USD costs like to 700 or maybe like 1,000 naira." So what? Like the naira is doing pretty good, man. That money can last. You know how many stuff you can buy in Nigeria with 1,000 naira? A lot of stuff, man. I mean, you gotta work hard for it, but yeah.
Man. One naira. Damn.
$1 US.
$1 US is worth like 1,370 naira.
That's not bad. You can get a lot of stuff.
That's terrible, man. 1,300. If I have a dollar in my pocket, it's worth fucking $1,300, $1,400. $1. That's terrible, man. That's abysmal.
Yo, with that 1,400 naira color, you can buy street food, you can buy water.
Oh,
you can even buy like a T-shirt. So that money is going to last.
Wait, nah, I really don't want to live in. I don't want to live in that extreme poverty, man.
Kala, why do you think Jonathan loved Nigeria so much?
I have no idea. No, he said he hates it.
He criticized Nigeria, but he loves
Jonathan just came up here the other night said he's done with
Nigeria.
Hold up. Jonathan came here the other night on the show saying he's done with Nigeria.
Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh, please. I don't believe it for 1 second.
He said he's done with Nigeria,
So how is he done with Nigeria? What's his
I don't know. He just said he's just done with it,
Jonathan is talking crazy, man.
Yeah, I don't eating that street food, bro. I don't eat no fucking street food in Africa, bro.
What's wrong with this street food, man?
I don't eat nothing. Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here. Unless my wife's cooking food and I'm seeing this thing from beginning to end, I don't trust it. I don't eat everybody's food in Africa. Are you crazy?
Yo, Kawa, you gotta try the street food, man. That's how you get
get the fuck out of here. Man. I got a weak stomach, man. You motherfuckers ain't getting me sick.
That's how you get assimilated to the culture, man. You gotta.
I don't want to be assimilated to the culture.
Oh my God.
I don't want to be assimilated. How about that? I don't really assimilate to this fucking that culture. You know, fuck that shit. You know,
Man, Carla, they got some good street food in Nigeria, man.
nah.
Jollof
You see, you're
rice.
Haitian. You guys are close to them, man. You know, I guess, my biology is a little different, man. You know.
Carla is crazy, man. But yeah, the food is good, man.
I don't
When I
think so.
was up there, man, when I
I
was up
can't.
there,
I
I
can't.
tried
You know, the
everything.
only food in Africa I like is Liberian food. You know, the rest of that food looks like ugh. Imagine Khaled getting sick and going to a Nigerian hospital. Yeah. Nah, it ain't it's not happening to me. You know, getting sick with Nigerian food. Get the fuck out of here. If I
Didn't
ever
you get
landed in Nigeria, I
didn't
start.
you get sick? Didn't you get sick in your stay in Liberia? I think you caught like
Nope, I never got
something.
sick in Liberia.
Really?
I got sick after 2 years ago. I got sick a month after I got back. I caught malaria, and the symptoms didn't happen until I got back to the States. I caught malaria.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, man. I don't know, Carla. I may end up like going to Liberia, man, and see what the American Liberian built.
Well,
Since you
all I
like
know is
since you like
the reason
talking
why
about
I defend
Liberia, the
Liberia
shit
so
you guys
much is
built, I
the
want to see
fact
for
of the matter
myself.
is Liberia is the closest thing you're gonna get to living in the United States in Africa.
Hmm.
You know, that's what I
So,
love
Carla,
about Liberia. You know,
Let
the
me ask you
culture.
this: Why? So, why is that there's not enough Black American like what
There's a lot
interested
of
in
Black
going to
Americans in Liberia. Been there for years.
Black Liberia, man? It
There's a
would be
lot of
great.
Black Americans in Liberia. They just don't. They're just not online. You go to
Oh,
Liberia, there's a lot of Black Americans that live there.
I mean, because the reason why I'm saying this because all this stuff, like you guys, your knowledge, your expertise, you guys have in America, you can take that back to Liberia and we
Well,
built it.
there's a lot of Liberians. There's a lot of Liberians and Black Americans that live in Liberia. They're one and the same. They're both the same thing. Black American, Liberia. Liberian Americans and Black Americans are pretty much the same people, you know?
Mm. I don't know about that, man. I
No,
don't
I'm
think
serious. It's
Elvis.
pretty much
I don't
in
think
Liberia,
Elvis
it's pretty much the same thing.
himself has
Most
the same
people think I'm
idea.
a Liberian American. Most people in Liberia think I'm a Liberian that lives in America. That's what they think, you know?
I mean, of course, a lot of your people, like from the Congo. You said that your ancestry came from the Congo, right?
Yeah, well,
So,
what I'm saying
so a
is,
lot of those people, a lot of these free enslaved African when they were enslaved in the United States from the Congo area, a lot of them went back to Liberia. So like they were able
no,
like
there were all
to
kinds of black people from all over. What you call
right,
people,
right.
Igbos. They were all over from Africa. Black Americans. There was all over from Africa, and what you call it, there was Congos that was settled there, that were recaptured slave ships and settled large numbers that were resettled there in Liberia, called Congo people, and then they blended in with the American Liberians as one people. They called Congo people.
Mm.
So people from the Congo, directly from the Congo, were settled in Liberia in large numbers. And those people mixed with the American Liberians and they became known as Congo people. See, most people in Liberia think American Liberians came from the Congo. Some don't even know they came from America. They think they came from the Congo because they think the American Liberians are Congolese.
I mean, their ancestors, like some of their ancestors were
Some of the
Congolese.
ancestors, yeah, but they came from all over Africa.
Yeah,
Some
yeah, 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 yeah. Like you
EJ
said,
Roy
like
came. EJ Roy
Yoruba,
and
Mandinka,
Edward
yeah,
Wilmot Blythe were both Igbos. You know, so
yeah,
descent.
yeah.
So there were a lot of people in America that went to Liberia. You know, for 200 years. 200 years. The people who went to Liberia were in America for 200 years, so they don't really have a record of where they came from in Africa. Most likely, they came. The first Africans that came to America came from the Congo. So those people more likely were the ones who were more civilized after learning the white man's ways. So those were mostly the ones who immigrated to Liberia, the educated ones. So yeah, there could be like more people that were Congo descent there because they were the first Africans in America. So they probably were the first ones to immigrate out of America. That's what I think. Anyway, Musa, I gotta go. I'm tired.
Yeah, I gotta go
Good night,
too.
folks.
Yeah. So you got Carla, man. You gotta unblock me from the chat, man. From the comment section.
I didn't block you. I did not
Well,
block you.
well, you gotta unblock me. I don't know how many times I have to beg you.
I just saw you typing there.
Yes, I don't know.
I just saw you typing there.
Oh shit! That's because I come up here if I'm not on the panel, I cannot comment.
Well, I don't know how to do unblock with it. I don't know who blocked you.
I think one of your mods man, they blocked me for some reason.
I don't know how to unblock people. They never told. Let me see. I gotta look that up. How to unblock people. I don't know how to unblock.
Yeah, people. Man. Look that up, man. Hey. Before you go, Carla, you invite me to one of your live on TikTok. What were you talking about?
Oh no, I was with Zongo Bongo. That was my first TikTok, and I was just talking about a bunch of random shit. I forgot.
Oh, okay.
It was a good show.
Right,
Had a lot of people in the chat.
Man.
Had a lot of people in the chat. I'm gonna start doing more TikToks.
Yo, Carla, be careful with those TikTok, man, because you have a lot of insane and crazy delusional people.
Oh, I know.
Man.
And that's what I do. I deal with these people. I'm gonna piss a lot of people off. So what?
And then you got these crazy ass Haitians. So be careful with those crazy ass Haitians too. All right, Carla.
All the day's work. All right, brother.